came from the pain and made it out of Vanna. Drove and see the nightlife where they call Atlanta. Southside shows for a couple dollars, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Welcome in to Draft Night. This is the Big Blue Brew Party Who Talks Sports 2021 NFL Draft Special. We're ready. We're going to bring you live reactions and analysis to each and every one of these first round picks. We have very special guests joining us. We are grabbing our drinks already. They are flowing. We're ready for the first two picks. We're ready for the picks. The NFL's not ready for the picks yet, obviously. They are about to get everything going. The draft has begun, officially underway, and our show is officially underway. So let me bring in my very distinguished guests. I'm going to bring them in one by one, introduce them each because they each deserve their own introduction. So first, from the Girl Who Talks Sports podcast, coming to the stream from Staten Island, New York, one of my good friends. She is a New York Giants fan. Okay, they're all New York Giants fans. That's besides the point. It's Sam Cardona from the Girl Who Talks Sports podcast. She joins the Big Blue Brew Party Who Talks Sports. Sam, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Andy. I am so pumped to be here. This is going to be a blast, and I can't wait to get everyone's live reaction to all these picks because this is going to be an insane draft. I'm so excited.
What are you hoping to see most on this draft night?
Well, I'm kind of hoping to see chaos, to be quite honest with you. I'd love to see someone just pick someone out of the blue that no one in any mock draft has chosen and just screw everybody up. I think it's going to be so much fun. And hopefully the Giants pick who they're supposed to pick, and then we'll all be happy.
Absolutely. I'm hoping the same for the Bears, but it's only a matter of time before they fuck this pick up. So let's bring in one of our other friends, Sam. One half of Big Blue Avenue, ladies and gentlemen. This man, he calls himself a sports nut. Any random fact about the Yankees, the Rangers, or pretty much any sport, the Giants especially, this guy knows what the fuck is happening. He told me he's going to be double fisting. Ladies and gentlemen, from Big Blue Avenue and the host of Hitting for the Cycle from the Review and Preview Sports Network, it is Hank Indictor. Henry, how we doing?
Good. Andy, I told you I wasn't kidding.
Let's go. Let's go. We're starting off this draft strong.
I wasn't kidding, and of course, got my little Ranger mug too for that. But how's it going, man? Thank you so much for having me. I am super, super pumped. This is one of those days during the sports season where I just love to do it big. You know what I'm saying? And, like Sam, I've been kind of nervous about the Giants. You know, we have a history of going straight out of left field with some of our picks, but you know what? The Giants are just a team that if your high blood pressure is high, that might not be the best team to root for. But anyway, I'm pumped. Let's go. Thanks so much for having me. I'm excited.
It wouldn't be a show without the one and only Hank Indictor. Look out for Hank to be dropping some historical facts, we'll call them break room bombs, even though he's not in the break room because that's just your classic mantra. But what are you hoping to see most from this draft tonight, Hank?
I want to see some controversy as well. I mean, there's no such thing as a good draft without that crazy, shocking move that, sets the whole draft ablaze. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So last but not least, let's bring in Hank's co-host from Big Blue Avenue. This man is the head honcho of Review and Preview Sports. The man in charge. This guy knows more about just any general sport, any player, does more research, puts more time in than anybody I know. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the hardest working men in podcasting, it's Tom Scavetta. He joins the party right now. Tom, how we doing, buddy?
You're too nice, man. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to this draft. It's going to be a lot of fun as we're on their way.
We are underway. The Jaguars are about to be on the clock. We're still waiting for the commissioner to come out and address the fans and hopefully get booed. He does have the lazy boy in attendance in Cleveland tonight. Hopefully some new M&Ms, he said earlier. Tom, I asked everybody else, what are you looking forward to most from this draft? What do you want to see most?
Well, besides JOK and Liam Eichenberg being taken in the first round, I'm looking forward to an outstanding draft. There's been a lot of madness that's happened today. I know we've been talking about it since like 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm really looking forward to just a good draft. It's going to be nice to have fans again this year at the draft scene. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully the Giants do some good things. And thank you so much for having us on the Brew Party. Very honored and excited to be here.
Listen, today it's the Big Blue Brew Party who talks sports.
Right.
So I'm so excited to have you guys here. I said before the show we did our little toast, but seriously couldn't think of any better group to have with me doing this covering, because if I don't know what I'm talking about, you guys just get to help me out. So let's talk a few headlines from today. Just before we get into it, we're going to get in the Jaguars. First of all, thank you so much, everybody tuning in right now. Make sure you follow all of us on social media. So follow the Brew Party on Twitter at the Brew Party. The Guru Who Talks Sports is a TGWTS podcast, and then at Big Blue Avenue for those two guys down there. So Aaron Rodgers, guys, that's kind of the news of the day. We got to get into that. We have to talk about that. This has apparently been boiling up the entire offseason. He does not want to be in Green Bay. The Packers front office asked him if he would be interested in restructuring his deal. He told him no. That is something technically they could do without asking him. And by all accounts now, it's appearing that he wants out of Green Bay. What do we think about this? What is going on?
Honestly, Andy, this is just a mess. And these kinds of like news come out like the second draft day hits. Like, this is the type of chaos that I was talking about before. Like, this is what they put out, and then they're like, oh my God, like now people are like, oh my God, the Packers are going to trade up for a quarterback. And it's just like bonkers things. But to be honest, like this is pretty crazy, but it's also not like brand new. It's people have been talking about Aaron Rodgers leaving Green Bay since the end of that NFC divisional game. So I honestly, if they figure out his contract, I don't see him leaving. But if they can't come to an agreement, maybe there's a new home for Aaron Rodgers somewhere in the NFL.
Hank, what does that home look like to you? Where do you see him going if he is to leave the Rodgers? If he is to leave the Packers, I mean.
You know, it's funny. I keep seeing rumors saying San Francisco, which would be, I know the irony is probably not lost on the biggest NFL fans out there, because you know that's the team that really should have taken him when instead they took Alex Smith. But it would come for full circle too, because we knew he grew up in that area. But I don't know, man. I'm thinking either San Fran, possibly Denver. Your guess is as good as mine, honestly, but I'm just going to guess San Fran because that's his home, and I'm sure he probably would have loved to go there after like only 16 years too late, you know?
I actually saw a tweet that was like, he should request a trade to the 49ers and then immediately retire when he gets there. And that's what they get for passing on me. Tom, I know you're going to be the most level-headed take about this. That's usually where I go when I need the straightforward take. Like, what hit me?
So I may regret saying this later, but Aaron Rodgers will not be traded tonight. I'm not saying that he's going elsewhere. Now, I know Sam is a big Aaron Rodgers fan, and she actually updated me with this news earlier via Twitter or Instagram. I forget which social media website it was, but Rodgers is a little frustrated, and he's been frustrated since last year. If you remember at the end of last offseason, there were links of Rodgers and Green Bay parting ways, but those talks kind of quieted down, and now they've started to heat up again the night of the draft. Now, is this the media looking to get the public confused and riled up on draft night? I think that's a big part of it, because one thing you notice, the ongoing trends, and anybody who follows sports can account for this, things like the timing of these things are like the worst possible timing, most chaotic, that will just get people all over the place. But I wouldn't be shocked if there's a move tonight for Aaron Rodgers, but I don't see it happening. I'm really interested to see now what Green Bay does at 29th overall, though. That's going to be a lot of fun. And, yeah, it's going to be interesting, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't know where they go at 29. Is this a move by the front office where they go try to get a receiver? Do they go for a guy like a Rashad Bateman if he's still there? Or let's say an Elijah Moore, get Aaron Rodgers a weapon. And everybody they want to keep comparing Rodgers to Tom Brady. Say, why aren't the Packers doing what the Bucs did? Just kind of catering to whatever Brady wants to do and, just going all in. But it seems like they have no interest in that. It's just I don't know. From the Packers fans that I've talked to, they're not happy. My buddy Lucas Wilson compared them to the Bears today. I went ahead and told him to go fuck right off. But that's neither here nor there. Let's talk a little bit. There are some other headlines while we are watching the draft here, trying to stay tuned, waiting for this pick. I think the Kings of Leon are still performing. If that's what it's a bunch of white dudes with guitars. It doesn't matter. Trades. Like you brought up trades. Who is most likely to move up? The Saints were talking earlier today. We heard the Patriots. Who do you guys see as a team you're targeting that you think is going to be moving up in this draft?
I think that in my mock draft, at least, I had the Patriots moving up for a quarterback, specifically Justin Fields. But I think that it's very possible that the Saints move up. They were talking about going in top 10, and it looks like Mr. Roger here is coming out with his chair. His chair's there.
I don't know, man. We got a lot of
it up.
We're back. Dude, Andy, we got a lot of beef. We got a lot of Landry. It is.
Oh boy.
Joe Thomas, Jarvis Landry. Okay, they're bringing out the Browns legends.
They got a lot of they got a lot of guys out there.
Bernie Kosar?
Another backs, baby. Oh, the chair's out there.
Yeah,
that's what I said. I was like, they literally brought the chair out to the stage.
Okay, Andy, this is go ahead.
It's a baller move.
We already got some beef in the comments section. We got nobody cares about my team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, from John Rankin. That's interesting. And James, Kyle Russo, Paul Lombardi all going at it. Got a Cowboys fan in there.
It's leaving the Packers.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, the Jordan Love stuff really sparked it off. That was just not a good look.
No.
I love these comments.
He can be Mahomes back about here in Arrowhead. Yeah, we got to show these.
Hey, he's not wrong.
I think he'll go to the 49ers. Alex Smith is a true legend. Deserves so much better. He made a miracle comeback last year. I always respected him. The draft needs to strat ASAP. Let's go, Cowboys. Just call me tight spot. All right. So the draft, it looks like it's about to be underway. Roger Goodell is at the podium. So we really just kind of got lost in the comments and watching the fucking show. So let's talk about trades. So what if somebody does trade up? Let's say it's a team like the Saints at 20. What is it going to take after we saw how much the Niners had to give up to move up to 3?
It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a decent amount, especially on draft night, but also with the speediness of it and the quickness. Like people don't have as many, how many time to think. It's going to be a little bit faster, but it won't be cheap. That's for sure.
Hank, what are we thinking here, man?
I'm thinking, to answer your question earlier, for teams that are going to move up, I don't know why. I have a sneaky suspicion it's going to be the Patriots. And maybe that's because Bill Belichick, he had that plan to sign all these guys in the offseason. Now he's going to be like, oh, let's just move on. We're going to get better. We had that bad year. It's a fluke. No big deal. We're the Patriots. We're going to get back. That's just, I'm trying to process Bill Belichick's mind, even though that's kind of impossible, but it's just, I don't know. I have a weird feeling. And by the way, you cool if I give you a fun fact before we get to Tom?
Dude, I want all the fun facts, Hank. Why do you think you're here?
All right. Well, assuming Aaron Rodgers does not stay in Green Bay, Wisconsin next season, there will be a 3-way tie for longest tenured Packers quarterbacks. Him, Brett Favre, and Bart Starr all have been there for 16 years.
That's weird.
I just realized that actually, right before the show started too. So it's nuts. And it's crazy how they've gone 30 consecutive years with having an elite quarterback, and they only have 2 Super Bowls to show for it.
Wait, pull up my man AJ's comment from 3 Man Weave. I agree with him 100%. The absolute last comment. Yep.
I
He's
wouldn't be
right.
surprised. I would.
I
At
mean,
least,
I
at least
agree.
for tonight. At least for tonight.
I think something will happen, and then there'll be some sappy fucking post on Twitter about how he loves Green Bay and he's not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not going to be surprised if he's not traded. But it was a hell of a way to start draft day, especially for me as a Bears fan, being like,
Yeah.
these guys that have lucked out and have 2 straight fucking Hall of Fame quarterbacks, maybe they're going to have to deal with something shitty for once. But
I'm sure that you're loving that, Andy.
yeah, just get back to me after the Bears pick, and we'll see how much I love it. So, what are the odds the Pats keep sliding?
I don't know.
I don't know, but for my trade-up partner, because I know I was next, I think, Andy, it's either going to be your Chicago Bears or the Washington football team. It's going to be one of those 2 teams. They're both in need of a quarterback. If Mac Jones doesn't go 3rd overall to San Francisco, there's a chance that he may not go until 15 to New England. There's a chance one of those 2 teams may try to jump New England to take Mac Jones away. That's where my mindset is. There's rumors 4, maybe 5 quarterbacks to go with the first 5 picks. I don't see that happening. I think 4 max, potentially only 3. But overall, this is going to be a fun draft. I think look out for your Chicago Bears tonight moving up in round 1.
Mhm.
Although I do think taking a quarterback in day 2 is much smarter. But
That would make a lot more sense.
Tom, tell me why. Elaborate on that. Let's give the people your reasoning for that.
well, I don't want you to punch me or anything, but I just don't think Ryan Pace is the smartest GM out there, and I think
I will hug you for saying that. I hate him.
well, I'm glad that's not news to you, but
Come on.
The team.
no, but in all seriousness, folks, in all seriousness, I think the Chicago Bears are in a very interesting position where they have not had a first-round pick in a year or 2 now, where I think they have a lot of draft capital. So I think if they move up to get their franchise quarterback for the future, he can sit behind Andy Dalton a year to learn. I think 2 excellent options are Mac Jones or Trey Lance. I think those are the 2 quarterbacks that are most equipped to sit for a year and learn behind somebody. Mm-hmm. So that's where my mindset is with the Bears. For the Washington football team, same thing. Fitzpatrick did it with Tua last year. Why can't he do it again with Mac Jones, another Alabama quarterback who played in the exact same system that Tua Tagovailoa did?
Absolutely. I agree with you. I think I would rather go O-line or receiver at 20. If they do trade up, I think you have to go get one of these, the Fab 5, as they're calling these quarterbacks. But it's I don't even know. I'm at my wit's end with this fucking front office. Okay. It's like how long is their leash now? What do they do? And do they trade up and get this quarterback to try to, extend that leash a little bit? Be like, hey, we got this young guy. Let's try to give us a few more years, because we all know how well that worked out. By the way, ESPN throwing Trubisky at the end of that little clip, talking about quarterbacks that ruin their franchises, was just rude. Come on.
That was so funny, though. You have
uncalled for and unnecessary.
So funny. They were like, it was like, or tear it to shreds, and it's just Mitch Trubisky holding his jersey, just smiling. I'm like, oh my god, they really did that.
So enough about the Bears. We have a team that is officially on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. We know where this is going, but
what? Really?
Jacksonville what?
What? No, really? I have no idea who. No.
Are you sitting down?
Straight face.
Trevor Lawrence, Sunshine. Let's talk about the quarterbacks in this class a little bit. Starting off with Sunshine. Let's show these quarterback rankings we did. So we'll start off with mine. We each did top 5s for quarterbacks, receivers. What else did we do? Interior O-linemen, tackles, edge rushers, linebackers, cornerbacks, etc. So take a look at my list here. I have Trevor Lawrence at 1, Wilson at 2. In my opinion, I have Fields at 3. I just like his versatility and what all he can do. Tom, I know you have some reservations about him. And then we have Trey Lance at 4, and I have Mac Jones at 5. I know he was incredible. He's rising up a bunch of draft boards. But I just like the versatility of the other three guys, their mobility a lot more than I like Jones. But I mean, I think he is going to translate really well to the pros, just his ability to just take in a system and really run with it. So what do you guys think? Let's move on. I know I have Hanks here. Oh shit, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. Never mind. Sorry, wrong computer. Hank is similar here. So he's Lawrence, Wilson, Fields, Jones, and then Lance. Hank, what were you thinking here with this top five?
Well, T-Law is going to be insane. Like, we already know. I think it's obvious he's going to be number one. But Zach Wilson, I took a few looks at him. I think this guy definitely has what it takes to be one of the better quarterbacks in this draft. And who knows if maybe the Jets will be lucky. That their fans better knock on wood. I think he can definitely succeed. Really, it was a tough call between him and Fields, but ultimately, I thought Wilson had a little bit more versatility. So I think I was a little bit more sold on Wilson in terms of the quarterbacks here in this draft.
Yeah. Absolutely. Who in your mind translates to be the best pro
out of all these quarterbacks I listed?
Yeah.
Oh, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Lawrence for sure. I think
I guess
the
that
one
was an easy question.
Yeah, he's got the most talent. I think if the Jaguars can do the right thing, which I really hope they do. That's a team that's been forgotten about for so many years, and it's not one that you really think about. So I hope that he can lead them to relevance, but I also hope their management does their part to build a good team around him, because let's not forget, as much as you like to look at a quarterback and see him as the savior, it's all about building a team around him. You know what I'm saying?
My guy Greg Huss coming in. I fucking love this. I don't want my QB looking like he smashed the Golden Crown.
That's so mean.
He's not that bad. Like, he's just built funny. He's built wide. He's not necessarily overweight or anything. I think the thing with Mac Jones is, he only started one season at Alabama, one full season. So I think that's the biggest question mark. A lot of people think he's a pro ready quarterback, but when you take a good look at what he did at Alabama this past year, he flourished with Nick Saban. I definitely think he can flourish with Kyle Shanahan. If they do take him at number 3, he could flourish under Josh McDaniels in New England, coordinators who are notorious for building up excellent quarterbacks. We saw what Kyle Shanahan did. And look, I have Trevor Lawrence at 1, 6'6", 213 out of Cartersville, Georgia. Actually, fun fact, him and Justin Fields grew up within 20 miles of each other in the state of Georgia. Mm-hmm. And what's crazy is Trevor Lawrence completed 69% of his passes at Clemson. He actually, I think this just happened a week or two ago, he signed a multi-year endorsement with the, pulling this up, the cryptocurrency investment app called Blockfolio. Yes. So a little fun fact about him. And then this is a kid who won the national championship as a freshman, elite pocket passing skills, which will easily translate into the NFL. He does have dual threat athleticism, maybe not to the level as a guy like Justin Fields, but I think this is a guy who could make all the throws, fits the ball into tight windows. The only question is, in his last 6 games in college, he had an interception in 5 of them. So his accuracy is the question mark at the next level, which could potentially hurt him a little bit. I don't think it'll derail his play, but I think it's something to monitor if you're a team like Jacksonville, because you want to build around him, and that's what I think they tried to do in free agency. Now Trevor Lawrence just has to cash in, and Fields is my 4. I like Lance more than him. That's the way I view it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in.
Oh,
the Jaguars know their selection. We are waiting on the announcement. We all pretty much know who it is. Last but not least, let's get to Sam's top 5, and I want you to take me behind your top 5, Sam. I know we've kind of all went in depth, so I'm going to ask you about Trey Lance. Why do you have him at number 5? Is it the 17 games started in North Dakota State? What kind of is that for you?
The only thing about Trey Lance that has him at number 5 for me is the fact that he is slightly inexperienced, which people can make arguments for, which is totally fine. But, Mac Jones, he's actually been in a college football system. Even though he's only played for 1 year, he's been in the system for 4 years. I think that's very different than playing one season and not being in the system for 4 years. So that's why I have Trey Lance that low. What I want to say about Trevor Lawrence really quick, since it is probably going to be him announced right now by Commissioner Goodell, it's just that he came out and said football isn't everything. And I think that that's great to have in a leader, that he's like, hey, I have, a lot of other things going on in my life. I'm getting married or he is married now and he's going to start a family. And that's really great for him. And I think that that's a really good attribute in a leader.
Oh, here he comes. Here he comes.
Here he comes. Roger Goodell is coming to the stage. Another comment here from AJ Etter-Williams, who actually is going to be joining us just a few minutes for the Bengals pick. Trey Lance will be better than Wilson and Jones.
It's Trevor. It's Trevor Lawrence.
Shout out to Three Man Weave, by the way. I know they've been doing a lot of great things on their podcasting network.
Absolutely. That is, AJ is one of the 3 members of the Three Man Weave podcast. Go ahead and check them out wherever you get your podcasts and on Facebook at Three Man Weave. Great sports content from them. Really looking forward to talking to AJ here in a few minutes. So with the first overall pick in the 2021 NFL draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars have selected Trevor Lawrence from the Clemson University, the national champion, the next big thing as far as quarterback prospects go. Guys, what should we expect in year 1 from Trevor Lawrence?
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, Hank, go ahead.
I think with his arm and his talent, I think the Jaguars are definitely going to be a much improved team next year. I mean, he's got a decent coach around him. We'll see what Urban Meyer can do with him, but I think, given what's going on with the other teams in the division, besides the Colts, of course, I think I can see him leading the Jaguars to about maybe 4 or 5 wins, which I know that's not really saying much, but I think that's an improvement considering what happened last year and considering how far Saxonville really fell apart. So I'm gonna say the Jaguars with him are gonna take small steps towards improvement because they can only really go up from here, right?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Sam, what are you thinking? Is this a rookie of the year campaign or bust for Trevor Lawrence?
I think it could be, but I think that it all comes down to what we see when the season comes around. And I think another topic that we could bring up here in the midst of all this, which people really aren't talking about this much, is Gardner Minshew. Like, what's going to happen to Gardner Minshew here? Is he going to, head out? Is it time to move on from Jacksonville, or is he going to stick and stay behind Trevor Lawrence if he ends up starting? Or they might do some weird, crazy thing where they bench Trevor Lawrence and have Gardner Minshew start. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if some wacko stuff like that happens. So it's going to be interesting. But for me, it all comes down to actually showing me if you can play in the league. College football is very different from professional football. So if you can show me that you can play, I know you won a championship as a freshman in college, but this isn't college. This is professional football. So it'll be interesting to see how he turns out.
Tom.
Well, like I said before, I think he's purely the best quarterback in this draft. His success in the NFL will be outstanding. This guy's a future Pro Bowler. I think the Jaguars have a true gem. The problem is what Jacksonville does around him, right? We saw a pick similar to this last year. Everybody loves Sam Darnold. Now, Trevor Lawrence, some people are comparing him to Peyton Manning. That's how good this kid can be. I think that could potentially be his ceiling. He could potentially surpass that. But overall, I think he's in a good spot. The Jaguars, obviously, they fired Doug Marrone in the offseason. They have a new head coach in town. So I think overall, Trevor Lawrence is in a good position to succeed in Jacksonville, a division where you have the Houston Texans who are kind of on the downfall. You have, obviously, the Indianapolis Colts and the Tennessee Titans. But Jacksonville could be that third team this year in the AFC South that is competitive. They may lose a lot of games, but I think they're going to be a lot more competitive team this year than they were in 2020. Now, the question for the Jaguars is, what will they do the rest of this draft? What will they do to protect Trevor Lawrence, to support him, to build around him? That's the real question, because one man can't win a team football games. Football is a team sport, guys. We really do have to remember that, despite this pick.
Tom, I have one last question about the Jags for you, and we're going to move on to the Jets because they are on the clock. They got about 4 minutes left. A big topic of this draft has been Urban Meyer. You know, he's coached everywhere in football besides the NFL. He's getting his first shot with the Jaguars. He brought in a lot of guys that were college coaches. To talk about Charlie Strong and Chris Ash, and they seem to think they have an advantage during this year with the lack of the combine and their connections around college football. Do you think that's true?
Repeat the second part of that question.
They seem to think they have an advantage with the draft process here, like with the lack of combine and, the shortened season, the lack of tape on these guys, but with their connections around college football, we're talking about guys like Charlie Strong, Chris Ash, and Urban Meyer that are all on staff now in Jacksonville.
Yep.
Do you think there's any advantage there as far as this draft goes?
I do. I don't think it's a substantial amount of advantage, but you have to remember these guys were previously coaching on the college level, in particular Urban Meyer. So I think that's something you have to account for. They've been scouting Trevor Lawrence for quite some time now, before Meyer was even the coach in Jacksonville. Now that you have him as the coach, I mean, Urban Meyer used to be the coach of this team. He played against him. I believe he was still the coach there at Trevor Lawrence's freshman year. So that's something to keep into account looking ahead into this draft, where they have that edge compared to other teams that necessarily this year without the combine and, basing things strictly off the pro day, there's not as much film or evidence to base it off of. Also, having the pandemic on top of it, it definitely puts Jacksonville at an advantage here, in my opinion. But this number one pick was no secret. But I do think in rounds 2 to 7, where championships are won, I think it's going to benefit them heavily.
Absolutely. So let's move on to the next team that is on the clock. Actually, the pick is in. Sorry, we're a little late on this one. We got caught up in our little Jags talk. We were jagging off there for a second. So the pick is in for the New York Jets. That is, you guys are Giants fans. What are your thoughts on this pick? Do you think it's presumably Zach Wilson? How does this improve their trajectory?
I mean, we have seen the Jets draft quarterbacks in the first 3 picks for quite some time, and we have not really seen a huge difference, but it's all play by ear at this point. Like it's with Robert Salah, he's not an offensive minded coach, he's a defensive minded coach now. Is this all on Mike LaFleur, who is the new offensive coordinator, or is this I don't know how this is going to work, but it's going to be really interesting to see what ends up going down with the Jets in terms of the season. But they're probably going to take Zach Wilson right now as
here he comes.
Rodgers on his way out.
Here comes Raj.
I love the song they're playing in the background, by the way. Let's Go Crazy by Prince.
It's just waiting to put this graphic up here announcing the pick.
There he is. There's the man.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, while we have a second, if you're enjoying this broadcast, go ahead and share us with a friend. Throw us a share on Facebook. Throw us a retweet on Twitter. Or if you're watching on YouTube, share the link on social media, whatever. Smash that notification or smash the subscribe button and click that bell to get notifications every time we go live. So Roger is at the podium now. The New York Jets, their selection, number 2 overall pick. It's Zach Wilson from BYU. Guys, what instant reaction to this pick?
I mean, I think we all saw this coming, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
As Tom said earlier this week, this draft kind of starts at number 3. This is where we've heard some smoke, but we don't really know what the Niners are going to do. But let's talk about the Jets for a minute. As far as what do we think Wilson is going to bring to this team? I know some people in the comments seem to be pretty negative. They will give up on Wilson in 3 years like they did with Darnold. That's a hot take there from Steve Ellis.
Steve.
Maybe not so hot though. But
I was going to say, Andy, I don't think that's much as a hot take as you're making it out to be, because the Jets.
Excuse me for rooting for somebody to succeed. Hank.
Hold on.
No. I'm not saying you're wrong, bro. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Bro.
I want to counter Steve's argument quick. Zach Wilson took a huge leap in 2020. This guy completed about 74% of his passes at BYU, 33 touchdowns to 3 picks. That includes 10 rushing touchdowns. He has good mobility. He feels pressure very well, which will translate into the next level. He does sail throws sometimes, so I do see where Steve is coming from there. He could force open wide receivers to break their stride, which is not something that you want to see happen. But his argument is that Zach Wilson is a true boom or bust prospect. There's only one other BYU quarterback in the NFL currently, and that's Taysom Hill. So I think you could compare Zach Wilson to potentially a Steve Young type of player. That's his ceiling. Your former quarterback, probably one of the best Bears quarterbacks ever, in Jim McMahon, 5th-round pick back in 1982. But
going to say Mitch.
I view Zach Wilson actually as a Jake Plummer type of quarterback, where I think it's more what the Jets do for him, not what Zach Wilson does for the Jets, because the Jets ruined Sam Darnold. Now the question is, will they do the same thing to Zach Wilson? So I think Zach Wilson's success in the NFL doesn't necessarily depend on the success that he has with the Jets. You hope that he's able to do something with the Jets, but all other 3 teams in that division are very good competitive football teams. It's going to be tough for the Jets over the next couple of years to do much in the AFC East. So it's going to be a lot on Zach Wilson.
All right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I definitely feel for him. I mean, coming into New York, which Tom, you, Sam, and I know all too well that pressure on a New York quarterback is sky high. Am I right?
Yeah, certainly is.
I hope this guy does well. Look, this is from a pure non-biased perspective. I really hope he succeeds, but at the same time, kind of what Tom said, the Jets have had a history of not doing well at developing their quarterbacks. Look at the way they developed Sam Darnold. They ran him out of town within the matter of a few years. They better hope that Joe Douglas doesn't mess up in any of the further rounds in this draft, because otherwise then all their tanking efforts just to get him will go for naught, basically. And you really want the 23rd pick to go well, because then the Jamal Adams pick will pay dividends. But I digress. We'll discuss that later, bro. My point is, even though I'm a Giants fan, I hope he succeeds, but still, I don't trust the Jets. I'm sorry. I just can't.
I want to see the Jets succeed. I want to see this kid succeed.
Yeah, no, I
want
totally feel that.
Yeah. No, yeah, but I'm agreeing with you. I want to see it good, but I think someone put up a comment earlier that said, I don't know how it's going to happen with the defensive-minded coach, and that's kind of what I was hitting on earlier. It's Robert Saleh was a defensive coordinator and therefore has a more defensive mind in terms of being a head coach. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how it happens. But again, I mean, they have Jets QB selected in the first round up on the screen right now. Sam Darnold's up there, and we're hoping he does well in Carolina. We're hoping that happens. I want to see him do well, and I know he can, but I just don't think that he was a fit in New York. And it's, we'll just see. We'll see how Zach works out.
I would argue that without Sam Darnold, the Jets go 0-16 last year, but that's just me playing devil's advocate.
I mean, let's be honest. If that didn't happen, Trevor Lawrence would be a New York Jet right now.
True that. Oh, and by the way, I want to point out, last time, this isn't the first time the Jets have gotten a quarterback so high and had a defensive coach. Rex Ryan, anybody?
True.
And
very true.
At least Rex had some success. I mean, he did almost take him to the Super Bowl, but we all know what happened with Mark Sanchez. That was a pretty big quarterback tease / flame out. So yeah, again, three words come to mind. It's the Jets.
Yep.
That's all.
It's the Jets. All right, guys, let's move on from the Jets. The 49ers are on the clock. We have a couple guests I want to bring on. So first, our 49ers fan. You can follow her on Instagram at footballisfemale. It's Brittany Bennett joins us. Brittany, how you doing? Are you there? I hope you're ready. If not, we got a couple minutes before they pick.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We just can't see you, but that's okay. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
We're good. So what are you hoping to see here from the 49ers? There's been a lot of talk about Mac Jones, and there's been a lot of talk about Trey Lance and kind of a split in the front office. In your opinion, who would you like to see in the 49ers uniform next season?
In my opinion, I just want anybody other than Mac Jones. I mean, I think Trey Lance and Justin Fields would add an X factor that Mac Jones or Jimmy Garoppolo does not bring to the 49ers.
Pick is in.
The pick
Oh,
is
the pick
in.
is in. Oh my
About to
gosh.
see if
Yeah.
Brittany is happy or
Oh my
not.
God.
I
Stop.
don't think Brittany has the screen in front of her, so we have to tell her what the pick is when it comes in. So this is going to be interesting.
I truly think
I'm gonna
it's going to
cry.
be Mac Jones, guys.
I
Stop.
think it's
She's gonna cry.
Stay calm, Brittany. Everything's going to be okay.
By the way, let's pull up Kevin's comment quickly.
Deep breath.
All right. Well, they're like the pick's here, but where's Roger? Oh, here he comes. He's coming
Roger.
Roger's here. Roger's here.
Honestly, it could be Gray too. It's one of them.
We're gonna see right now because it's definitely gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, see, Kevin can back me up on that.
Oh, here it comes.
Trey.
It's Trey Lance.
Hey!
Oh my God!
Hey!
Wow.
Oh,
Let's go,
Wow.
Brittany!
Yeah.
Let's go, Brittany!
wow. That's crazy. Wow. Okay, Brittany, how are you feeling? How are you feeling about Trey Lance becoming a 49er?
Freaking happy. If it's not McCorkle, let's go.
Oh my God, this is blowing my mind. This
Okay,
is really. I thought I was so in on Mac Jones here. I really thought it was going to be him.
I think that was the whole general consensus. No,
they threw a smoke screen.
but I mean, yeah, no, it's not uncommon. I think they like to keep you guessing, and they like to have you thinking it is. They don't want to tell you like straight up, oh, we're going to do so and so. No,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
ask Dave Gettleman.
Yeah, for sure. Should we ask Brittany about how she feels about now Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo on the same
Yes.
roster here?
What do you want to see next year? Whose job is this now?
I would like to see, because it kind of scares me to throw Trey Lance week 1 into the stacked team and to say, well, I hope you can win without teaching him or showing him anything. So I would like to see Jimmy stay for at least a year and then get rid of him.
You want Jimmy you want like a Patty Mahomes situation here. You want Jimmy for a year and have Trey Lance kind of learn as the backup and then take the reins in 2022.
Exactly. Yes.
Love it. I think that's a great. I mean, look, it's worked. You talk about a guy like Aaron Rodgers, he had to sit a little bit. A guy I just mentioned, Patty Mahomes, had to sit. I mean, I think that could be very beneficial until the 49ers kind of work out what they want to do with Jimmy G. I mean, there's been speculation that they offered him to the Packers for Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if that was true or not. It was said the Packers said, get the fuck out of here. But that remains to be seen. So, Brittany, I know your Wi-Fi isn't great. If you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to. But it's completely up to you.
Okay. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you go follow Brittany at Football is Female on Instagram. Does a lot of great stuff on there. She is a great follow. Brittany, thank you so much. Congratulations, you got Trey Lance, and congratulations, you didn't get Mac Jones.
Thanks,
Thank
Brittany.
Thank you so much for coming
I'm
on,
so
Brittany.
happy.
Thank you so much. Have
Thank
a great
you.
rest of your night. Have a great rest of your draft weekend.
You too.
Right.
Oh my God, that was so exciting.
That was awesome. That was the
You know
first live reaction we got. I'm glad it was Trey Lance. I want for that reaction. Obviously I want Mac Jones to get drafted. You guys know what I mean. I have another guest that we need to bring on, guys, who I've been waiting to for a little bit here. So let me get the updated background. So the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. Trey Lance was the last pick. The Falcons, a lot of speculation they might go Kyle Pitts here. Do they go quarterback Justin Fields, a guy from the Atlanta area? So now I'm going to bring on Brian McCardle. He is from the stands, college football. Tom and I actually do a college football show with him every week during the college football season. So Brian joins us now. Brian, how you doing, my friend?
Pretty good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What's up, Brian?
Perfect.
What's up, my man?
Nothing.
So,
what a great pick for Brittany there at getting Trey Lance.
Yeah,
I love it.
I think that's the smart move, and I think she's right. They should probably give Jimmy G a start next season, let him learn the system, and if shit hits the fan and Jimmy G gets hurt, which we know is probably going to happen, you might as well give him the shot. He's got a good team around him too, so there's really a no-lose situation. I think they did the right thing.
So, Brian, we wanted to bring you on because you're our college football guru. Obviously, you're heavily involved, the creator of From the Stands College Football. So in your mind, who are the top college prospects that you are most looking forward to playing at the next level?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a weird amount of what I'll call the TV talent, the players that are going to bring people to the games, your wide receivers, your QBs this year. I mean, we're seeing it unfold right now with the QBs. Like Brittany was saying, that no one, Mac might have been a smokescreen. No one really knew if they were going Lance or Mac Jones there. All of these QBs have, those little special talents that teams are picking out. And I don't think we're going to know which is going to end up the best outside of Trevor Lawrence. I think he was, the top talent for sure. We're going to see the same thing in a couple picks probably with the wide receivers. You got Jalen Waddle and Devonta Smith coming out of Alabama. I think anyone that watched college football this year, knows what Devonta Smith did. It was an incredible season. And then you got the LSU boys. You got Jamar Chase, who's an incredible talent, but decided to sit out the year. If I'm an NFL team, that's not really sitting too well with me, unless you're maybe a running back, because you're not taking all the hits there. But I don't know about that for me. But then they also have there you go, throwing Jamar Chase up there on the board. And yeah, but outside of what those two groups, you got to give some credit here to the big uglies. Alex Leatherwood out of Alabama, phenomenal rush blocker out of Bama. Najee Harris, all those holes were opened up by that phenomenal Alabama D-line or O-line this year. He's going to be a great pickup, probably going late first round, I would assume. And then the other LSU wide receiver that I was kind of mentioning after Jamar Chase, who took on the brunt of the work this year, was Terrace Marshall. Big dude, great catch radius. So he's another good one. I could go on, but I'll let you get some words in, because there's players in each round here. There could end up being really big steals for some of these teams.
So the pick is in for the Falcons. Real quick, I want to get this question. So AJ Etter-Williams, what's wrong with opting out? He's asking you, Brian.
I mean, listen, if you're a position that is, taking a ton of hits and is very injury prone, like I said, running backs is probably the most notable. That
they got Kyle Pitts. Sorry to interrupt.
No. I saw it. I got the TV over here in the corner. I saw the pick come in, so figured a pause was necessary. Yeah, just to note on that. I mean, I think that's a no-brainer for the Falcons there. Kyle Pitts is probably one of the best athletes here in the draft. Bring him back to the Tony Gonzalez days, maybe, with that pick. So.
Absolutely. So
I want to agree with Brian there really quick on the Tony Gonzalez comment. That is really great there. And Kyle Pitts, whoever gets Kyle Pitts here in this draft is a big winner. So, and I didn't think he was going to drop below 5. So I'm excited for the Falcons here.
Number one pass catcher in the draft. Not receiver, pass catcher on some boards, but you can move him so many different ways. You can put him at tight end, you can put him in the slot, you can put him on the outside. I think, and that's what Arthur Smith wants to do. He fits the Falcons scheme really well. So Falcons don't go quarterback; they go Pitts, committing to Matt Ryan, for a few more years. So we kind of got our instant reaction to this pick. Tom, I know you had a couple guys you wanted to ask Brian about.
Yeah, so I know I'm a big fan of guys like Tay Gowan and Jacob Harris. I know guys that could potentially go in day 2, day 3, probably both day 3 guys, if that. Now, I know Jacob Harris had 8 touchdowns last year out of UCF. I know there's a couple of other guys, too, that you like. Richie Grant out of UCF, and then I believe Aaron Robinson is the other. Where do you see those guys falling in this draft? As a UCF fan, a guy who follows the team personally.
Yeah, so I mean, we kind of briefly talked about this earlier in the week. Tay Gowan, I think, is probably in a slightly separate category here. I'm not putting him alongside Robinson and Grant. I can see him probably, but I do think Grant and Robinson have some great potential here. I'm gonna give the edge to Robinson to go in the second. I'm not really sure. There's a lot of teams that were struggling on defense in the secondary this last year, but Aaron Robinson is a pretty good talent. I think something that's notable to me, at least as a UCF fan, we have about 75 average plays per game. The time on field for our offense is so low that our defense gets thrown out there and thrown out there and thrown out there. So when these teams are, looking at the stats, they're like, all right, well, UCF's defense is god awful. Look at all these yards they're giving up. But when you're on the field for 45 minutes a game, that tends to happen. Yeah. But we do have guys, Robinson and Grant both great in the secondary there. So, I can see a second for Robinson and Grant probably falling into the third there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I definitely like that a lot. I like that a lot for them.
Yeah.
Personally, I think those are good fits for them.
Yeah, and then you brought up Harris as well, the wide receiver. Kid has not played football until 2016. He was a soccer player at Florida Gulf Coast. They don't even have a football team before transferring. And some teams, just that pure athleticism. Some people just have it. He kind of came up the boards out of nowhere, I guess, unbeknownst to me, and he was on the team that I support. So I think I was checking a few mocks earlier. He's kind of fallen off. But yeah, it'd be a great story for him. Great story for him if he could, maybe sneak in the 7th round there.
Yeah, absolutely. Florida Gulf Coast soccer to the NFL.
Yep.
I'm rooting for that guy. So out of this first round, who are you most intrigued by as far as prospect wise go?
Talent? Are we talking talent here or
whatever? However you want to interpret that. Talent, biggest it could be. Let's go talent. Let's go talent.
Okay. Talent, I think you have to start, obviously, with Trevor Lawrence. He's the most complete one on the block. So there's no question that he wasn't going to go number 1 there. I don't know. I haven't seen the TV for a few minutes. We haven't gotten a Mac Jones pick, right?
Not yet. The Bengals are on the clock. Speaking of the Bengals, I want to bring on our Bengals guy. So from the 3-Man Weave podcast, it is AJ Etter-Williams. He's been in the comments. AJ, how we doing, my friend? What's up, man?
I'm great. I'm great, man. How y'all doing?
Well, we're good, dude. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for
What's up, AJ?
Thanks for dominating these comments throughout the first few picks.
No problem.
Give me your feelings. What are we thinking for this pick going in? It's still about 3 minutes until they have left to get the pick in. Where do you think they're going, or where do you want them to go with this?
I think we're going Jamar Chase, and I actually want us to go Jamar Chase. I think the reason why Sam, your jaw hit the floor is because you think that we need to go offensive line, but just Sam, I know it's only day 1 and it's the first round, but this draft doesn't end after tonight. So there's plenty of offensive talent in this draft. And so what people fail to realize, we're the Cincinnati Bengals. Nobody cares about us until we're in the headlines, and we're in the headlines for some bad shit because Joe Burrow got hurt. And so they need to tell you, they need offensive line, and Penei Sewell is staring you in the face. But no one talks about Riley Reif joining the offensive line. Xavier Suafilo and Quentin Spain got hurt last year. We had some other injuries on the offensive line. And the one person that was really the root of the cause of the problems of the offensive line, he won't be on the offensive line. That was Michael Jordan. He's getting replaced. Michael Jordan gave up 82% of the pressures last year to Joe Burrow, and he was the one who got bull rushed into Joe Burrow's knee. He's gone.
Yeah.
Did you say Michael Jordan? Just want to make sure I heard that right.
Yeah, yes, Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan.
I just want to say really quick, the only reason why I really want them to get an offensive lineman is because I am very much in love with Joe Burrow and I want him to be protected at all costs. So that's my reasoning behind them wanting to get Sewell. But if they got Jamar Chase, that would be so great. It wouldn't be bad. It would be so great for their offense because they are, LSU boys. They're very familiar with one another. And it would be really great for Joe Burrow to have someone like him on his offense. So it wouldn't be a bad pick at all. I just want them to protect Joe Burrow, especially after his injury from last year.
And so the reason why I'm good with this is because I'd much rather have Jamar Chase and Alex Leatherwood or Liam Eichenberg over Penei Sewell over De'Ami Brown or one of these smaller slot receivers when we already have a slot receiver. We need an X receiver, and that's what it's going to be. And this going wide receiver first presents the best value. When you set up your board and you have best player available, you also want it to match with need. Yes, Penei Sewell is very good, but I'm getting sick and tired of saying, "Oh, you have a generational talent in Penei Sewell staring you in the face." When just last year, Penei Sewell might not have been top 3 tackles off the board. Last year, you can make an argument that Jamar Chase would have been the first receiver off the board in a very talented receiver class. Good teams fill their team up with talent. This is what we need to do. You need to fill your team up with talent, and why not get the most dynamic receiver? And if there's not going to be an offseason, why not get a receiver that your quarterback already has a rapport with? It's a no-brainer pick to me.
No, you're making a compelling argument. It definitely makes a lot of sense.
I'm loving your argument over here, if I'm being honest. Like, I also love that Jamar Chase played with Joe Burrow, and when they played together, they broke SEC single-season records, like NCAA college football records as well. I think it'd be great, like, to have that familiarity, and you have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins as your 2 receivers with Joey Burrow. I think they really do need to protect him, and Sewell's supposed to be this generational talent, but God damn it, you convinced me, AJ. I am rooting for you here to be your guy.
and let's also not forget, Sewell's not flawless as well. Sewell has some things that he needed to refine in his game. He was an opt-out as well, so we don't know if he was able to refine those things in his game.
Right.
So there's some things that he needed to work on. There's also some things that Jamar Chase needed to work on, but he did prove one of those things, which is his speed at his pro day.
They got Jamar Chase. They just drafted Chase.
Oh, I'm gonna be behind on this computer. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm behind too, so I didn't see it. But let's go.
Behind, yeah.
Let's go.
I feel like I'm gasped after every single pick because I keep gasping.
You spoke it into existence, AJ.
Look, I'm going to let you know.
AJ.
I have my son's name is Chase. He just turned a year old.
Hey.
Chase is gonna come to Cincinnati, wear the number 1. So it's only right. It's destiny, baby.
Dude, my son just turned a year old, like a month ago. That's awesome.
Oh, nice. That's
awesome.
Man.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
That's
Congratulations
so
to you too, Andy.
Very wholesome. Very wholesome. So,
Congrats, man.
Brian, as a guy that's consumed a lot of college football, what do you think about this pick for Jamar Chase to Cincinnati?
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't go wrong either way. I understand what Sam's saying. You want to protect Burrow. The Bengals, they're allowed the 5th most sacks in the entire NFL, 48 sacks. But yeah, like he was just saying, where do you go if you don't take Chase here? Bengals, I think, are around 9th, also in the next round. Mm-hmm. You're going to get Rashad Bateman. I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. You think he'll be gone by then?
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be gone.
Okay, so then you're sitting on probably Terrace Marshall, I guess, to be the first one available in the second round.
Be gone. Because you got to watch out for the Saints and the Ravens because they need to get those guys weapons too.
Man, that's a lot of receivers going in the first round if both of them also go.
But I think they could. Like, I think this is going to be a weird draft.
They could. I could see probably Bateman sneaking in there. But yeah, well, all right. If that's the case and both of them go first round, then it's even more of a case to take Jamar Chase because then who's next up after that? I couldn't name the next wide receiver talent wise there. So I mean, it's a great pick.
I mean, yeah, so quickly we'll go over some of our top fives. So we did it. Tom, I'll let you talk about this real quick. So he had Chase, Waddle, Smith, Bateman, and Terrace Marshall. I know a lot of people have Elijah Moore in that group, Rondell Moore out of Purdue. I just feel like this class is deep, and I think AJ hit it on the head. I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at skill guys, and I think we could see 5 quarterbacks and potentially 5 receivers off the board in the first round.
Right. No, I agree. And I like what Brian said. AJ, I mean, I'm looking at my receiving board, and Jamar Chase is obviously the best one. So congratulations on getting him out of LSU. Now, I kind of want to ask you this question. There obviously you mentioned the debate between Penei Sewell and Jamar Chase, but I think you guys are actually set at tackle with Jonah Williams and Riley Reif. One can make the argument you could push Reif inside to guard, but how do you think that connection with Joe Burrow at LSU, despite the one-year opt-out, helps Cincinnati in 2021 be competitive in this AFC North?
Because now I think this league is about weapons. Now you have to guard not only T. Higgins, not only Tyler Boyd. Now you have Jamar Chase and Joe Mixon as a threat out of the backfield. Let's not forget we still have him as well because he missed a lot of time with injuries. So now I think you can't just shade coverage to any receiver. A lot of teams, they crowded the box with us because although T. Higgins had a great rookie year, although I believe Tyler Boyd is one of the best slot receivers in the league, we had nobody to take the top off the defense. So they weren't afraid of us beating them deep. We had to beat them with tight windows and just great catches. Joe Burrow was he was leading the league while he was still playing in tight window throws, because no one was really able to take the top off. So now you have 3 bona fide, threats at all times to beat you. And like I said before, you get Joe Burrow, as quiet as it's kept, Joe Burrow's offensive line wasn't that great in college. Look at where those LSU offensive linemen, where they're graded at now that they're in the league. They weren't great, but he had so many weapons. Right. Those weapons, you can't blitz all the time now. You can't bring pressure all the time now. You can't pin your ears back because you have to kind of lean back a little bit, and you have to be wary that somebody's going to be able to, get behind your linebackers. So I think, although people are clamoring for an offensive line, it's gonna be okay because now we get someone who can, just come in, start at guard, be serviceable. Joe Burrow gets 2.5, 3 seconds, he's going to be able to find somebody open because now it's going to be a lot of single coverage.
Dude,
I like the answer.
You're spitting facts, bro. Like I am I'm about to be a fucking Bengals fan after this stream, brother.
Because I have been clamoring Jamar Chase round 1 for about 3 months now. Mm-hmm. And so trust me, every single thing that people have said to me, I've brought a defense to it. So I've been defending this Jamar Chase because people think, oh, it's malpractice if the Bengals don't go offensive line. Come on now, let's not go there.
I want a quick shout out Patrick Herons in the chat. Bengals scored big with Jamar Chase. Patrick Herons is my girlfriend's father. So thank you very much for commenting.
Thank you so much for tuning in.
You're smart, Patrick.
AJ, quickly tell us where we can find 3-Man Weave and everything you guys got going over there before we get on to this Dolphins pick.
You can catch us on Instagram and Twitter at 3manweave_. You can join our Facebook group at 3Man Weave Group on Facebook. You can find us anywhere that you listen to your podcast. We have some good things coming up. You can check out our interviews that we did with Hugh Jackson. We had one with former Steelers linebacker Arthur Moats, and we've had a couple boxers, top-ranked boxer Floyd Mayweather's new signee, Jaleel Hackett, and we also have a Golden Boy Promotions boxer that we interviewed in Slick Nick Wright. So we're doing great things. Check out Jaleel Hackett on that June 6th Floyd Mayweather Paul card. You heard it here first. Jaleel Hackett is next up, man, and thanks for having me.
Dude, anytime. I'm going to message you after this is over. Definitely need to get you on the Brew Party on the actual podcast. I'd love that. And to get to a collaboration with you guys over at 3Man Weave as well. But AJ, thank you so much. Good luck with Jamar Chase and the Bengals.
Wow.
They just drafted Jalen Waddle.
Before I go, check out the 3-Man. Check out the 3-Man Weave mock draft that we did. We called this pick Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins.
Wow.
Tua gets somebody he's familiar with. AJ, thank you so much. We're going to take you. We're going to get you out of here. number one Dolphins fan, Ryan Maloney. Fins up!
Let's go.
Fins up! What's up,
Wow.
brother?
First of
Not
all, let me just
much.
say congrats, man. That's wow.
You know, I'm just the biggest Dolphins fan.
Dude. What a
But no,
bombshell.
yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
I was gonna say maybe Waddle or Devonta Smith, but yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that Tua. Brandon. I'm happy to be here, guys. How you doing?
What's up,
Fins
Ryan?
up, baby. Fins
Ryan,
up.
I'm so
Hello, Ryan.
excited to have you here. So
What's
excited
your name,
to
Ryan?
see your beautiful face. The number one Dolphins fan that I know, Fins up. I mean, the biggest Dolphins better I think I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
So you were kind of hoping your guy Kyle Pitts fell to the
Yeah.
Dolphins, but what do you think about this Jalen Waddle pick?
Yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, we got that Bama connection with Tua. Obviously, would have liked to see Kyle Pitts go there as a Gators fan, but like Sam said, I didn't think he was going to fall that low. So, but yeah, this will be fun. Looking forward to this.
So I know we're talking Dolphins, but quickly, you watched Kyle Pitts all year. His whole career is you're such a big Florida guy. What are the Falcons getting in Kyle Pitts? What do you expect to see from him this year as a rookie, and then in his NFL career?
I mean, he's just all around like one of the best athletes I've ever watched. He's a tight end, but he can really do it all. Very satisfying watching him this year as a Gators fan. Unfortunately, didn't make it to the playoffs, but yeah, I mean, he's going to be great for them. Not too sure how long Matty Ice will be around to throw to him, but I'm sure they'll get somebody, and whoever they have, he'll go up and get the ball. So yeah, that's a great pick.
Brian, did you see Waddle coming off the board before Smith?
Sorry, everyone cut off there for a second.
I'm sorry, Brian. Did you see Waddle coming off the board before Devonta Smith?
Not really. I mean, listen, like I said when we came on, there's so many people with different skill sets here. This could have been a go to Tua decision. Like they could have been up in the air on who to take and just talk to Tua. Tua's got to experience them, so this, maybe he just prefers that Waddle connection. I personally think the best wide receiver of the two is Devonta Smith, just because of his pro abilities and his route running. I'd value that a little more than Jalen Waddle's kind of elusiveness. But another pick where you just can't go wrong. I mean, the wide receivers here are just absolutely stacked. So, but yeah, I would be interested to see if they say eventually if Tua was, kind of consulted on this pick.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that. And Jalen Waddle is the first Alabama receiver off the board. His injury this last season was well documented, missed a lot of games, came back for the national championship game that Devonta Smith got hurt in, but broke like a ridiculous record in. So the Lions are on the clock, but it says the pick is actually in. So Brian, I'm going to let you go, man. I really, really appreciate you joining us for this. I love your analysis. Everybody, tell everybody about From the Stands College Sports and kind of what's going on there real quick before we get to the Lions.
Yeah, so you can find us on Facebook, From the Stands Sports, on Twitter, From the Stands Sports. College football season, we're doing a weekly game day show. Andy and Tom have been joining us for about half the season last season. So, yeah, it's always a good time. If you like college football, be sure to look us up.
Hey,
Yeah.
I want to catch more of you guys. I have a lot to learn about college football. Like I've watched a little bit. I'm like slowly learning about all these guys, but I want to get into it. I feel like you guys can definitely teach me some stuff about it next season for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Brian, thank you so much for joining us, man. We'll be in touch. Looking forward to getting back on that weekly show. College football season is right around the corner. Get to vent about the Fighting Illini a little bit more. I cannot wait for that. So Brian McCardle from the Stands College Sports gave us his inside analysis on the top college football prospects, some guys from UCF. Thank you so much, man. You have a great rest of your draft weekend.
Yep, you too. I'm just going to say Barmore to the Bucks.
Barmore to the Bucks. He loves it. He's a Bucks fan as well from the Tampa area. So for the Lions, we're going to keep Ryan Maloney with us for a little bit. We are now going to bring on a very special guest. He is the producer of the Man to Man podcast with Antoine Bethea and Darius Butler, two former NFL guys. He also hosts his own podcast, Off the Rails, with Tone and Jims from the Iron Ostrich Podcast Network. It's Tone Gordon joins the Big Blue Brew Party in a Who Talks Sports NFL Draft Special. Tone, how are you doing, brother? Thank you so much.
I'm doing good. Hopefully this draft goes the way I want it to. Although it's kind of weird. I mean, this is like my Super Bowl. I literally have a draft hat on because it's the only time we can kind of celebrate. I'm as boring as it sounds. I really hope we go offensive lineman here, but or Justin Fields. I mean, really, we need to. I don't have faith in golf at all. So
Really?
I mean, I don't know. He just doesn't seem. He doesn't do anything for me. I haven't liked him since he got drafted to the Rams, and also just bitter. Leaving. I didn't want Stafford to leave. I mean, but
Let's talk about that for a second, man. What's your instant reaction with that when that news pops across your phone? Like, there was talks that he wanted to leave, that he kind of wanted out, and he finally does.
Yeah.
And what's going through your mind when that happens?
I feel a little less bad now that Aaron Rodgers is going to go to the Broncos later, apparently. But no. It looks like we took a lineman. Yay, we get to protect him at least. I don't know about I don't know about him. He's like in like things for his legs right now, so I don't know how good I feel about that. Maybe got to work out in Pizza Hut on the table. Wow. I don't know.
Wow.
Hey,
Cool.
hey, if he packs on the pounds and he can protect my guy, I'll take it, man.
What
But,
a pick.
Wow.
What a good pick.
I think that's a great pick for you guys.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I really like that a
agree.
lot.
I do. I have bad flashbacks of us picking Oregon guys real high, but I mean, Joey Harrington didn't really do what he was supposed to either. But I don't know. No, it's going to be interesting because it's like he's going to protect. It's probably what we needed to do. But we're not going to be a good team this year, so I really wouldn't have minded if we went like Devonta Smith or Justin Fields either. But it's not a sexy pick, but it's probably the right pick.
Right, but like with Thunder Dan Campbell, he wants to bite your ankles off. Like I think this is like the pick where he like sets the tone, right?
That is true.
As what kind of head coach he's gonna be.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna be. I think he's definitely gonna. We're gonna run. I think a little bit more for sure too, which is good. But I mean, like I said, I'm not like gonna. This normally it's like, oh, we drafted a guy, we're going to Super Bowl. No, we're gonna be bad for a couple of years, but if we build, in this manner, then we can be a good team long term. So I think it's the right pick. Yeah, it's hard to get excited about a lineman though. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
I got a question, quick,
yeah.
Tone. So you moved Helamaloti Vaitai into right guard, and you have Taylor Decker at left tackle. So do you think Sewell's going to be the right tackle heading into 2021?
I would guess so. Yeah, I mean that's definitely probably the right move, and probably where he'll start out at. Especially, I don't think you draft a guy that high, and he's already got the makings of. He's better than all of our linemen anyway. So at this point, basically, so he might as well just go plug and play right in and protect.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it's hard to get pumped on alignment.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy too about him? I just want to throw this in there quick. He was the first true freshman to start a season opener for Oregon in 20 years. I really think he's a rare breed type of tackle with elite foot quickness. I know he opted out, but this guy has the most upside out of all tackles in this class. His work ethic is outstanding, and he reminds me a lot of Trent Williams.
Hey,
That's
I like
how
that.
I feel about him personally.
No, I know he's got all the makings of being great, and I look back to like I'm old enough. I'm probably older than most of y'all, but like the draft in '96 when Jonathan Ogden got taken. It's not a sexy pick, but he's a Hall of Famer. You run back and you get Ray Lewis later on that draft. Good drafting isn't always sexy, so it's like let's make it. Maybe Dan Campbell's bringing in the good drafts. We're not making the big splash, and obviously we're a long-term fix here. Hopefully they give Dan Campbell the time to like turn it around, because we obviously shouldn't have any expectations. We haven't done anything, so. But I'm excited. I'm excited for the for to have protection to see what Goff can do. Because if Goff doesn't do it this year, then we know he should be gone. So he's gonna have time to throw it. So
They take Sewell with the first pick. Second round, what do you want them to do? They go after a receiver or maybe a running back?
I'm going to be never draft a running back if you're the Lions. We don't run the ball. No, just kidding. I really like Elijah Moore. I know some people have him slipping into the second round or like to where we could pick him. He shouldn't be there, but Elijah Moore, he does footwork. He did all of his footwork with Gold Feet Global, who did a ton of training with Jerry Jeudy and DK Metcalf. Obviously went to school with DK Metcalf. I think Elijah Moore is going to be surprisingly good out of this draft. He should have been a first rounder. If he slips to the second round, hopefully we take him.
Absolutely, man. So there's a comment. For the first time in NFL draft history, 7 straight offensive players taken. Hank, where the hell are you at? That's supposed to be you.
No, that's a good. No, I like that. That's true. It is 7 offensive players. You just beat me to the punch, man. He's stealing my thunder. What can I say?
I know, dude. Well, that's why we bring him on.
Besides that, you guys were talking. I didn't want to interrupt and step on your toes. You know.
Absolutely.
So just gets moved tonight.
Tone, what's your expectations for the Lions for this next year? Is it 4th place in the NFC North? Do you think they're not really going to be competitive?
I'll be honest with you. I think we could win the division if Aaron Rodgers moves out of the division.
Okay.
I'm a Michigan State fan. I have no belief in Kirk Cousins, so I don't think the Vikings. They'll be 8-8 or whatever. The Bears. I hate to say it. They're probably not.
I agree with you.
Vikings are good.
I think
they're good.
In my opinion, it's Packers, Vikings, Bears, Lions. But I mean, I don't know.
You move Rodgers, Vikings are the best team in that division. They did a lot in free agency to improve their defense.
I don't know. Ryan, you're an NFC North guy.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't think the Bears are the best, unfortunately, but I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't think the Lions are going to be winning the division this year.
I mean, it would be the first time in like forever, so it's like that's going out on a limb. I'm just saying, like, if Goff comes into the season saying, "Hey, I'm gonna show Sean McVay like what he got rid of," if Dan Campbell puts together something special, no one really has seen too much of what he wants to do as a head coach, so he's kind of like the wild card. I mean, the Vikings are going to take a regression this year. Justin Jefferson's not going to do what he did last year. Everyone knows about him. Delvin Cook's not going to do what he did last year. Everyone knows about him.
Pick's in.
The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers. Going to get a live reaction.
We haven't talked about Fields falling this far.
J.C. Horn.
Wow.
Really? J.C. Horn is the first defensive player off the board. I want to know what the fucking gambling odds were on that because that was probably a huge hit.
We're getting Devontae Smith, guys. We are getting Devontae Smith at number 11.
The Giants fans are already feeling.
Hold on. Wait. Either Dallas or Denver's going to take Surtain, and Dallas is not taking a wide receiver. They'd be silly too. They'd be silly.
Imagine if they
Tom, if the Dallas just rains on our parade and for some reason drafts a receiver, I'm leaving.
You can kick me off the stream if Smith is off the board before number 11. That's how confident I am that he's going to slip.
Wow, J.C. Horn for the Panthers. That's crazy. I feel like everyone's
not expecting him to be the first one. Right. Like, don't get me wrong. The guy's athletic. Like, he's talented, and he's obviously got NFL blood. You know, his father, Joe Horn, cell phone felly. But you guys remember that? That was fun. But no, like I thought for sure Patrick Surtain was going to be the first defensive player to be taken off the board, or at least one of the first like secondary guys. Like, shows you how loaded this draft is. But I don't necessarily think that's a terrible pick at all. I think Horn can definitely be a good pick for the Panthers. I mean, they need secondary help too, right?
I mean,
who's going to cover the Buccaneers receivers?
Jeremy Chinn's going to be a problem this year for the Panthers in the back. Dude, that guy's got all the makings of being like the next huge safety. So pairing him with J.C. Horn, who, I mean, South Carolina cornerbacks are known for being the top guys. Yeah. So, I mean, they just got a really good cornerback.
Like I said, who's going to cover the Bucs receivers?
Yeah,
that actually makes sense the more I think about it.
It's going to be super interesting to see what happens next because, first of all, Ryan Maloney's dog is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. Second of all,
Yeah, that's a cute shot right there.
second of all, Denver is going to be a very interesting pick because we're going to see if they're going to draft another quarterback, even though they just got Teddy. So this is going to be interesting.
Well, I think this will be an interesting draft pick for the fact that they might get Aaron Rodgers. So I wonder if they're going to pick here.
Right, that's interesting.
For Green Bay,
maybe.
Well,
it'll be
Broncos
interesting.
are on his list of like his wanted teams, so maybe.
Could I, Andy? Could I just give my quick 30-second spiel on J.C. Horn?
Everything. Give me everything, because I was about to ask you where he ranks on your big board and all that stuff. You're my guy with this stuff.
J.C. Horn was my number 2 corner, but I'm not shocked that he was picked first because this guy, first of all, he's a South Carolina Gamecock. He plays in a very tough conference. He gets, the best of the best. He's 6'1", 205, big and physical, plenty of speed and great instincts as a corner. Not to mention he's a 3-year starter. He comes from an NFL bloodline as well that's had a lot of success. I think one area of concern is, he needs more confidence coming off of coverage. This is your ideal press man corner. He has excellent short area quickness, and people are comparing him to Jimmy Smith from the NFL. We're talking about the good Jimmy Smith, like the first 4 to 5 year Jimmy Smith, and I think he could potentially be better. Obviously, I like this guy a lot. He's big, he's tall. There was rumors that the Giants organization loved J.C. Horn. Personally, I didn't want him at 11 as good as he is, but I'm really glad he has a home in Carolina. And not to mention, Carolina has a pretty good defense. I mean, last year they struggled. They lost Luke Kuechly, so I think this is excellent. This is absolutely excellent for the Carolina Panthers. But again, that's the first defensive player off the board. Not the best defensive player on the board, but hey, the draft is full of surprises. We have our first one of the night.
Well, the good thing is for J.C. Horn is that Luke Kuechly's still in the building, so he still mentors those guys. Jeremy Chin is probably one of the most mature young people I've ever met in my entire life.
Southern Illinois Saluki legend, Jeremy Chin. I just
definitely has his stuff together. I'm definitely super excited about that. And they got the Panthers got a good defense going. Now the offense, if Christian McCaffrey can stay healthy, Sam Darnold's their quarterback. So I mean,
let's talk about that real quick. We have to talk about that real quickly before Denver picks. What are the expectations for Darnold in Carolina? I would say the Panthers, I don't want to say stole him from the Jets, but almost. It felt like they didn't really have to give up a lot to get a guy like Sam Darnold, who, if we remember, in his draft class, on a lot of people's big boards, was the number 1 quarterback. What are the Panthers getting in Sam Darnold, Sam Cardona?
He's speechless right now.
You did that on purpose, didn't you, Andy?
Sam, you're muted. You're muted.
I don't think he's sharing that with me because we share a name.
No, I know.
I respect your analysis.
Oh man.
Well, the thing is, okay, with Sam Darnold though, I really think that he literally didn't have time to be a quarterback in New York. Like he just physically didn't, like his offensive line did not give him the time to be better. Like he was just awful and all over the place all the time. It's possible that now they can actually perform. He can actually perform better in Carolina, and I want him to perform better. I really think that Sam Darnold could be a really good quarterback. I really, truly believe that.
Yeah.
And maybe with Matt Rule down there in Carolina, it could be better. Also, I'm really sorry that my mic was muted. I was eating some candy and I didn't want to chew into the mic.
It's okay.
By the way, first of all, let me piggyback off what Sam said. I think he is a good quarterback. Like I was telling you guys before, if he's not on the Jets, they're an 0-16 team easily. Matt Rule's already got a proven record as a good coach. Like we saw what he did at Temple and Baylor. I almost tripped over those two, but they both had rough starts the first years, and he led them both to bowl games. It looks like he's doing the same thing with the Panthers. And from what I saw with them last year, they seem to be a good, fundamentally sound team, and I definitely see them on the up and up. And as I said, the more I think about it, I really like the way I actually think Horn made sense, even if he wasn't the first cornerback I expect them to take.
Ryan, the man of many words. Any thoughts on Sam Darnold and the Panthers? Not expecting you to have anything prepared on this.
Yeah, anybody that's familiar with me on this show, I do not have much analysts, but
certified numbers guy, Ryan Maloney. So Ryan, with that, dude, thank you so much for joining us for the Dolphins pick. I know you and Molly have some stuff to do tonight, so I'll let you go. Shout out to Scooby for joining us as well. Maloney's money line will be making its return to the Brew Party. Look out for that. It's just been tough, we getting the lines the way they come out now.
All the sports that go on right now, we suck at. So
and we're really fucking bad too. So just fade us anyways. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us. The number one.
Thank you for having me.
Fins up, baby.
Hey, best of luck to the Fins. I think they're on the right track.
I'm actually a Bears fan, by the way.
Yeah,
that's why it's funny. He's a Bears fan from Chicago, but when we do our show, he bet on the Dolphins like almost every week of the fucking NFL season. And
they won every week.
They were the best team against the spread in the NFL this last year. So let's let it ride, baby.
I'm taking Dolphins against whoever they're playing week 1 by a million.
Ride with Ryan. I'm fucking doing it. All right, dude. I love you, buddy.
You.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the Denver pick is in. It is Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, I love this pick for Vic Fangio's defense. I love this pick for Vic Fangio's defense.
I was gonna say, after they just drafted Horn, is it interesting that Surtain was still on the board and Horn went first before him? So this is. I mean, the fact that he went right after makes a lot of sense. But
wow, guys,
this is going to be insane for Denver's defense.
By the way,
you guys are starting to freak out, aren't you?
That's good.
Yes.
Well, you guys are starting to freak the fuck out.
Well, no.
My hands are shaking.
Who do the Cowboys take now? They're not going wide receiver. Wait. They'd be dumb to take wide receiver. Mm-hmm. I texted multiple Cowboys fans this morning. If they take an offensive player, they have no shot at winning the NFC East in 2021. I mean, look, Patrick Surtain is outstanding pick for the Denver Broncos. I mean, what he brings to the table is absolutely insane. He played at Alabama. He's the best corner in this draft at press coverage. His father was a Pro Bowl cornerback. He is the next Marlon Humphrey, in my opinion. That's my NFL comparison for Patrick Surtain. My only concern with him is he could struggle against smaller, quicker pass catchers. But really, really great pick. It does have me a little bit nervous, but Dallas will not. They will not be going offense at number 10 unless it's Rashawn Slater.
No. Tone, what do you think about this pick?
I actually like the Surtain pick. Like you mentioned earlier, I produced the Man-to-Man pod with two guys that played safe secondary.
Yeah, secondary, right?
And they had Surtain as their first guy. They did like J.C. Horn as well, but they were in love with Surtain. So I think that's a great pick for the Broncos. You saying that he may struggle against smaller, quicker receivers, I mean, that's a little bit of a concern when you play in a division with Tyreek Hill, but I think that's at everybody's disadvantage. So
that's a great point.
That's everybody. So I don't think it really matters.
I'm gonna trust the two guys that played the position in the NFL for sure that you work with, man. Quickly, let's let you plug all your stuff and I'll get you out of here, dude. I thank you so much for joining us, dude. I loved having you on for the Lions pick. I know you
Thanks
said
for inviting me.
Anytime, dude. We got to get you on the Brew Party as well. Check out Off the Rails and with Tone and Gems, and then let's plug everything else you work on.
Yeah, so I have a podcast network. It's called the Iron Ostrich Network. You can follow that at Iron Ostrich HQ. Off the Rails pod is off the rails @_pod. And then I produce the Man to Man pod, which you can find at the Man to Man pod everywhere. And then look for it soon. I'm also producing a new podcast coming out with DeQuell Jackson. So
dude.
So look forward to that coming probably by the end of May. So
Tone has got all the NFL players starting the podcast. Thank you so much for joining us. Go Penei Sewell. I want to say go Lions, but I'm not going to say it.
I don't blame you.
Go Andy, Lions. I'll say it for you. Go Lions for you.
Go Lions. Hey, we'll be in touch, man. Again, thank you so much for doing this. I really, really appreciate it.
Lions. Yeah, thanks for having me, man. Anytime you need me for anything, let me know.
I got you. I will hit you up. Ladies and gentlemen, Tone Gordon. All right, we're back to just
guys. I'm freaking out.
Sam's freaking out. Tell us what's going on. What's going on?
The fact that this literally is like this draft is nothing at all what I expected it to be.
That's why it's the best.
Recognizing every single name, and they are not affiliated with any of the teams I expected them to be. So, but this is the best thing that could have happened. This is what I was talking about. This chaotic nature that is the NFL is it's fueling my veins right now, and I'm living for it. And I just want to say too, they keep cutting to Mac Jones. And it's so funny because he keeps making these stank faces, and it's hilarious. And I'm living for it. I need them to keep cutting to Mac Jones.
That's what you get for getting a DUI. I'm just kidding. That's not why. I'm not bringing that up.
But that's important though. That could be like his character. And like, yes, it was 4 years ago, but the fact
he
that
was
went
a
out
kid.
and drank
He was
and drive,
not a kid, but I think he was like a freshman in college, maybe. And like we all know, we did stupid shit.
Right.
There was a trade.
What is it?
Hold on. There's a trade.
Whoa! What?
Philly?
Philly just traded. Oh no, they're gonna draft Smith.
Look at this.
Okay, hold on. Chris Wilson,
God.
you're here.
Oh my
I
God.
am. So I
Sam,
already
did
saw
you
this
catch Jordy yet?
I already saw this possibly happening at 12 if he kept on falling, but there's no reason Philly moves up unless they're getting Devonta Smith. We haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver since 2014. It only makes sense to go get the most baller receiver with all the nice decorations in the cabinet to bring him to Philly to try and revamp this receiving core with a new head coach and with a new quarterback under center. It only makes sense. Smith is coming to Philly, baby.
Oh,
And then you have no draft capital for the rest of the draft and finish in last place. Congratulations.
You know, hey, things happen. No Petto's going to be perfect.
Oh
Tom's upset.
But I am interested to see that. I haven't.
I'm just teasing you. That's actually an excellent
Anybody
trade.
look at Hank right
That's an excellent trade.
I'm not gonna lie. I was freaking out, hyperventilating.
Sorry,
I'm
okay. Don't worry, Sam. Don't worry. I'm okay.
I'm this is blowing my mind.
There's just so much gasping that when Andy made the DUI comment, me, Hank, and Tom all had the same exact look on our face. Just to help bring it all full circle, you know. So
no, Chris, we're just teasing you, man. That's actually an excellent. I'm just shocked.
I hope somebody screenshots that at some point.
I'm just shocked it's with the Cowboys.
I'm just glad that. I'm just glad at some point that we're actually just making a move for something that makes sense. Last year, we take Jalen Reagor with our first round pick instead of Justin Jefferson, and you go and see what Justin Jefferson did for Minnesota. So it's nice, hopefully, that Philly's going to make the right decision and not, completely screw it up right here. Because, I mean, we were talking Howie Roseman.
Chris, what if I were to play devil's advocate?
Oh, let's do it.
What if at this point the Eagles took Field? What would your reaction?
I knew you were going to say this. So I've talked to a lot of Eagles fans. No, it's okay. You know what? It's okay, Hank. I love it. So Justin Fields, would not love that. Just because I feel like by picking up Joe Flacco in the offseason, you already have your entrenched veteran that's going to sit behind Jalen Hurts, who's already shown that he can be very productive in that offense. Granted, it was a Doug Peterson offense, but Nick Sirianni did not take this job without knowing what he was getting into. So at the end of the day, I don't think the Justin Fields pick would make sense. I think Philadelphia would erupt, possibly see Super Bowl levels of things burning down. I don't think it would be really good at all for Philly fans or Philadelphia as a whole.
I just want to say really quick.
I just wanted to see. No,
you're good. I just don't want to see Philly burn to the ground tonight.
Right. No, absolutely.
I just want to say really quick that our close Eagles friend Jordan, Sporty Jordy, just tried to FaceTime me, and I had to tell her that I absolutely cannot FaceTime right now.
Do it.
Okay, all right.
Of course, Andy wants, but Chris, while they're doing that, I just want to say Devontae Smith is the best route runner in this draft. I think you guys got to steal. Great feet,
Jordan
great
Arard Coupe.
Especially with the 1,800 plus yards, 23 touchdowns, the great route running, great speed.
Yeah,
the guy has it all. And I know a lot of people had question marks about his size, but we've seen a lot of smaller style receivers be able to find a lot of success recently in the NFL. So looks like we star 6 overall. They're just talking about. I was hoping they were going to have the details for the actual trade here. But
okay, I have them.
Very active.
I have them. So it's the Eagles get the Eagles get the 10th pick. The Cowboys get the 12th pick and a 2021 third round pick.
So Jordan said that she's going to call me back when the pick is in so that we can get her reaction.
Oh, the pick is in. At least
The
that's
pick
what it
is in.
says.
She's gonna
Which,
call
by
me
the
in a
way,
few seconds.
I mean, the only concern with Smith is his bone thin weight. You know, I think he's going to
Mhm.
struggle against bigger corners in the league, but I think he'll dominate most. I mean, I view him mostly as like a Marvin Harrison type of player.
Right.
Like, not saying he will be Marvin Harrison, but I'm saying he has similar traits to Harrison that could definitely translate to the NFL. And, you know, I think the weight is the only reason why he's fallen this far.
Well, wasn't that
you
the
know.
argument? It's like you can't take a slot receiver in the top 10. But I heard like if you look what he did at Alabama, they moved him around a lot. He played in the slot, he did play outside, and he beat the defense either way he was there. And I think you just put him in the right situation, and I think he's going to flourish. I think he's going to be really good. This is a great pick for the Eagles, man.
The commissioner's walking out.
Oh, Roger's making the strut.
He's making the
I'm
stride.
going to take my headphones out because I'm behind. So
Okay.
Yeah, I may or may not scream a little. I apologize in advance.
I also just want to say real quick, the fact that they keep putting one fan in his lazy boy on the stage is hilarious.
It is.
Oh my God, here it comes.
Oh, come on, Philly.
My heart's beating so fast.
watch it not be Smith.
It's Smith. It's Smith.
Yes. Get it.
Let's go, Chris. Let's go, Chris.
About time. We're finally going to have a receiver that can catch. Oh, my God. Remember when we spent a first rounder on that one guy? What was his name? Nelson Aguilar, who couldn't catch a ball to save his life?
We were so close to getting an Alabama wide receiver, and now we have neither of them.
It's because Philly knew the Giants were going to do it.
Yes.
Thomas, I'm upset.
Why are you upset? At me?
Dude, Hank is so fucking down bad right now.
I wasn't expecting them to trade up.
I literally, we were this close to getting an Alabama wide receiver, and now we have neither of them.
God damn it, I was hoping we would get him. Oh, my French. Sorry. I didn't mean to, I don't mean to be showing myself like this. I can't.
I love it.
Look,
this is insane.
I love it for Philadelphia. The Eagles are my least favorite team in the league, but this is an outstanding pick for them. I'm just shocked it was a trade with the Cowboys out of all teams.
Yeah.
I think you don't
that really
see
surprises
trades
me too.
happen within divisions. You know what I'm saying?
I
But
will
now,
say this, Chris. Congrats, man. You got to
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Last time we made a trade with Dallas in the draft, it's been almost 15 years since that has happened.
Wow.
2006.
Did Sirianni challenge Jerry Jones to a game of rock, paper, scissors? Winner gets this trade completed.
I would not doubt it if it came from not only him, but that Jerry Jones was so up for it that he said that he could see diamonds in his dreams or some crazy stuff like that. So, who knows, man?
So the Jalen Hurts thing, I want to ask you about that. What were your thoughts about him kind of refusing to name Jalen the number one QB?
I mean, as a new head coach coming in, you never want to go and fully commit to a player or a position until you've been able to fully evaluate. And I'm talking as far as training camp, everything, because even though he was able to start, a small number of games at the end of last season, that doesn't guarantee him anything going forward. However, not taking Justin Fields here with this pick, I think should help put into his mind that he's definitely going to be looked at heavily as the starter going forward, because we all know it's not Flacco. All right. Joe needs to retire. He needs to just go right off into the sunset and, call it a career, but he's there to be that veteran presence, whether he wants to or not.
Right. And now with the Giants on the clock, I mean, it's either Parsons or Slater, right? I mean, it could be Parsons. It could be Pay. It could be Ojulari, but we do know one thing. In my opinion, it's definitely defense at this point because all your top three receivers are off the board. Dave Gettleman mentioned if all three receivers are off the board, it's going to be an edge. Sam, I think you're muted again.
I think she's muted, but I think she's on the phone.
Oh, okay. Sam's probably on the phone, but she's talking into the mic like she's on. But
no, I'm so sorry. I was talking to Jordan. That was her just screaming at me over FaceTime. So
what'd she say? Give us a summary.
She just said she was tearing up. She was almost crying, and that she thinks the Giants are now going to draft Rashawn Slater.
We traded the pick. We traded down. We traded to the Bears. Oh my god!
Holy fuck! We're thinking
no! Mac Jones.
No!
The Bears are going for Mac Jones.
Oh my god!
No, Kevin, this is a good thing. This is a good thing because we trade down to get an edge because all receivers
Andy,
are off the board.
check your pulse. Check your
Andy.
pulse.
So now we're
Breathe.
We're 19th. No. What are the
I'm
Bears?
sorry. I need another beer. Let me run
Hold
right back
on.
to the beer.
Oh my!
Alex Wilson from Fireside Giants. God help me, I'm gonna lose my mind. LPG just started a live video on Instagram. Oh, hold on. Time out. Sam, Hank, we gained draft capital from this trade now where we could address the offensive line, get a second or third round receiver where we're not reaching for an edge. This is a win for the Giants. The Eagles
I agree.
Won up. We just won up the rest of the NFC. Well, not the NFCs, but the NFL, in my opinion, by trading back because now Giants only had 6 picks in this draft, right? All 3 receivers are off the board. You trade back. Now you gain an additional pick or 2 from the Chicago Bears. Outstanding trade by the Giants.
I just saw it on the screen. We got a 5th round pick for this draft and then a 2022 first round pick for next year.
Exactly.
So this is really great, Andy. Thank you so much for giving this to us.
Shit my fucking pants.
I just want to say really quick though. I agree with Tom. I think that this could be really good. I think this could be great.
Oh man.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Sam, but Andy, what did I say at the beginning of the show? The Chicago Bears will trade up to get a quarterback. At pick number 11, the Chicago Bears trade up to get a quarterback, Mac Jones or Justin Fields.
Ooh, who would you prefer, Andy?
I know who it is.
I would take Justin Fields.
I take Fields.
I know who it is. Justin Fields.
They're showing Fields right now.
They're showing him.
Oh my God, the pick is in.
Oh my gosh. Andy, good luck.
I'm going to shit my fucking pants. Where is Caitlin Leaner? Where is she at?
Get her on.
I messaged her.
Oh my God.
Andy,
my goodness.
Andy, that means you have to do the draft reaction video after.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Okay, hold on. I got it.
Get Caitlin in here.
She's not here. I have to do it myself. She had to go.
Wow.
She had a hair appointment. I told her she'd be back on time, but apparently not. So the pick is in. I'm streaming the draft, so I'm a little behind, but
I'm a little behind too. So I'm going to take my headphones out again.
Let me just explain. I agree with Tom too. I had to get over my shock a little bit and get a bit of liquor to calm down, but I'm all good.
How do you get mad at this? Because you were going to take Ojulari.
I'm not mad.
We are taking Ojulari at pick number 20. It's happening.
I like Ojulari. I like Ojulari.
Man,
Sam, I'm still in the mix here with my bold prediction.
Guys, how mad is Andy Dalton right now?
Tom,
Andy Dalton is steaming. Oh my God, here he comes. Goodell's coming out, Andy.
I'm fucking
the Goodell strut.
Oh,
I thought this was gonna be easy. I thought we were gonna take a fucking offensive lineman at 20. It was gonna be a boring pick like Tone.
Not this year.
Oh,
Andy,
fuck.
Okay, here comes Roger. He's here.
Preview and preview sports. This is
Here
my
it is.
video right here. My reaction. We're live on the Brew Party. Fucking shit. He's at the podium. Check the shirt. Sell the team. I'm gonna show that on stream. Sell the team. Oh my God, guys. I'm not supposed to be freaking out before you guys were.
Yeah, I know.
This is the first time Dave Gettleman's ever traded down in a draft as a GM.
Yeah, that is correct.
Damn it, Tom! You beat me to the fun fact, but yes,
Now Goodell's doing all this. Goodell's doing all this talking now.
Dave Gettleman has never traded down before.
Oh no!
Here it comes. Mac
Oh my
Jones.
God!
Here it
Oh
comes.
wait, no, I thought it was something else. Never mind.
Mac Jones.
What is Goodell saying? Put the
Fucking
pick in.
say it!
He's reading literally all the picks that the Giants acquired.
All this pandemic draftathon stuff just to add to the
Shit's gonna
suspense.
run out.
Oh my God!
I know who it is.
Say the pick.
Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022.
He's having someone announce it. Carlos Nelson. Oh, Carlos Nelson is going to announce it. So here we go.
Just fucking say the pick.
Well, how exciting is this?
Andy,
All right, here we go.
happy.
Here we go.
The 2021 NFL Draft, my Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
Let's go! Let's go! All right!
Oh my God,
I'm okay with it. I just spilled my beer.
Oh my god!
Let's go Bears! Justin Fields!
Insane.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Spell the team. Spell the organization.
Who?
God damn it!
Huh?
Who? The Giants?
The Bears.
The Bears.
They set them up for disaster. They have no offensive line.
Dude,
Did
Andy
Andy
just
just
dropped
leave?
from. Andy just dropped from.
Andy
just left.
Andy is fuming.
I think he's recording his reaction.
So I just want to say this about Justin Fields, guys. He has an excellent arm and insane athleticism. I mean, we saw what he did. I think this is a younger version of Dak Prescott who has more speed. I think he never lost a Big Ten game as a starter. The only issues I have with Fields as a prospect, which is why I had him fourth on my quarterback board, which is where he happened to go, he has really bad eye manipulation against defensive backs, and he's very average against the blitz, where he struggles to move and gravitate in a pocket. That's the issue I have with Justin Fields. But this is the right spot for him, and those issues are the reason why Justin Fields has fallen out of the top 10 of this draft, where people regarded him as the number 2 pick guaranteed heading into the 2020 college football season. And now he's sitting here at number 11 for those issues and those reasons. So I don't know. What do you guys think about this pick for the Bears?
So now, like, I'm trying to think this through just in terms of the Bears, Matt Nagy. Who's going to start? Is Andy Dalton going to start for the Chicago Bears, or are they going to put Fields in? I think that what's going to happen is that Dalton is going to play one game, and they're going to be like, yeah, no, this is not going to be good, and then they're going to put Fields in, and it's going to be like a Tyrod Taylor, Justin Herbert situation, like where they're going to pull out the vet and put in the new guy, and he's going to explode, and then the vet's not going to see the field.
Right. That's a good point. I mean, I definitely agree with you.
Sorry, let me lower the volume before I make my point.
Okay.
Chris, I kind of want your opinion on this. What do you think?
I mean, you're looking at the fact that one of you had brought up the fact that the Bears don't have much of an offensive line, so really you're kind of throwing him to the fire in a way here. I agree that this is the right place for him to go in sense of where he's at in the draft being selected, but beyond that, I don't think he's going into a good situation. Andy probably will get the start to start out with, but again, I agree with Sam that Andy's he's not going to look all that great starting out because that's some busted tires you got right there. Right. So Justin Fields steps in, but then he ends up just being, again, lamb for the slaughter. So, I mean, if he had a better offensive line, I'd feel better about it. He is a shifty kind of guy. He does move fast. It's just he's not real great, like you said, against the blitz at all. Yeah. And I think that's going to end up being his downfall because with a weak offensive line, you bring enough pressure, that's going to be the end of it.
And the Bears just got fleeced by the Giants, by the way. I love this trade. Yeah. Chris Guzzo, the entertainer, just tweeted it. He loves this trade because now the Giants can double up on day 2, where we're going to fill out all our needs. We could replace Kevin Zeitler, we could replace Dalvin Tomlinson, we can get our edge rusher by the end of tomorrow night, and that's concerning for the rest of the NFC East because the Giants, I think personally, are good at wide receiver. You could have gotten another, but they really like Darius Slayton, they really like Sterling Shepard, they have John Ross, they have Kenny Golladay, they added Kyle Rudolph. And now the Giants are in a position where later tonight, folks, which now it builds more suspense, the Giants go ahead and say, hey, I'm okay with taking Kwity Paye or Azeez Ojulari or Jalen Phillips at number, what pick did the Bears have? 20? They had 20, something like that. Mm-hmm. So overall,
20 or 23.
I got to tell you, this is really good stuff for the NFC East tonight. I mean, I like the pick the Cowboys made. I like the pick the Eagles made a lot. Yeah. And I mean, I think the Eagles have had the best night so far outside of maybe Atlanta getting Pitts. But right now, I think the Eagles have had the best pick so far through the first 11 picks. And the Cowboys pick is in. They're about to pick at number 12.
So before the Cowboys pick gets announced, I just want to say, I think I pretty much agree for the most part. I think the Bears definitely did the right thing by taking Justin Fields. I think he can succeed. That being said, their offensive line might give him a bit of problems. It depends on how the Bears really take care of him. You know what I'm saying? However, with regards to the Giants, that's a dub. That's a huge dub.
Absolutely. Now,
I think Tom just said it best. You can pretty much fill a lot of needs in that second round. And, Tom, I think the second round is probably I think we knew the second round was probably going to be the area where the Giants were going to draft no linemen, no?
Andy's back. I definitely
back.
agree.
That was
definitely
a
agree.
hell of a fucking string of events there.
But back to Andy.
I have the video. It cut off. I had to get it. Make sure I had because it took too long, and I was recording it on Snapchat. I should have been recording it on my actual camera. Recorded it on Snapchat. Got the first half. It cut off. I got the part where they actually fucking announced the pick. I spilled my beer and I broke my ring light. So what a fucking event for the Bears' first pick.
What a progression.
Justin Fields, welcome to Chicago. I kind of half heard what you guys were talking about. So yes, offensive line. We don't fucking have one. He can move though. I like that, Tom. I know your questions were with his accuracy coming into this. I think that definitely is an issue, but I love this pick. I'm not trying to throw any shade on Mac Jones because he had an incredible year for Alabama. Me personally, I like a guy that can do more than just stay in the pocket. I'm not going to Nick Foles. Sorry, Chris, but
he has been very good outside of Philadelphia. So
exactly,
this has to be Parsons or Slater.
Okay, so we have the Cowboys pick here. I apologize that I dropped out there for a second, guys.
Andy, did you send me the video, by the way?
I will in just a second.
No, this has to be Slater. They have too much strength at inside linebacker, I feel like, right now.
With Smith and Van Der Esch. I mean,
yeah.
Van Der Esch is okay. Isn't he entering a contract year? Or is this
I believe
year
so.
3?
It's year 3 or contract. I can't remember.
It's got to be Rashawn Slater. Because that line is getting old. It's either him or Parsons.
Especially after the kind of year Zeke had.
Yeah.
You got to try and shore up that line.
You need good blocking for him.
Michael Parsons.
Yeah, that's a good pick for them.
There it is.
Look, they had to go defense. The thing is, from an NFC East fan, in my opinion, the winner of this division in 2021 will either be the Giants or the Cowboys, because whoever improves more, the Giants offense or the Cowboys defense, will be the team that has the upper hand. Now, I do think Washington is the best team on paper right now, but history tells us that teams don't win this division in back-to-back years. So that's my thinking with that. But Micah Parsons, I love him a lot. This is a guy who, quite frankly, is the best defensive player in this draft. Outstanding speed. He can beat blocks with hands and quickness. He's also a sideline-to-sideline guy who can cover tight ends. NFC East has some pretty good tight ends in Logan Thomas, Zach Ertz, Dallas Goedert, Evan Ingram, and now Kyle Rudolph. Parsons in 2019 had 5 sacks, 109 tackles. He opted out last year, and there are some character concerns, but Jerry Jones doesn't shy away from that, as you see what he's done in the past with Alden Smith and Randy Gregory. And my NFL comparison for Micah Parsons is Miles Jack.
Love it. All right, so Chris, I know you said you got to get out of here in just a second, so let's plug everything PCN, final score, all that good stuff. Let us know what you got going on.
Oh, yeah, all kinds of stuff going on. You can find us on all social media outlets at PCN Final Score, and you can also find us on anywhere you listen to podcasts by searching keyword Final Score, one word, and hitting that subscribe and like and follow button, as well as our great parent network, Podcast City Network, which has over 20 different podcasts. You can find all those at podcastcity.net. Be creative, be independent, be yourself.
Love it.
Alrighty, sounds good. I just dropped you a follow, man.
Oh, you the man. Appreciate that.
Philadelphia Eagles take Devonta Smith. Chris Wilson is very happy for the future in Philly. Thank you so much for joining us, man. I really, really appreciate it. Looking forward to more collaborations with you and Craig over there sometime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me on, man.
Absolutely. Anytime, man. Good luck the rest of this draft weekend.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Chris.
you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Holy fuck.
Guys.
Nick likes the Parsons pick. Nick Lombardi.
I would love the Parsons pick if I'm Dallas.
I was just texting him on the side. He loves it.
Dallas just outdid Philadelphia. They traded down to get Micah at 12. I mean, in my opinion, the Cowboys and the Eagles have both helped themselves out right now a lot, which is concerning for the Giants, who have dropped to number 20. So our good buddy from Scotland, David Yates, is going to be up a little later past the 2 a.m. hour on the other side of the pond doing our draft reaction video. So,
all right, I think now might be the time. I don't know if he's on. Let me check with Cruz. He should be on soon because the Patriots are pretty close.
Yeah, we have LAC. We have the Chargers now. We'll talk about the Chargers. Then we have a guest for the Vikings that I'll bring on here in just a second. and then we will bring on Ben Cruz for the Patriots. Also, before we do that, holy shit, Caitlin Leaner, Bear Down Girl podcast.
Hey,
What the hell just happened, Caitlin?
The greatest thing just happened because this is what I've been wanting. I didn't know if Ryan Pace had it in him. I was worried because, after being through the trauma that is Mitchell Trubisky, I didn't know if he'd actually take the right quarterback. So finally, he made a great decision. So I'm the happiest Bears fan right now.
Let's go. I don't know if you saw my reaction, but I just freaked out. I had to jump off the stream. I broke my ring light. I spilled my beer, but let's go. It's not Mac Jones. It's Justin Fields. Really, really happy. Were you thinking quarterback this whole time going up to the draft, or was there any smoke for you around offensive lineman or receiver?
I figure, knowing Ryan Pace's history, that he was going to try to make some moves. Now it's going to be whether or not a team was going to be willing to want to trade with him and whether that was going to work for him. But just knowing Ryan Pace, he's always trading up in the draft. So I figured it was going to happen, and knowing how desperate they are even more this year. And knowing him, who cares if he said Andy Dalton's a starting quarterback? He said that about Mike Glennon, and then they drafted Mitchell Trubisky. So I didn't buy any of that. So sorry, Andy Dalton, but I don't think you're starting. I was worried because with Mac still available, I was worried that, knowing Ryan Pace, he would go for that guy. But I was like, Justin Fields obviously is the better quarterback. I was getting flashbacks. It's like Mitchell Trubisky versus Deshaun Watson. In 2017, I wanted them to take Deshaun Watson. No, I mean, it was really, even though everybody talked about Patrick Mahomes, to me, Mitchell Trubisky and Deshaun Watson was more the which one in 2017. And so I figured, and then looking at it now, I was like, oh no, it's like that again. So it's like, they better make the right decision this time. And I think they did.
This whole thing is just crazy. But I just want to say, as a Giants fan, I'm thrilled that this is what went down here. That we were able to get these picks from you guys. I'm really stoked about it. Tom was going into it earlier, all the things that we can now fill in, not having to worry about getting a receiver or something like that. But this is really crazy. And Andy, I was a little worried about you there for a second when you just hopped off. I was like, oh my God, I hope that he's like not dead or something.
No, I was fine. It was just like I banged on my desk, so my beer spilled, and then when I got up to fix it, I knocked my ring light over, and it just like snapped off the thing. So I'm like, awesome. So I'm like off the stream, like trying to fix that. I can hear you guys talking, and I'm like trying to yell at my fucking microphone, like God, like my thoughts. But Caitlin, I'm sorry if I was I messaged her in all caps and said, yo, the Bears are on the clock. Like I was like, what? Because it was in my mind that we would trade up, but didn't really know if we would do it. So Caitlin, where do we go round two? Do we go O-lineman and receiver next?
Well, just real quick about that. I saw your message, but it took me a couple minutes because I was too busy jumping up and screaming.
Yes, I'm glad. And
so I was just so like, we got to get quarterback first. So now I'm thinking offensive lineman, because I figured if we were going to end up having to keep the 20th pick, I figured that would be the pick they'd want to go with anyway, an offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. So especially offensive tackle, because Leno and Affetti are not here for the future. I would think past this season they're not going to be here.
I was hoping this season they wouldn't be here.
I know, but yeah, we're kind of, have to settle for them. But I figured that might be what they should do. But also knowing Ryan Pace, he tends to just go with best available. So it could really be anybody. But we'll see. But to me, I would think offensive lineman, but knowing his history, he could end up just taking a wide receiver.
So with this pick, does this lengthen Pace and Najee's leash with the front office? Do you think they get a little bit more time now?
I think that's probably what they're aiming for. I don't know. They're doing whatever they can to save their jobs, but Ryan Pace is going to be like, hey, come on, we need a couple years to help with his quarterback. So hopefully, it can work out right away so they don't have to worry about their jobs and have to argue that. We'll have to wait and see. But I figured this is going to be their angle, and knowing the front office of the Bears and how conservative they can be, they might buy into it. So
believe the pick is in.
The pick is in for the Chargers. We'll get that here in just a second. Caitlin, you always one of my favorites to talk to on a podcast, especially about the Bears and just our love for Mitchell Trubisky. We need an ode to him to say goodbye. How do we properly say goodbye to Mitch?
Man, I am the president of the Mitchell Trubisky fan club. Everybody knows. So it was tough. Once he got benched in the season, I kind of knew the writing was on the wall. I had to move on. I will, still be low key watching what he's doing in Buffalo, see if we'll see the field at all, but I doubt it. Congrats to him. He's getting married soon, so I guess congratulations to him. So, yeah.
Unfortunate for you. Yeah.
I guess.
I guess I'm okay with it. Whatever. You guys are happy.
Wait, Andy, I got a little fun fact. Wasn't Mitch Trubisky one of the only quarterbacks to have like a certain amount of passes without throwing a pick six since the merger?
Yes.
I don't know if
like the only one. What?
Yeah, he was the only one.
Caitlin, you know this stat. Come on, I know you know this. What did he?
And that's not something that I'm like just pulling out of my ass. That was like something.
I think he's the only quarterback to.
Heard this.
I think he's the only quarterback to start X amount of games without throwing a pick six. I don't know exactly what it was.
I want to say it was like 3 or 4 seasons, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I would buy that because for him, his problem was. It's not like he would throw a lot of interceptions. It's just like his accuracy, either overthrowing or underthrowing a guy. He wasn't always on point.
Here he comes.
Caitlin, how big of a slap in the face was it when we saw the fucking Saints run our play the next week in the playoffs?
I actually thought it was hilarious because I'm sure Nat was at home thinking like, oh,
what the fuck?
See, I'm the genius. See, everybody's watching me.
The Chargers pick is in. They just took Rashawn Slater.
Good pick for them. Tom, what do you think about this pick? Rashawn Slater goes to the Chargers. Tom, can you hear me? You're muted. Tom, you're muted. Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, I was muted. I knew all along the Chargers would take Rashawn Slater because this guy was the second best offensive lineman in this draft. He's 6'4", 304, a senior out of Northwestern, 3-year starter who played both left tackle and right tackle. He's most notorious for his reps against Chase Young in college. Slightly undersized as a tackle, he could potentially shift into guard if that is a concern because the Chargers also addressed offensive line in free agency. They got Corey Linsley from the Packers and then Matt Filer from the Pittsburgh Steelers. So my biggest concerns with Slater, his bend ability isn't great. I mean, it's actually better than what's made out to be by some of these reporters and analysts, but he has good quickness and balance. He's kind of like a Jonah Williams type of player to me. He knows how to recover too when he's beat by defensive linemen. So in my opinion, I think Rashawn Slater is an excellent pick for the Chargers, but yes, it won't help them beat the Chiefs. His undersized arms are a concern too, but I love the pick for the Chargers. Love it.
I just want to say, as Tom was saying he was undersized, I was just thinking in my mind how large of a person he is. So this guy is huge. Maybe he's undersized for a tackle or whatever. I don't know what Tom said, like what he's undersized for, but he's still a huge human being. And it said that in his career, he's only allowed 5 sacks. And I think that that's important for this Chargers offensive line because like I said about Joe Burrow, which they didn't deal with at their 5th pick, but we need to protect Justin Herbert at all costs.
I mean, I want you guys to think about the quarterbacks that he was playing with at Northwestern his past 2 or 3 years, because it was a rotation almost. They were not a good football team 2-3 years ago. And just to have that mainstay, the fact that Pat Fitzgerald is still building that program, as much as it fucking hurts me to say this, it's the best football program in Illinois right now, Northwestern. I mean, good for Northwestern, good for Rashawn Slater, and I mean, good for the Chargers for him falling to them. I feel like he is just a great talent. I mean, Sam
and protect a good young quarterback in
Justin Herbert. You know what? He won't drop into pass protection when they're trying to run a QB sneak from the 2-yard line. Yep. Caitlin, I mean, I might just keep this comment up from Kevin Xavier like the rest of the night. Mitch was a great quarterback. Don't care what anybody says about him. Caitlin, what is kind of your reaction to this pick for the Chargers here? Did you, because I know Slater was a guy that potentially was linked to the Bears.
I think Darisaw.
Yeah, I'm happy for Justin Herbert getting some protection. Unlike Joe Burrow, he's sitting at home like, hey, when am I going to get protected? So happy for a young guy getting some protection.
Yeah.
I didn't honestly know where the Chargers were going to go. You just never know.
Did the Jets just trade up?
Yeah, they did.
The Vikings just traded their pick to the Jets. What's the?
Whoa.
Well, they already got a quarterback, so we know that's not happening.
Yep.
Could you imagine if they just drafted another quarterback?
That would be so Jets.
That would be so Jets.
That's so Jets.
They draft Mac Jones just so the Patriots can't have him.
Okay, so I'm actually going to bring on our Vikings fan here then real quick because he was supposed to join us for the Vikings pick, but let's get his thoughts on this trade. So from The Amazing Race, from Naked and Afraid, with Sharks, it's Alex Menard. Menard joins the Big Blue Brew Party, Who Talks Sports NFL Draft Show. Alex, dude, it's been a while since I talked to you. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
We're great, dude. Thank you so much for joining us. So your Vikings actually just traded down, it looks like.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think about that?
What did we get from the Jets?
They're not showing it on ESPN yet, so I have no idea. But was there anybody you had in mind you really wanted in this first round?
Yeah, Mac Jones.
Oh shit,
Kirk Cousins, man. He's a decent quarterback, but he can't do shit under pressure.
Okay. What do you guys? Well, I want to get the thoughts from the group on that. Mac Jones to the Vikings.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I was actually wondering about the Vikings because I'm like, they can't be like committed to Kirk Cousins. So I was like, they might be, but I guess no.
The Jets pick is already
the whole time that Kurt's our man, and I don't know why. He's not a bad quarterback, but he's not fantastic. He hasn't really done much to improve our schedules in the last several years. Like, why not get a rookie quarterback to at least go underneath them? And that's a good rookie quarterback. And then start getting some O-line. We'd be set.
Tom, what are your thoughts on this trade here?
It's a little confusing to me because I don't know who the Jets could possibly want to trade up and get here at number, what are we at, 14? Only?
Yeah.
So
what is going on here? Like
Caitlin and Mark, right?
Alex.
Sorry. I don't know what the Vikings are doing trading back here to 23 because I really think they need to. I mean, you guys know this as NFC North fans. They need to address their line. They've had one of the worst lines in the league over the last couple of years. So I think this could be for Owusu Karamoa, potentially. This could be for an offensive lineman like a Darisaw for the Jets if they want to help protect Zach Wilson. So I just personally don't know. It's not about the Jets trading up for me. I mean, I get it. For me, because the Jets have a plethora of draft picks, for me, it's more about the Vikings trading down. I mean, you guys mentioned Mac Jones. Like, what the heck could they do at number 23? Could they get an edge like a Jalen Phillips? I mean, I'm a little confused by this trade.
The last several drafts with the Vikings it's always so confusing. Like, I'm so frustrated right now because we just got the 23rd pick. Like, why? Like, we had the 14th pick. Obviously, we could have got a decent somebody. Elijah's still up there. We could have got Elijah to help protect Kirk Cousins. But the way that the Vikings have drafted the last several years I've thrown my phone at the wall several times. Like, I just don't get it.
I don't even know what to say, dude. Like, did not see this coming like at all. And the Jets pick is already in, so they have to have somebody that they were in on. Like, if you're the Vikings, let's go over this real quick. So you're going offensive line, right? Do you try to address the needs on the defensive line as well? I mean, I know that wasn't great. You add to the secondary, but who's there at 23? I'm lost for words right now, guys.
I just don't get it because like if I was a Vikings fan, I would not be like okay with still going with Kirk Cousins. I feel like if you still had Mac Jones on the board, I honestly don't get it.
I like Kirk Cousins. I think he's one of the better quarterbacks in the league, in my opinion. I mean, I really, really like Kirk Cousins. He's been very consistent throughout the years. I think they have to.
He's okay. I'm going to
block
interrupt
for him in front.
He's been consistent.
I'm sorry, I like
but when
him.
it comes down to like fourth quarter in the clutch or whatever, he fails. He's not good under pressure. He does stupid like rookie mistakes. Like we need somebody that's going to be okay under pressure in the pocket or can like go outside the pocket. Like Kirk Cousins can be consistent, but he's also terrible because he cannot win a fucking game when it comes down to the offense having the ball at the end of the game.
I'm going to disagree with you there, only because the
Kirk
Vikings
Cousins-
defense was high school level this past year.
I just want to say Kirk Cousins does very, very well on like Sunday afternoons, but prime time rolls around and
Yeah,
They're just giving him the wrong time slot.
Yeah, like just put him at the 1 p.m. games. He's
boy,
fine.
that I could agree with. That I could agree with.
But that should be a problem. That's the thing.
All right, here, let's see what the Jets say.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's why we're here on the show, right? It's difference of opinion. That's why we have these shows.
I
'cause
love
it's,
it.
You know, it's good sports talk. It's good for the fans to watch. You know, that's
We
why
went
we
with
have these
Vera Tucker
discussions.
here.
Not surprised.
Yeah, to be honest, I
AVK.
had the Vikings taking Elijah Vera Tucker here, and the fact that the Jets traded up to get that guy, I mean, makes a lot of sense. It's there you go, some protection for Zach Wilson.
I agree. I definitely think it's good that you're getting some offensive line help now. You've got Becton, who a lot of Jet fans liked, and getting another guy to protect the young quarterback. I mean, so far they're doing a better job building around Zach Wilson than they did Sam Darnold. So I think that's a bit of a start. Where they go the rest of the round, again, it remains to be seen. As I already established earlier on in the show, can you really trust the Jets? I say no to that, obviously.
I have no idea, but I mean, they must have liked the guy. This is Elijah Vera Tucker. He's a guy that's played guard. He's played tackle.
Hold on. This is the number one. This is the number one interior offensive lineman in this draft. I mean, he's a redshirt junior. So, fun fact, he blocked. I mean, he was a scout team guy when Sam Darnold his last year at USC, because Sam Darnold now has played 3 years in the NFL. So they worked together for 1 year, which is interesting that he's going to the Jets, the team Darnold's no longer with. But he's one of the safest players in this draft class. I think this is a guy the Giants would have liked if they traded it back to around that 15 range. He's also really good with awareness, and he has excellent strength. He's not the most dynamic athlete, but I happen to like him a lot. He can play guard or tackle. So he's a very versatile type of player. And, yeah, he's, the third offensive lineman off the board? I'm a little surprised he's off before Darisaw. I don't know if any of you guys had him ranked above Darisaw. I'd be interested to see that if we have the graphic up. But, yeah, he's a really good player.
By the way, I got a bold prediction
player.
for you guys. I have a weird feeling the Pats are going to take Mac Jones now. I
Oh,
don't know.
absolutely. Oh, 100%.
I think he's gonna. I think Bill's gonna take Mac.
Belichick is fucking
Pick is
working.
already in, and the fact that they didn't have to trade up to get him. This was Bill's plan all along. Somehow he made sure Mac Jones could fall to 15. I don't know how he did it. He's a wizard.
Do we
and
have
he
Ben
did it.
Cruz in waiting on the wings?
We have Ben Cruz waiting.
By the way, I got a trivia question for you guys, and Ben might know the answer to this. Do you know who the last quarterback New England Patriots drafted in the first round was?
Wasn't it in like
fucking
a
idea?
very long time ago?
1993.
Drew Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah, Bledsoe.
Tom got it. It's Drew Bledsoe. Tom's correct.
I was thinking I should have said it quicker.
Sorry,
Tom's
Caitlin.
correct.
You get points, Caitlin.
This is Mac Jones, guys. This is Mac.
Yeah,
Jones.
it is.
It's definitely Mac Jones. So while we're on the Patriots, we're going to bring on our guy. Caitlin, we're going to get you out of here real quick. I'm so excited that you were able to join us for that Bears excitement. I know it was a little late, but it's holy shit. Let's go Bears. Before the season starts, you're coming on the Brew Party, and we're doing a Bears preview. It's happening. You can't say no. So let's plug all of your stuff real quick. Tell us all about the Bear Down Girl podcast.
Sure. So right now I'm dropping every Sunday an episode for the Bear Down Girl podcast. You can find it on iTunes, Spotify, and Podbean. And obviously I'm going to be recapping this amazing Justin Fields pick. So stay tuned for that. And you can follow me at Bear Down Girl Pod on Twitter, and then at Caitlin Leaner, my personal Twitter as well.
Caitlin Leaner, we thank you so much for joining us on this draft special. I'll definitely be hitting you up later on this draft weekend to get your thoughts on the rest of the Bears picks. Let's hope they go well. I did not see this coming, but you know what happens? The Patriots pick is in. We're going to keep you on for the end of it.
Mac Jones. It's Mac Jones.
Knew it.
He looks so smug. I don't like his face. I don't like his face. It bothers me. And now he's a Patriot, and now I don't like him even more.
Oh, my God. Okay, Caitlin, thank you so much. Let's bring on Ben Cruz. Ben.
What's going on?
Patriots.
Hey, Ben.
Mac Jones, your quarterback of the future. What are the instant reaction here, my man?
Well, I really wanted Fields. Obviously, congrats to Andy, your Bears, for getting him. No, I like this. Of course, the Belichick-Saban connection. I knew something was up there. I like it a lot, and we'll see what happens. I mean, Cam and Stidham are, of course, aren't long-term answers, and Jones will be. So I'm happy.
Absolutely, dude. So where do you is he the starter next year? Is Cam Newton the starter for the Patriots? How do you see this competition going?
I think that Jones will probably take a year off to kind of see what the others have in store. I think Stidham for sure won't be starting. I think that Jones will probably be back up to Cam, at least for the time being. And then from there, I mean, we'll see. I mean, who knows with Belichick, as they say. So
this storyline, guys, Nick Saban to Bill Belichick. He's going to be playing for arguably the best two coaches in football history at any level. Alex Menard, you wanted Mac Jones on the Vikings. What are we thinking now he's on the Patriots?
Of course, it's the Patriots. Why wouldn't it be?
I'm so sorry, brother. I'm so sorry, dude. I was hoping this would be an exciting event.
Patriots.
Oh my gosh.
Hank Indictor, what are your thoughts on this pick for the Patriots?
I'm not surprised. Like I told you guys literally right before Ben came on that they're going to take Mac Jones. Like this pick just reeked of them taking him because like you knew the Belichick and Saban connections. Like I don't think obviously I don't see him as highly as the other quarterbacks, but obviously it makes sense because Cam wasn't meant to be like the quarterback forever, and obviously you need to invest a quarterback in the future now that your GOAT's gone. So we'll see how it turns out. I don't think he's as strong as like most of the others, but hey, good luck.
Well, to take into something into consideration, I was thinking about when getting him. Bill loved Jimmy G, and Jimmy G was a quick pocket passer. And they've been saying about Mac Jones, he doesn't have great deep accuracy, but he's more of a quick, short-term type of passer. And I think that there was some type of thought process there with Bill, Saban connection, and a kind of a quick type of passer. I think Bill probably tried to call up to get Jimmy G, and then San Francisco didn't want to budge, so they decided to go out and get Mac.
Yep.
Ben,
go ahead, Tom. Go ahead, Tom.
Ben, I have a question. By the way, great to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Quick question for you. So Mac Jones originally committed to Kentucky before committing to Alabama. Kid out of Jacksonville, Florida. This guy has average size and athleticism. There's a lot of critique on his scouting report that's similar to Tom Brady. Now, I'm not saying that there's a lot, but this guy has above average arm strength, but this guy's a tough kid. He's a winner. Do you think that transition from playing in warmer weather and in domes, playing up in New England will affect his game at all? Or do you think that's going to be somewhat of a seamless transition for him?
I think it's going to be a seamless transition for Mac. I think that at first it's going to probably take him a little bit of time, but I think with a quarterback like him, I think he's been kind of used to. I know he's more used to like the southern weather, but I think he'll get adjusted early on.
All right. No, I definitely agree. I think Mac Jones is that type of quarterback that's, he's a pocket passer, but he can move. He's not like, one of the Manning brothers or Tom Brady. This guy can move when you ask him to. I think he's going to do really good things in New England. I'll be honest with you. The Patriots are right up there with the Bills for the AFC East in 2020. This division is not 100% on paper for Buffalo. They're going to have a lot of issues with the Patriots, especially you guys went out of the ordinary. You spent a lot in free agency in this offseason. You got him 2 good veteran tight ends in Henry and Smith. You brought in guys like Kendrick Bourne and Nelson Aguilar in at wide receiver who hopefully can flourish in Josh McDaniel's system. Not to mention you have a solid backfield in Sony Michel, and I believe you brought James White back as well. So I'm really intrigued to see what that has to hold for Mac Jones. He's surrounded by veterans, and that's exactly what you want for a young quarterback and can learn under Cam Newton as well. So job well done, Ben.
Yep.
I completely agree with what Tom said. I think the Patriots definitely are well set up, and Mac Jones, to be around a guy like Bill Belichick and all that talent, you definitely lucked out. The stars aligned and fell in place. Congrats, Ben. That's all I got to say.
Ben, I want to just took Zaven Collins.
I love that pick for the Cardinals.
That's a good pick.
I love Zaven Collins.
Quickly, Ben, what are your thoughts on the Patriots offseason signings? They made a ton of moves. People said they spent a lot of money. On the other hand, people are saying they're going to save the money signing these players now rather than they would next year when the cap moves up. What did you think about the offseason moves the Patriots made?
Well, it was interesting because Bill had actually a pre-draft conference, and a reporter was asking Bill in terms of his uncharacteristic spending this offseason. And he was saying, well, with Bill's mumbling voice, sometimes we do, spending, sometimes we don't. And this offseason, he thought that the opportunity was there. And he decided to go out and get 2 big needs. I was really shocked with the Hunter Henry move. At first, I loved the Jonnu Smith move, and then I saw Hunter Henry. I'm like, wait, whoa, this is crazy. And then the Kendrick Bourne, I think, is a very slippery, underrated type of player. I don't think they showed a lot of his potential in San Francisco. I think the receiving, I'm not a big N'Keal Harry fan. We've used him quite a bit, and he just doesn't really do much for me. So I think that we could go out, probably get a receiver, maybe the 3rd or 4th round. But I really want to see if we can get a linebacker. Knowing Belichick, he loves to get some defensive guys. So we'll see what they kind of do. But in terms of the offseason, I really like it. And looking forward to seeing what the guys can do come the fall.
Beautiful. Well, Alex, I know I wanted you on here for an instant reaction to the Vikings pick, but I don't want to keep you here just waiting for it. So I'm going to let you go quickly. If you want to plug anything you have now, I'd love for you to do that. Your episode of Naked and Afraid was absolutely incredible. This guy is tougher than anybody in this stream. I'm going to guarantee that right now. Made it in the Amazon by himself. Nothing but a sack of a couple.
Out of machete and paracord.
Machete and paracord. 21 days by himself naked in the fucking Amazon. This guy's a badass. Okay, Alex, thank you so much for joining us. If you want to come back when the Vikings make their pick, you're more than welcome. If not, I understand. But just plug whatever you want to plug right now. Or if you want to bitch about the Vikings and Kirk Cousins, be
I'm
my
over
guest.
the Vikings. I love my Vikings. I will be a diehard Vikings fan, but Jesus Christ. Go follow my fan page on Facebook, Alex Menard Big Al, or follow me on Instagram, Alex T Menard.
Absolutely, dude. I love it. Thank you so much. I'm going to have you back on the Brew Party sometime soon to talk about Naked and Afraid of Sharks, because I still need to pick your brain about that, because I loved watching that too, dude. You're seriously, you're fucking insane. I want you to know that. You're a fucking insane person, but I love it. Alex, thank you so much for joining us on this draft night. I really, really, really hope the Vikings pick goes well for you, my man.
Hopefully. But thanks for having me, guys. See you.
Absolutely. Anytime.
You,
anytime. So now we still have Ben. We're going to keep you around for just a little bit. We have the Raiders on the clock. Newly moved to Las Vegas. My guy, Trey Smith, joins the Brew Party.
What's going on?
Trey,
how's everybody doing?
We're doing great.
Trey, how are you?
Good. I'm doing good. First time on the pod.
First time on the pod, on the live stream. So the Raiders are on the clock. Tell me, who's the fastest guy available, Trey, and how quickly are the Raiders going to pick him?
Definitely Richie Incognito. He's already the fastest, so we don't need anybody else. Yeah.
Oh shit, man.
That laugh, man. That laugh, Andy.
This Koromoa guy though, that's a badass name, like a Raiders name.
Hold on, Tom. Tell Trey a little bit about Koromoa. You would love Koromoa.
Owusu Karamoa, just a little backlog on him. I'm a huge Notre Dame fan, so I think you'd actually like this guy if you do take him. I know he's been linked to the Raiders. He was actually recruited to Notre Dame to play the rover hybrid position. The question with him is he's kind of a confusing prospect where you don't know if he'll play linebacker or safety at the next level. He can play a little bit of both in addition to the slot position. I think he's a zone dropper who can catch up with tight ends in coverage, but he can also be a very explosive blitzer who can dip on their blocks. He did that a lot at Notre Dame. Really good leadership guy, which I think the Raiders could use on their defense. Very fast player. My one concern with Owusu Karamoa is he's not the best at tackling in space, but other than that, this is, in my opinion, outside of Christian Darrisaw, the best prospect remaining on the board, and I think the Raiders should absolutely get him.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be sweet. I was definitely like looking stuff up before this because like I'm kind of like Ryan. If you want to know, I don't have a much analysis on all this, so I was trying to figure out who they were going to take. To be honest with you.
So I have a quote from the one and only Sam Cardona. It says the Raiders defense fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Sam, who do you want them to take here?
I have them taking a safety, Trevon Moehrig. I just think that he could work well with Jonathan Abrams, and that it could just make the defense a little bit stronger. They have to go defense here. It doesn't make any sense for them to focus on their offense right now. So it doesn't have to be a safety, but I think that the defense should definitely be here.
Ben Cruz, do you have any thoughts on the Raiders?
Well, I think that the Raiders with John Gruden, I think that they have to get some type of defense because their defense last year was a little underwhelming. I guess you could say is the best word.
Defense needs a lot of help.
I disagree with that a little bit, and I'm not saying they shouldn't take defense. What I'm saying is they also have issues at line where they can take Darrisaw as well.
You're correct though, because they just took Alex Leatherwood.
Alex Leatherwood.
That's an interesting one. Somebody
You
had
have a
him.
puppy.
Who had him ranked?
Big boy.
Yeah, 312 pounds.
Also, I just want a quick shout out a couple people watching. Nick Barnes from Orange County, New York, really appreciate it. And then John Heffernan, good friend of mine who actually appeared in the movie Draft Day. So thank you very much for
Draft Day,
watching.
Johnny Manziel.
John Heffernan, yep.
Why didn't they go to the dude's birthday? That's a question. Ask him. Trey, so what's your instant reaction to this pick? I know offensive line isn't that sexy, but it kind of feels a need for you guys.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Derek Carr seems like he spends a lot of time deciding. So I mean, now he's got more time. Right?
Oh my gosh.
Speaking of Derek Carr, what are your thoughts on him versus Marcus Mariota? You think Derek Carr's the way to go there?
Dude, I think I mean, I think they're probably gonna have to. I mean, I feel like the only reason Mariota's on the team is because Gruden just likes him, you know.
Right.
And I don't know why. Like,
right.
It's just like
Tom, I love it. Right.
No, he's not wrong.
No, I'm gonna say that sounds like a pick that has Gruden's fingerprints all over it. No.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
You can't
and they
lie.
both have like broken tibias, I guess. Maybe that's the other similarity. You know, they both broke the same bone at the same time. But yeah, I don't know. I think Carr's probably going to be the guy, but for how long, I don't know. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts? You would know better than me.
Absolutely.
I think he'll probably be there for a couple more years. I think that Gruden and Carr. I liked what Mariota did though last year. That one game, he definitely put on a show.
Yeah, he did for sure.
I agree with Ben too.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think he's probably going to be there a few more years. I just don't know if he's still the quarterback that you can rely on going forward. Is my concern.
So Trey, why do Abrams' sleeves look like that? Because that's stupid.
Dude, I don't know why his sleeves look like that, but
the sleeves piss Andy off so
It doesn't look right. You're a safety, not a quarterback.
It doesn't look right.
Wear whatever you want. I don't really care. I just don't like the look.
The Dolphins pick is in.
The Dolphins pick is already in. Trey,
This has to be Darisaw.
we're gonna keep you in for. No, we're gonna keep you in for the flying fish.
I'm gonna have to leave the stream because I got to do my reaction to the Dolphins.
This is either. I mean, this could be edge too. Like this could be Quiddy Pay.
Yeah,
right
I was gonna say I have them taking an edge here.
Yeah,
It would make
I'm
a lot of
intrigued to
sense.
see. I'm intrigued to see what they do because they went Waddle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially since they just got a receiver. Like, let's jump to the opposite side of the ball here.
We're getting close to the Giants again.
Yeah, we sure are.
Giants.
He's getting excited.
2 picks away.
Congrats on Fields, by the way, Andy.
Thank you, Ben. It was not what I was expecting from the first round, to be honest with you, but I'm pretty okay with it. Let's see how this goes. Let's get some protection for him. Let's get some guys in front of him. And honestly, I'm okay with who he has to throw to right now. If we're talking about Allen Robinson, you bring in a guy like Marquise Goodwin. Cole Kmet is still there. I'd really, really like to develop him, and along with Darnell Mooney. So I mean, there's room to grow. It's just a matter of
Jalen Phillips to the Dolphins.
Jalen Phillips.
Oh, did I have him in my mock going to
Miami?
No, I had Mayfield going to them.
I had Ojulari going here, but it's still an edge. So I think that they hit the nail on the head here in terms of
The
position.
football team.
We're getting Pay or Ojulari at 20. It's confirmed. We're getting one of them.
So the pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Phillips from Miami, Florida. He did spend, I think, a year at UCLA, transferred to Miami. He is now a member of the Dolphins and Brian Flores' team. Did he opt out or did he get hurt last year? Didn't he miss some time last year, Tom?
Yeah, so Jalen Phillips has a really bad injury history with concussions. He's probably one bad concussion away from his NFL career being over, which is sad to say. The guy literally just got drafted 30 seconds ago. But 6'5", 260, redshirt junior, tall and explosive type of player who has experience. He is actually a transfer from UCLA, where a majority of his injuries came from. He is a guy who splits time between the 3-tech and the 5-tech position. I think he has below average core strength against tackles, but if you split him out wide to the 5-tech, he's going to be really good. 6.5 sacks over his final 4 games. Trey, his NFL comparison is a guy you may know and love, Max Crosby. That's how I view Jalen Phillips. I think he can be that type of player with a little bit higher ceiling if the injuries don't derail him. So I really like Jalen Phillips here at 18. Is this a little high for him? Yeah, because of the injuries. But, I mean, people were arguing him to be a top 15 prospect in the draft. You can't really argue with this pick.
So, Tom, here's what I want to ask you because I'm struggling with the graphics right here. My other computer is kind of going something's happening, so I can't show the graphic. But you have Phillips as your number 3 edge rusher. I had him as my number 2. Sam had him as her number 3. Hank had him all the way down at number 4. He's the first edge rusher off the board over guys like Quiddy Pay, over Jason Owe. What do we think about this, guys? Like, Sam, I want to start with you here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say that I'm a little bit surprised that Quiddy Pay was not the first edge here to leave. I'm like kind of like really growing on to be a big Quiddy Pay fan. I really like him. So this is a bit surprising. I definitely had Jalen Phillips going in the first round, kind of later on, like to the Colts, but I think he was still going to go in the first round, but in terms of edges in general, this is a little bit surprising. There are definitely a good amount of edges in this draft that could have gone before him and didn't. So Yeah, this is definitely an interesting pick, but I think it works for the Dolphins.
Ben Cruz, what do you think?
For Jaden Phillips?
Yeah, the Jalen Phillips pick. Do you like that? Did you have him ranked?
Yeah, I think that he was a good pick for them. I like the Kwity Paye. I thought that Kwity Paye was going to be higher above that though for that one. So it'll be intriguing to see where he goes.
Yeah. So they get their guy that kind of replaces Kyle Van Noy. I know Van Noy is more of like an outside linebacker rather than defensive end, which is really what Phillips is going to play. But they have an outside edge rusher in Miami, a little higher than I had him. I did have Kwity Paye as my number one edge rusher, but I mean Phillips right there at number 2 for me. So I guess I'm not super shocked, and especially going to a team like Miami, you know, it's the same. It's the same town, very close, whatever you want to fucking call it there. And they probably were very familiar with him. So, Trey, thank you so much for joining us for this Raiders pick. Raid.
Yes, sir.
We have to say raid for sure.
Raid.
Let's crush some beverages soon, my friend. What do you want the Raiders to do the rest of the draft? Who do they go with now after they took Leatherwood?
I think that just like Sam was saying, just go defense because we need it for sure, bro.
It fucking sucks.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun watching our offense. Like last year was fun watching us beat the Chiefs and the Saints. That was great.
Yeah.
That was a great thing. But I definitely want to see us win games. So we definitely need to get some D going, and we're on the right track. It looks like so.
Absolutely. Well, Trey Smith, Trey Daddy,
let's get a beer.
Resident Raiders fan on this live stream.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
Anytime, my friend. Yeah, Hank. Yeah.
I forgot what I was gonna say. I lost my train of thought.
Guys, Washington's on
the Washington football team.
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
So to get my thoughts about the Miami pick, I definitely was also expecting them to take Kwity Paye, but I can't really complain about who they took. I think they did a good job helping out their edge needs, and the Dolphins are going to be the Dolphins are by far the most intriguing team in this draft, considering how many picks they have and considering how well they've set themselves up, especially when they traded for San Francisco. You know,
I thought they were going to get Smith. I thought that they got Waddle, but I thought Smith was going to be above them.
I think the pick here for Washington is Darisaw. I'm shocked he's fallen this far to 19.
Me too. I was going to say that. Yeah.
That's who they have to go. Darisaw was my 13th ranked prospect on my big board looking at it now. So I think the Washington football team takes Darisaw here, and then the Giants have a decision. Do they go Paye or Ojulari at number 20? I think Ojulari fits the scheme a little better. So I think I'm going to predict my next 2 picks, actually. Darisaw and Ojulari will be the next 2 picks of the NFL draft.
Wait.
Jamin Davis
from Kentucky, the linebacker.
Wow. The linebacker makes sense for Washington,
I'm
though.
shocked.
Like
Washington football team, ladies and gentlemen.
With Chase Young on that defense as well, I think that this has gotten a little bit scarier. But that's definitely what Washington needed, was a little bit more on their defense. So I think that's a good pick.
I don't like this pick for them. I mean, it's good. I mean, he's a good player. It's nothing against the player. It's where they took him at number 19. I think this is way too soon for Jamin Davis. I think he's a back end of the first round prospect at best. More of a second round guy for me. I don't like this pick for Washington here at 19.
Tom, I'm going to counter that. Daniel Jeremiah, one of the most respected draft analysts, draft whatever you want to call it, bet his whatever you want to call it, bet his reputation on Jamin Davis, said he's going to be the best career linebacker out of this class.
Oh, shit.
Interesting.
And I mean, I'm not saying that. I mean, he was my 4th ranked linebacker.
Yeah.
I believe I had Parsons, Zaven Collins as my number 2. I actually have it right here. Sorry. Yeah, I have super professional show we got going on right here. I don't have it. Hold on. What the fuck? Okay, Parsons Owusu-Karamoah is my number 2.
And he's still on the board.
Collins is my number 3. I have Bolton as my number 4 and Davis as my number 5. So this is, I guess I agree with you here.
I'm telling you,
this is a reach. This is a reach.
It is a bad pick. It's a reach because Owusu Karamoa is still on the board. Darasol is still on the board. Now the Giants are going to get a really good score here at number 20. I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything better if you're a New York Football Giants fan.
Let's go. All right, guys. You guys are fine. You guys are on the clock. We thought it was going to be a little earlier than this. We are 2.5 hours in. What are the thoughts setting in right now? Knowing what we know for the Giants, what is going on in your guys' heads right now?
I know that Tom just said Ojulari, but if we got Kwity Paye, I'd be kind of psyched.
It's going to be one of them.
I'd be real psyched for Kwity Paye.
All I ask is I'm behind, guys. Don't save the pick.
Okay, you'll just see my reaction then.
Yeah. I'm like, I still, according to my computer, there's 4:30 left.
Got one more
4:10 on the TV.
One more can of booze just in case. One more can of booze just in case.
There you go, Hank. You're about 20 seconds behind, Tom. So, this is going to be interesting. I'm very excited because I feel like there's not anybody that is going to be bad. I feel like there's no bad pick here.
Yeah, I have to ask you guys quickly about something. Your thoughts about the Aaron Rodgers situation today?
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. It's kind of interesting because I think that if his contract gets worked out, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
that's what I think. But
I think he's staying a Packer. I mean, I because at least for this year.
Denver didn't pick a quarterback. And I was one because Drew Lock apparently from Albert Beer from Sports Illustrated was saying that Drew Lock might be a shopping on the move potentially this weekend, and Minnesota was an intriguing name potentially for Lock. So, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, no, it's this whole thing with Aaron Rodgers. I think they just put out this news today so that everyone would freak out during the draft.
Yeah, me too.
Everyone riled
that's
up.
like the main thing that happened here because this isn't news. Aaron Rodgers has been, talking about being unhappy in Green Bay since, before the season even ended. So
to be fair, he was unhappy in Green Bay since when Mike McCarthy was still their coach.
True. Very true. He hated Mike McCarthy.
What's up,
Hi,
Carson?
I don't know a lot of people. Hi, Carson.
How are you?
Hey, little man.
Carson.
I'm muted. Sorry. Pure Party Senior Draft Analysis. Carson Hopper is joining the stream for just a second. Before the Giants pick, 250 left. Sorry to leave there for a second, but what are you thinking, guys? You thinking it has to be somebody here, or you have somebody specifically in your mind?
We were just saying that there's no bad pick. I don't think
there really isn't at this point, unless Gettleman somehow goes out of left field. I don't really see how they can mess up. And please, I hope they got it. I hope they got this.
They're showing Kwity Paye on the screen right now. His war room. It's kind of quiet. So I think Kwity Paye is the best player on the board, but I think Ojulari is the best scheme fit. So I would go Ojulari, but I wouldn't be mad at either player. So I'll take my headphones out now as the pick is in.
All right, Tom. Tom wants to be very surprised.
I would like to be secluded for the next 60 seconds.
Okay,
Thank you
let
all
me
very
take
much.
one small chug first.
And these jaw just dropped.
I would like to be secluded for the next 60 seconds, please. Oh, fuck, that was awesome.
My heart's beating so fast again for no reason.
Oh my God, guys.
Wait, I have to check my heart rate. Please hold.
I have to check my heart rate.
I'm so serious.
Don't start it.
It's measuring. It's 123 beats per minute right now. Oh my God, 133. It just went up. 139. Why am I freaking out? Why am I freaking out?
Because you're a Giant fan like me and you bleed blue.
140 beats per minute right now. Oh my God, 150. What is going on? I think I'm having a heart attack. Okay. Okay. I'm okay. You're okay. Everything's fine.
Please.
Okay, here comes Roger. He's coming out.
Comes Raj.
Comes the Raj. Oh my! I cannot believe that my heart is beating so fast right now. It's actually insane. Hi, Tom. He can't hear us. All right. I want since Tom can't hear me. I want Quiddy Pay. I want Quiddy Pay.
The Giants are about to win the draft with this pick.
I surely hope so.
Please.
Tom of the top
Okay,
takes.
here it comes.
Did you tell them not to?
2021 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Kadarius Toney.
Could
Wow.
What? Ah! Ah! Kadarius Toney? What the fuck just happened?
Oh my God! Look at Tom. What just happened?
Holy shit, guys! Instant reactions. We need them.
Oh.
Why are we drafting a wide receiver?
What an excellent pick. What an excellent pick. Oh my goodness. Like, that was out of left field. That was such a great pick.
What?
I was not expecting that. That was outstanding by the Giants right there. Kadarius Toney.
Explain yourself.
Kadarius. I mean, look, I want an edge, but you can't go wrong with Kadarius Toney. This guy is outstanding. I mean, you look at the numbers he put up at Florida with Kyle Trask this season. He was his guy. I mean, he was his guy, and he adds a whole new element to this offense. You want to add weapons for Daniel Jones. This is the guy that you want. You get down at number 20 for him. Again, the Giants always take a player that nobody talks about, that nobody expects. We've all been talking about Pay, Ojulari, both the Bama receivers for months, and it's none of those guys. It's somebody that not one person predicted for the Giants, including any of us here on this panel. So congratulations to the Giants. That's
Text
an
from
outstanding
Ryan
pick.
Maloney. Text from Ryan Maloney, Florida fan. Tell them they got a great pick in Toney. He was my favorite receiver last year. Extremely fast. I didn't see this fucking coming at all.
Okay.
Guys. Holy
I
shit.
trust Ryan Maloney. I trust him.
You're the
Sam trusts Maloney. Sam doesn't trust me.
Yeah.
What would be a good
okay.
comp to this guy?
All right, Tom, I trust you too.
Yeah,
it's more of a shock value because I really was not expecting
yeah.
Sam, I thought you were about to cry.
I
had
almost
to
did.
play it off cool. I had to play it off cool. But, I mean, look, Tony's a really good player. I mean, you could argue. I mean, I think he's better than Bateman, to be honest with you. He has more upside than Bateman.
Okay. Again, I trust you.
No, I don't.
Do you?
Listen,
I
I don't.
do.
That sounded
I don't
very
disagree with
questionable.
Tom. I'm just like,
Sam
I'm
gave me on
really
Twitter saying,
trying to
what the hell
process
was
my emotions right now.
What the
I'm
hell
really
was
just
Tom
trying to
thinking
process.
at 10:45 p.m.? Kadarius Toney had 10 touchdowns last year at Florida, almost 1,000-yard senior,
guys.
6 feet, 193. He's a senior. The Giants love 4-year players. That's usually
right.
what they draft. And look, I'm going to tell you one thing right now. Kadarius Toney dominated the SEC last year. Now, here's the question. He did not get much playing time his first couple of years at Alabama. That is the concern. But he took an enormous jump from year 3 to year 4. So the Giants, as always, come in hot in the 2021 NFL Draft, a player that nobody expects.
Wow. Guys, Kadarius Toney is the Giants pick. They trade back to take Toney at 20. I'm shocked, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I did not think this was going to happen. I thought they were going to go defense. I mean, Tom, you said earlier this week, Ojulari was a name to watch. Quiddy Pay is still on the board. What the hell is going on, guys? I don't know what to say. I have no idea what to say.
I think that just because I'm not as familiar with him, that I'm like really like unsure as to like what to feel. But the thing is that, okay, here, so if we think about it, we were going to draft a receiver anyway in the first round, so it's not awful. I think I just have to become a little bit more familiar with him, and then I'll feel a little bit better about it. But Tom really does know what he's talking about. I know I sound questionable, but he does, and I do trust him.
And so does Sam and Hank. I mean, look, you guys follow the Giants just as much as I do, and at the end of the day, like, I want the best for this football team. Like, sometimes I play a little sad face and think, oh well, the Giants should do this, the Giants should do that. But at the end of the day, you wanted a wide receiver to give Jones help. You went out and got it. I mean, realistically speaking, what if Ojulari falls to 42? Remember something. We now have draft capital from Andy Chicago Bears. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks
for that
Tom.
draft capital now where the Giants could draft edge and offensive line on day 2, where if you watched Big Blue Huddle, I think the podcast is called, with John Schmelk and Paul Dottino, they went out and said the edge value is in round 2. If you've noticed, Kwity Paye and Azeez Ojulari are both still on the board. There's a reason why. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in these last few picks of the first round. We only have about 10 to 12 picks left. The Giants could get Ojulari tomorrow.
And that would make me really happy. That would make me happy. I would get put at ease for that. So, all right.
I was surprised though. I just did not. I'm really good at hiding emotion, guys. I was shocked. I was shocked.
Brag.
He is.
No, it looked like Tom was like really upset in terms of the pick, and then all of a sudden I just see people like, "Oh my god!" Like, wow, like that's awesome,
the fact that like we were all making the same expression, and then Tom just came forward and goes, "What an amazing pick!" And I was like, "Whoa!"
You know what? Having looked a little bit at some of the highlights of him,
he's good.
I think I like. I'm gonna say it. I think I like the pick.
All right, that's fine. You can say that.
This isn't the liquor kicking in. Like, I'm dead serious. Like Tom alluded to earlier, we needed a wide receiver, and obviously that was the plan all along, because otherwise they wouldn't trade it back with Chicago, and they still could get more. One of the things I said before, like tonight, was don't reach on an edge and an offensive lineman. Like, I really think the clear-cut plan was getting a wide receiver too. I think I can get behind this pick, actually. Even though I've never really heard of him, if I'm being dead serious, I think I can. Like, he seems like another Tyreek Hill in the sense that he's like fast. Hopefully minus the character issues, obviously.
But wait, time out. It's not an NFL draft without the Giants shocking everybody when the
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not disputing that. You're absolutely right.
You can't have a draft without this happening every single year. This is what the Giants want to happen every single year.
You're absolutely right. I'm just saying, I think I can get behind this pick. I think I can get behind it. I don't know about you, Sam, but I think I can get behind it.
I can. I just have to become a little bit more familiar with him, because I'm not as familiar with him as I am with the other receivers that I was focusing on for the first round. So
he was. It's Kyle Trask to Kyle Pitts, and then it's Kyle Trask to Kadarius Toney. Like, he was right behind Kyle Pitts in Florida's offense this year as one of their main weapons. He's a great receiver. Personally, I just didn't see him going off board at number 20. I thought there were other guys that would probably be better fits at receiver than him, but maybe not with the Giants. But I mean, you guys tell me a lot more than I would know. So
I want to get to Steve's comment. Man, you are really putting a spin on saying this was a good pick for the Giants, brother. I'm not happy. Well, this was a good pick for the Giants because we had to address the wide receiver position, and we did by trading down. This is not a bad pick at all, Steve. Look, we needed an edge rusher, but this was a guy that you could come around and say, yeah, this guy could have went the back end of the first round. I'm happy we got him. These edge rushers are dropping for a reason. Jalen Phillips was the most talented edge rusher on the board. I'm just saying Kadarius Toney's an excellent prospect that's going to fit this scheme. That's all I'm saying. There goes
Kwity Paye just went to the Colts.
That's a very underrated move for them. I like their defense.
That's a great pick for the Colts defense.
Agreed.
Well, I'm applauding a lot of these picks tonight, guys. They fill a need there on defense. They add him, like, along with their already scary defensive line, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had the Colts taking Kwity Paye here. And I think that this could be great for them. I think that this was like the only thing that the Colts needed to focus on was an edge, and that's exactly what they did, and they got one of the best edges in the draft. So this
Sam,
is, yeah.
Let's dive into your player profile for Kwity Paye because you did that for us. So let's do that.
I sure did.
Go for it.
I'm trying to pull
let me get my notes out
here.
So, yeah, Kwity Paye. I really just liked him because his story intrigued me. He's from Liberia. His mother came here. They basically fled a civil war and a refugee camp to get here. He's like 1 year old when he got here. This is a fun fact. I don't know if Hank knows this one, but if he's drafted in the first round, which he was, he will be the 6th Michigan football player to be drafted under Jim Harbaugh's reign. So that includes Devin Bush, Jabril Peppers, and Rashawn Gary, which is really, really awesome.
Sam, that is correct. You are absolutely correct.
Yeah. So
I just wanted to help you out there.
Yeah, and I really like him. I put up the 2019 stats or something I really want to highlight here. 50 total, 26 solos, 24 assists, 6.5 sacks. Andy saw my little ad-lib notes when I sent him my Google Doc.
Yeah.
This is just insane.
Holy shit on a stick, Sam Cardona.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. So it's really, really awesome. He fits the pass rusher mold on the 4-3 defensive front. And the thing is, everyone will say like he needs refining, but this is, every rookie does. Every rookie does, and he has a lot of potential. I really like him. I love that picture. I'm so glad that you put it there on his thing because I think that is a fantastic photo of him. And I had him possibly landing Jaguars, Dolphins, Vikings, and that didn't happen. But in my mock draft, I ended up putting him with the Colts. So my conclusion here is draft Kwity Paye. He is a monster turned man, and I'm afraid of him in the best way possible. Absolutely astonishing person, and I'm really stoked that he went in the first round here.
What an incredible draft.
By the way,
profile that
Sam,
was.
who are the guys you said were also drafted in the first round? Who are the guys you said were drafted in the first round from played for Harbaugh?
So I only have 3 here. There was this. He's the 6th overall. But I also have Devin Bush, Jabril Peppers, and Rashawn Gary. All drafted in the first round.
Taco Charlton and Cesar Ruiz are the other 2, by the way.
Yep. That was. I remember Taco Charlton being in the mix there. So yeah. So
Taco.
Jim Harbaugh might be Jim Harbaugh, but he.
By the way, I have a fun fact as well.
Share.
This is regarding the last picks. So I don't know if Tom knows this, but this is the first time the Giants have selected a wide receiver in the first round since 1997. And in an interesting twist of irony, the last 2 Giants wide receivers selected in the first round both went to Florida. Ike Hilliard in 1997 and Tony this year. Both of them are Florida alumni.
There you go. Yeah, this is a great pick for them. I'm really excited for the Colts. And like I said, this is what they needed. The Colts needed an edge, and they got it. So it's working out.
I'm gonna bring this up to Tom once he gets back here.
So
the Titans are on the clock now.
The Titans are on the clock. Hold on. I have your edge rushers here, Sam. So let's talk about it real quick. So Kwity Paye, your number 1 edge rusher, comes off the board. You have Gregory Rousseau actually way up there at number 2. Jalen Phillips, your number 3, is off the board. Ojulari's still there. Ronnie Perkins out of Oklahoma still there. Tell me a little bit about this ranking here. What kind of went behind this?
I feel like everybody is dropping Gregory Rousseau like way lower, which I understand, but I don't know. I just really liked him, and he really stood out to me, which is why I put him so high. But yeah, I mean, obviously Jalen Phillips already off the board. Ojulari was who we presumed possibly would be taken by the Giants, which didn't happen. And Ronnie Perkins, I just wanted to throw a hot take in there and just bring him up a little bit higher. So Yeah.
I'm going to back you up on the Ronnie Perkins, though, because there were multiple reports from Lincoln Riley, and I mean, not just Lincoln Riley, but people that covered the Sooners that said the Oklahoma defense was a different defense when Ronnie Perkins was on the field. So that is great for him. I like those rankings. Hold on. Let me see if I have – oh, those are my linebackers. Those are not edge rushers. Hold on a second here, guys. Let's look at mine. Let's look at Andy. If we can, if I know how to work a computer. So there, popping up here. Yeah, there it is. So Kwity Paye, I had Kwity Paye at 1. I had Jalen Phillips at 2, so I'm not shocked that Phillips went there. Ojulari at 3, Away, a guy at 4. The thing about Jason Away for me is he didn't record a sack last year. But he has all the physical tools, all the measurables that you would want at that edge rusher spot. He just didn't get it done last year for Penn State. Let's go on to Hank's right here. His top 5 edge defenders. We have Kwity Paye, Jason Away, Azeez Ojulari, Phillips at number 4, and Russo at number 5. Hank, take me behind these rankings here. What were you thinking?
No, Kwity Paye was definitely one of the better edge rushers in the draft, and like I said, I'm surprised he hasn't gotten taken sooner. I thought, like Sam, that the Dolphins were going to take him, but I really think the Colts made a good pick there, and I'm surprised Ojulari wasn't taken either. I could definitely see him somehow fitting onto the Giants, and I definitely see what Tom was thinking when he made this prediction that the Giants were going to take him. But, hey, it shows you. Well, Susan, you can't predict the NFL draft, as a certain Yankees radio broadcaster would say. To paraphrase. Sam, obviously, I'm quoting John Sterling because obviously, why not?
Why the hell not? Okay, so the Titans pick is in. Roger is on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know where they go here. So let's talk.
They're in a concert right now. I don't know what's going on.
Well, we got a lady waving a flag on my screen. We got people.
They had a
yelling.
concert. I think they have. I think they have fans coming up and like announcing some of the picks. So I think that's who that woman is.
Pick is coming right now.
Yep, sure is. I have Titans taking a receiver, but I don't think that's.
They just took a defensive back.
They got Caleb Farley.
Caleb Farley out of Virginia Tech, cornerback.
Out of Virginia
Missing
Tech.
tonight's draft due to a positive COVID test. Hopefully he recovers from that very, very quickly. So
I'm gonna be honest. Sorry,
go ahead.
First.
Okay, so basically, the thing is that I thought Caleb Farley would drop a little bit lower, mostly because he just had back surgery and then he had he opted out last year, which isn't a bad thing. It's opting out is not a bad thing, but he did have back surgery, which is a really big deal. We saw how like Rob Gronkowski changed after he had his back surgery as a player. So, I'm intrigued that he is a little bit higher than I expected him to be. I kind of thought that he would be closer to the end here, but good. Tennessee, I guess, could use a corner. I guess that works for them.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. I didn't know much about Tennessee. I didn't look into much about this Tennessee pick. I was just going to use this as filler for us to kind of talk about something, but I didn't see Farley going here. I kind of saw him going earlier in this draft, if I'm being honest, but for the Tennessee Titans, you're going to put him back there in the secondary. They just added a guy like Bud Dupree from the Steelers. Sam, I know your brother Danny is a huge fan of Bud Dupree.
And Janoris Jenkins.
So, I mean, there's a lot to like for this Mike Vrabel Tennessee Titans team. Excuse me. If we're bringing up the other side of the ball offensively, like what Ryan Tannehill's been able to do this like second half of his career has been nothing short of impressive, at least to me. It just completely reinventing himself. He's finding something new, and I mean, good for him. And then you look at a guy like Derrick Henry, what he's been able to do in the backfield. And I don't want to be like cliche here, but I think Najee Harris has a great chance to be the next Derrick Henry in this league. I see them as similar size, similar backs. So definitely curious to see how that goes. But for now, Caleb Farley to the Tennessee Titans.
I think we have to bring Tom back in. I think
we
Tom's
definitely
here.
have to bring Tom back in. Apologize about
There he
that,
is.
Tom. I
By
did
the way,
not see
Tom,
that. How you doing, buddy?
We discussed this while you were off, but let me give you a fun fact, and I think you probably know this. The last two wide receivers that the Giants have taken in the first round were both Florida Gators.
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
Did you know the last two receivers the Giants took in the first round were Florida Gators?
That's an interesting fun fact. I know one of them was Ike Hilliard. The last one was in 1997.
Yes, you are correct. It is Ike Hilliard. As I was telling Sam, like, while you were out.
Yep, sure did. Do
Yeah.
you have thoughts, Tom, on
He was
the
another pass receiver, too, by the way.
Yeah. What'd you say, Sam?
Do you have thoughts on Caleb Farley going to the Titans?
I think it's a little soon, but I don't hate the pick for them because
Okay.
they lost the Dory Jackson. They lost Malcolm Butler. So this is the next best player on the board. I mean, you could argue Greg Newsome, but I think Farley is, you know, if he didn't opt out this past year, people would regard him as a top 10 to 15 prospect. And I don't really think you can argue that case. So it's interesting to see Farley go here at 22 because a lot of people thought, hey, well, maybe he can draft to early second round. So the fact that he's off the board here, it tells you that teams are going after positions of need. They're not necessarily going after the best players available. If I'm not mistaken, Christian Darrisaw is still on the board at number 23.
23,
okay. But so is Aziz. Aziz is still there.
Aguilar, yes, is still here as well. This is going much differently than I expected. That's for sure.
That's what the best part about draft night.
Yeah.
That
That is the best part about draft night.
So we got the Vikings on the clock now, which is really interesting because they could use line help. Imagine they get Darrisaw at 23. That would be an absolute win. I mean, I think that's the pick, right? I mean, pays off the board. I think Darrisaw is the pick for Minnesota at number 23. They need a left tackle. I mean, they lost Riley Reif. They have Brian O'Neill, who's entering a contract year. So I think it'll be interesting to see what Minnesota does. You could argue edge rusher. Maybe they go Azeez Ojulari. But Christian Darrisaw is my third tackle here on the board. I don't think Jenkins or Eichenberg should be going yet. So as of right now, give me Christian Darrisaw for Minnesota.
Okay, I like that pick. So you see here on the graphic, Darrisaw is the number 3 rated tackle on Tom's list for the draft. We see Sewell and Slater have already been taken. A need for the Minnesota Vikings is on the offensive line after you mentioned Riley Reif is gone.
Yep.
Sam, how do you see this pick going? Do you think they go tackle here? Do you think they go somewhere else?
No, that would make the most sense. I think Minnesota needs the most help on their inside, on their line. So they should definitely do that. Christian Darrisaw could work here, especially since on mine, I don't think Tevin Jenkins is off the board, but he is ranked above Christian Darrisaw here. But I agree with Tom. I think Darrisaw would work. Right now, they're on the NFL Network. They're putting up Mac Jones in his all his glory next to Tom Brady and his shirtless draft pick.
Love it.
And
Love it.
The comparison is incrable. But yeah. So sorry, I just got distracted by Mac Jones's face.
They're wonderful bodies or what?
But the pick is in for Minnesota. So
pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings, the Purple People Eaters. I need to get there.
Gabe's finally getting his pick there. The Vikings and Giants are very similar franchises. They literally duplicate what the other does. I mean, it's been a thing since Fran Tarkenton, right? So, we'll see what happens here with Minnesota. I think it's going to be Darrisaw. Would not be shocked if it's somebody else, though. They have other areas of need. That edge rusher position is big.
Christian Darrisaw.
Yep.
Christian Darrisaw going to the Minnesota Vikings. I think that's a great pick. You sure up their offensive line, Tom, like you were mentioning earlier. Analysis from this pick. Let's dive into that.
Yeah, so Christian Darrisaw was my 13th ranked prospect on my big board, actually. It's crazy that he went at number 23. I think, again, areas of need took over here in this first round. When I think of Darrisaw, I think of true left tackle traits. This is a guy that Minnesota is going to love. As they mentioned, they need to fill a hole in on their offensive line. He's 6'5", 320, first team all ACC last year. Very athletically gifted player. And for a guy who's as big as he is, he has really good body control. He can make all the blocks. Sometimes he lacks technique a little bit, which we saw in a couple of games this past year. He plays a little too nonchalant. A lot of people are comparing him to Russell Okung, which I like. My question is, does he start? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. My question is, does he start at left tackle or right tackle? Minnesota has Brian O'Neill at right, so I think Darrisaw will be their starting left tackle for week 1 of the 2021 season. I give this pick an A for the Minnesota Vikings.
Sam, what do you think?
I agree. I'm not going to go as in depth with Tom. I think he kind of explained it all here. My brother is very excited to come on and talk about the Steelers pick, which is now in. So I'm gonna bring him in. Come on, Dan. This is my brother. Danny Cardona is joining us. All right. Come take a seat.
Hello.
Here's my
Danny.
brother.
How are you?
What's up, Dan?
We are. He's very excited. He came up here as the Vikings were picking, and now we're ready to go here. We'll make sure that. So, let them know what you want.
I mean,
who do you want?
I want Harris, obviously.
Yeah.
Or if anything, maybe Travis.
Okay, Travis
Because
Etienne.
they're both available right now.
They are. No running backs have been taken off the board yet, right? I think
no.
I think that that's right. So they picked fast.
I think they know.
This will be Najee Harris, just for the record. I mean, there's nobody else they're taking here.
It
This has to
would
be
be
the pick.
ridiculous if they didn't.
I mean, they could go line. They could go offensive line, but the problem is Darrisaw just went. I think Tevin Jenkins is a reach at number 24. I think he should go 30 or later, in my opinion. But yeah, overall, I think this pick should be Najee Harris. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah.
Tom and I have a good friend who's a big Steeler fan. For a while, he's been wanting Najee Harris too. So I totally see that.
They're
And
fist bumping in their draft.
by the
room
way,
right now.
Danny, nice to meet you. And I just want to say, go Yanks.
Go Yanks.
This is Hank. He has the baseball show.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes, one of these days you will come on, and you both will come on. I'm really excited.
Oh, I look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Here, all right. Here's Roger.
Yes! Oh my God! Yes!
Najee Harris.
I mean, come on. It's not rocket science, right, guys?
All right. Oh, so what benefits is Najee Harris going to bring to your offense?
Running. Running to the
Running.
Oh my God. Welcome, Najee.
Najee's here.
I am not worthy.
Danny has been talking about Najee Harris coming to the Steelers since like November. So this is a dream come true.
Oh my God. We got our runner. Big man body.
That's
little man's feet.
Weapon in the passing game and compared to Matt Forte.
Yeah, that's solid. I mean, I think that this is the best pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh my God.
Absolutely. This is a very smooth and patient
If I
running
go
back.
on the community right now, everyone is just going nuts right now.
I'm sure. What were you saying, Tom?
I think he's a very smooth and patient running back who can find the holes. He absorbs contact very well, finishes runs. He's also an excellent pass catcher. So I think, Danny, you'll like that a lot. Very dependable in pass protection as well. Rarely fumbles. He lacks speed. Obviously, he's a bigger back, 230 pounds, but you're going to get that.
Pittsburgh loves that bruising runner.
Yeah.
Someone that can just push a defense and just, keep grinding the clock. I mean, everyone's saying we haven't had a bruiser since the bus. So, it's just this is
absolutely.
This is nuts
he
right
reminds
now
me
that
of
it's
Steven
totally
Jackson.
happened.
What was that? Who reminds you of who?
I was going to say Najee Harris reminds me of Steven Jackson.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, This is big. I mean, it would have been ridiculous if the Steelers selected anyone else. So I'm excited that this is after losing James Conner, who was not their running back. He did not work well in their offense, and he did not work well in their scheme, especially after getting hurt. This is phenomenal for them.
Absolutely, absolutely
amazing. They're just yes.
So I'm gonna bring on another Steelers fan for us real quick. He's been in the comments. He's my good friend. He's a member of the Funch Bunch. He streams on Twitch. The Real Tight Spot. Go ahead and follow him. John,
what's
Rankin,
going on, guys?
Tight
How you
Spot.
doing? How y'all doing?
What's up, Tight Spot?
I like this pick. I like this pick a lot, but I'm not a Bama fan. I'm a Notre Dame fan, just like Tom up there. We needed a running back. We need somebody like him. He's probably going to not remind us about the bus, but he will run a lot. He will score a lot. Now we just need to focus on the line and an edge rusher since we lost Bud.
Yeah.
God, like Bud Dupree, and once, since Ryan Shazier had to retire because of his injury, it's just like we need to keep TJ Watt there. Lock him up for his career. For his career.
Yes. Retire.
No more.
Steeler.
Retire Steeler. We should have had JJ. That would have been great to have all three Watts. But it didn't happen. Andy, thank you so much, Big Fudge Daddy, for bringing me on here.
No problem, man.
I'm a streamer. I'm a podcast host as well. I do a music podcast interviewing musicians, and I also do a movie review and just random chit chat with my friend Nick. We're talking about Mortal Kombat tomorrow night for anybody who's interested in that. Vegas Golden Knights tomorrow. Take them -1.5. That's my money line bet. You guys are gonna win. Straight up, Coyotes suck. Coyotes are horrible. We are on a 10-game win streak. Number 11s comes tomorrow. 284 games, guys. 284 games, and we've done that. 11 games, and Detroit's never done it. Hockey, baby.
Hockey on an NFL draft podcast.
Nice. Very nice.
Tight Spot, thanks so much, man. What do you want the Steelers to do with their next pick, my man? So they go into G. Harris here. What's the next need they need to fill?
O-line.
O-line, okay.
Edge rusher, like I said, because we lost Bud. And maybe a secondary for sure somewhere. We always try to do it. Artie didn't work out. Joe Hayden's getting older. We haven't had somebody in a long time in the secondary that's been good. I mean, Mike Hilton's inconsistent. Who knows?
Well, Mike Hilton just left and signed with the Bengals because he's a traitor.
I mean, we lost James. We lost James to Arizona. We lost Bud to Tennessee. Tennessee's gonna take our wild card spot. We're not even gonna win the division.
Right.
We're gonna go maybe 7-9 if lucky. Maybe even worse, so we get a better pick.
Hold on. There's 17 games, 17-10, Tight Spot.
Yep.
Yeah, 17.
Well, let's talk about this for a second, right? So the Pittsburgh Steelers are in a very unique position right now because we know that the Baltimore Ravens obviously just traded away Orlando Brown. They have 2 picks in the back end of this first round, and then, of course, the Browns are coming at 26. I know they've been linked to guys like Christian Barmore and edge rusher positions as well, but I feel like the Steelers are still in a very unique position because this division beats each other up every year. And I think they still have a legit chance to make the playoffs. It depends what they do in these rounds 2 through 7, because as of right now, with the way it stands, I still think the Pittsburgh Steelers have potential to make the playoffs. You look at what's around Ben Roethlisberger right now with Juju Smith-Schuster, Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, who was outstanding, by the way, last year, and you just added Najee Harris. That offense is pretty good. You bulk up with some line help. I know you lost Filer and Villanueva. That's big, and Pouncey as well to retirement. That's where the concern comes in because you don't have a mobile quarterback. But if that defense could stay intact, I still think Pittsburgh could be, not saying they will, but could be a playoff football team.
Yeah.
Well, Tom, thank you for that belief in that. But I've seen I've seen the best and the worst of the Steelers. I mean, in my 36 years of living, I'm also a Bills fan, but that's
Okay.
Love the
because
Bills.
my brother is a Cowboys
Love
fan,
him.
and I hate him. And I know he's also he's also a Penn State fan, so he's happy about Micah going there. Probably, I haven't talked to him. He's also going to be, he's the one that's going to have the kid, and I'm going to be an uncle in October. So that's going to be amazing.
Congratulations, my man. Well, Tight Spot, check out all of Tight Spot's work.
Hey, I'm an uncle too. That's a lot of fun. You're going to enjoy it.
Yeah,
definitely.
It is the best. So check out Tight Spot on Twitch, twitch.tv/The Real Tight Spot. He is on a music podcast, like you said, New Music Inferno. A lot of great artists. He's seriously like the most supportive friend that I think I've met, that I've known for like less than a year. Like seriously amazing
like
dude.
4 months, maybe 4 or 5 months.
You're just a great guy, dude. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us for this short time. Go Steelers, the Steel Curtain. Glad you could be here for a little bit. I'm glad you could join us in the comments, and thank you so much for tuning into the stream, Tight Spot.
No problem, bud. You have a great night, everybody. Best of luck in your fantasy leagues and everything else.
Thank you.
Best luck to you too, my man. Take it easy, JR.
Deuces, yep.
So let's get into this running back debate. I have this pulled up here really quick because it was, I don't want to say a heated topic because we kind of all agreed with.
Sorry, Travis Etienne just got drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Look at this shit! Look at me go! Let's go!
Well, oh my God!
Wow! Look at that
Lawrence
setup.
puts his running back from
Started
Clemson.
with us, and then
Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne in the pros together.
Wow! Wow!
I love that. I love it.
This draft is bananas.
And
Banana
now
land.
what happens with James Robinson, a guy who had around 1,000 yards last year?
Fuck! I hate
Now-
it for James Robinson. Roll birds. God damn it.
I just.
Oh my God!
Did Trevor Lawrence have influence on this pick? I mean, he's been a Jaguar
He
for
had
what,
to,
2
right?
hours? I mean,
but
come on.
like the kids from Clemson, I would not be surprised at all if this was like premeditated, even
They should
before.
have drafted
Right.
Trayvon Moehrig, the safety out of TCU. But now that they drafted ETN, just want to get to a little quick thing on him. He's got really burst and balance as a running back. The problem is he's best as a one-cut runner. He is a 3-down back, so that's going to be a good thing for the Jaguars. Plenty of speed. I think he's good on the edge on outside runs, good in the screen game as well. But he struggled a lot against Notre Dame, and Andy knows this for a fact.
I knew you were gonna bring this shit up.
Travis Etienne needs to improve his ball security. For him to be drafted 25th overall is absolutely insane. This guy could not compete against Notre
Hold
Dame's
on.
defense. Oh, Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah still has not been drafted yet. Somehow, some way. Look, I will give you this. Etienne has had at least 13 rushing touchdowns in his 4 years at Clemson. However, he's had an outstanding offensive line. Etienne should have won at number 30 to the Buffalo Bills.
Okay, 30. I agree with you. Still going in the first round. I'm going to disagree with you that it's too early. We're talking about a guy that ran for 1,600 yards back-to-back seasons as a sophomore and a junior on Clemson. I know we have to bring up his offensive line because it was terrific. You have to bring up he was playing on the best team in the country in Clemson, or arguably the best team in the country. But this man's putting up 1,600 yards back-to-back years. I know this season as a senior, only 914 on the ground, 588 in the pass game. But shit, I don't think this is a reach at all. Especially if you take a guy he's super familiar with in Trevor Lawrence at number one. Travis Etienne is a guy that when he gets in space, he is a problem, ladies and gentlemen. Sure, the size is going to be an issue, only 5'10", 205. I like Najee Harris a lot better at 6'2", 230. I'm going to tell you that, but God, don't tell me this guy's a reach when he ran for 1,600 plus yards back-to-back years in college. That's not a reach at all. It's not.
Well, I'm not going to counter that. You bring up a good point. However, I just think there was other areas of need because they've been linked to Moehrig, the safety.
Sure.
It's not a bad pick. It's a good pick. My problem with it is you're drafting talent over talent with a team that still has needs on their offensive line and at the safety position, quite frankly.
I agree.
So the question is,
Yeah.
will they address this in round 2? Because they do have pick number 33, where they can draft an offensive lineman. So it's not the worst pick. I'm not saying I don't like the pick. I do like the pick.
Yeah.
I would have preferred to see Etienne a little bit later. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I agree with that, Tom, and I don't disagree with that. I just think I'm going to agree with you here is what happened to James Robinson, a guy that broke records as a rookie, and then you take a running back in the first round. That is a slap in the face. I am an Illinois State guy. I have to back my guy, James Robinson. But I'm not shocked that Etienne goes here, guys. Like almost 5,000 yards rushing for his college career, 78 total touchdowns. This guy's got a knack for the end zone. I like to think Urban Meyer and Balky knew what they were doing here, pairing up Etienne and Trevor Lawrence again.
Absolutely.
Before I give my take, I'm going to let my brother go so that he can go back to watching the draft in the comfort of our basement. So, Dan, thanks so much
for having me. Thanks for having
Dan,
me.
nice
Thanks
to
for
meet
coming
you.
on, Danny.
By the way, Dan, whenever you want to, you're more than welcome to go on the show.
Yeah, he said thank you. And we'll deal with that when that comes. But I agree with what Andy's saying. I think that you're spitting out the facts here. And honestly, what's selling it for me is the fact that he is from Clemson. I think that that's what's really selling it for me is the fact that this is Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne, and it's just gonna be the familiarity that we're looking for, and the same as Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. So, and Cleveland's announcing right now.
This has to be Owusu Karamoa. I mean, that's the only guy I think it could be. He's, in my opinion, he's the best player remaining on the board. He's my 18th ranked prospect. Him, Aziz. It's either going to be Owusu or Christian Barmore. Actually, I think it's going to be Christian Barmore because you have to replace Sheldon Richardson.
Barmore's.
I think it's going to be Barmore. Thinking more into it. Yeah, it's going to be Barmore.
I was going to say Barmore because he was also still on the board here.
Yeah.
So
that's what I said earlier tonight. I switched it there for some reason, but yeah, it's going to be Barmore out of Alabama.
All right, let's see what they do.
Good luck.
Because the Browns don't really need to work on their offense. I don't think, not right now. Anyway.
No, their offensive line is set, and they have good weapons too. I love the tight ends they have.
Yes,
Ryan, Joe.
How do you not love the Broncos? The Browns tight ends, their running backs. Like I don't hate Baker Mayfield.
Greg Newsome?
My number two quarterback in the draft, Greg Newsome, goes to the Browns.
Wow.
At number 26.
I had them originally taking a corner here, so it makes a lot of sense. Again, like I was saying before, they don't need to focus on their offense right now. Their defense was lacking depth. This is good. This is Greg Newsome the second though, a little bit. I wasn't expecting him to go before some of these other corners, but
yeah, I was gonna say he was like. I feel like on a lot of people's top 10 cornerbacks, he was like the 5th or 6th. Like the cornerback players like in this draft are pretty loaded, so to speak.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting pick. I think it could very well help the Cleveland Browns here at 26.
Like I think Asante Samuel Jr. was above Greg Newsome, but that's
Asante Samuel Jr. was good. I'm surprised he hasn't really been.
Why'd you make that sound, Tom?
Well, my thing with Greg Newsome, I mean, I think he's better than Asante Samuel by a little bit. I think I have Newsome at 4 and Samuel at 5 on my big board. Andy could attest for that. But the thing with Newsome is I think he only allowed a 31.6 completion percentage in 2020. That was the lowest among all quarterbacks in his conference. And I think, he played a lot of off-ball coverage at Northwestern, has excellent instincts, where Samuel is a little bit undersized, where I think – you talk about him maybe going more in that 32 early second round range. The problem with Newsome, and this is where I see where you're coming from, only 21 collegiate games he's played in, 15 career penalties, 7 pass interference calls against him throughout his last 14 collegiate games. I think he could be a Darius Slay type of player. I think he's really good. But, I see where you're coming from. I just think I have him above Samuel because of the size and the physicality.
Mm-hmm.
But you could definitely make the argument that Samuel could come in and be a beast in the NFL, especially if he goes to a team like Tampa Bay at 32. It'll be interesting to monitor
Honestly, I
that.
think he probably will.
But I love Greg Newsome. I think he might even be better than Farley, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Honestly, I have like Farley. I was a bit like not concerned, but I was surprised that he went a lot higher than expected. But I think that the reason why I was kind of feeling Samuel is I always like to root for the smaller guys. I mean, I think he's like 5'10", or like he's not even 6 foot, and I think I just like to root for those smaller guys because people will underestimate them just because of their size. But I still agree with you that Newsome is a solid pick here for the Browns.
I might want to redo it because
But now
I'm back.
the Ravens are on the clock.
Ravens are on the clock. I have a Ravens guest we are about to bring on. I want to give my thoughts on this Cleveland Browns pick here really quick because I want to show my cornerback rankings. But because I had Greg Newsome at number 2 in my quarterback rankings or cornerback rankings, if I could fucking talk. Guys, I'm a Big Ten fan. I saw him all year absolutely terrorizing these Big Ten receivers, and it was not close. Like if you go back and look at what he did against Ohio State, I really liked his game there. And there was just a lot of times where I was very impressed by Greg Newsome, especially when I saw him play Illinois. I mean, it's not hard to shut down the Illini, but it's not important. Greg Newsome, I like this pick for the Cleveland Browns here. Didn't see it coming, to be honest with you, but like honestly, I mean, we see J.C. Horn, Farley, and Surtain all go off the board before Newsome. I can't tell you I'm surprised by that, but talent-wise, I really, really think Newsome was slept on. So the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. It actually is telling me on my screen that the pick is in. So let's get some fucking Ravens talk on. Ladies and gentlemen, joining the Big Blue. Oh my God, did you hear that voice crack? Jesus Christ, that was terrible. Oh my God, joining.
All good, Andy. I've had that before.
Joining the Big Blue Brew Party who talks sports is our Ravens fan, Annie O.D. Annie, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're great.
Hi, Annie.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I apologize for the lighting, but I needed to be in front of the TV for this, so
Dude,
we got to compromise somewhere.
You act like this is a professional show. So
you know, everyone. I mean, Sam's got the great lighting. I'm looking at my
ring lights here, so
my ring light broke in the middle of this after the Bears pick. So it's like the lighting is not an issue anymore. So the Ravens are on the clock. What are you expecting? What are you hoping for this pick, number 27 in the first round?
I just tweeted. I said, "Bring me Rashad Bateman." That was my guy from all my mock drafts that I wanted. I mean, obviously not landing an elite wide receiver in free agency. No disrespect to my guy Sammy Watkins, but not an elite wide receiver. So looking forward, obviously that's a need. Get Lamar some weapons to throw to. And for the 31st pick, if we don't use 27 for a wide receiver, we got to use 27 to replace Orlando Brown Jr. on the O-line. So a couple of options here, a lot of great names on the board still I'm very excited about. So it's hard, even though it's late in the round and I've been sitting around for about 3 hours waiting for this, but that's name of the game here.
The Ravens pick is in.
The pick is in.
Yeah, I mean, this could be Owusu Karamoa too if they don't go receiver. But I like what you said, Annie, about Rashad Bateman. He slipped this far because Ravens fans are all about Terrace Marshall. But the fact that Bateman is still here, you can't pass on him.
You can't.
Absolutely
and if he's not going to go, he won't be there 31st or at 31 either. So if you're going to grab him, you got to grab him now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
he's definitely your guy.
Tom, if we're going, I'm looking at your big board right here. The highest rated prospect you have still available is 15, Christian Barmore. The next one would be 16, Azeez Ojulari.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
It's Bateman.
Give me Bateman.
It is.
Yeah.
It's Rashad Bateman.
Oh, yes!
Congratulations. Excellent pick.
A good one.
All right.
Oh, shit.
I hope Lamar's dancing wherever he is right now. I got my Lamar sweatshirt on right now.
How we feeling? How we feeling?
I'm happy. I can't ask for much better with pick 27 right here. If there was, I was reading things that he might have slipped out of the first round. He might slip out of the first round, and that gave me. I was like, no, you can't. I just didn't believe it because if the Ravens didn't pick him up, I figured the Packers would definitely snag onto him. But I couldn't be happier right now. Oh my God,
This is fantastic. For
I'm good.
How does he fit into your offense? Like immediately impact number one receiver?
Easily wide receiver 1 fitting right in there. I'm sorry, I just love watching him play.
It's okay. I love it. We love it. We need that.
I need
reaction. This is
You're getting the fan reaction right now. I'm like, okay.
I think that this is good for them because I think that this is going to be a great addition aside Hollywood Brown. I think that having him and Hollywood Brown on this field with Lamar Jackson, who's going to have an option to throw to yet another fantastic wide receiver, it's just really great for the Ravens. I'm glad my brother is no longer here as a Steelers fan to react to this because I have a feeling he'd be pretty upset.
Yeah.
I'm like overheated right now.
If I just elaborate on Bateman quick, I also think he's really good at winning the 50-50 ball, similar to, he's not the tallest wide receiver, but I think he has decent size and good route polish too. He's really good at freeing himself up against press coverage. And I think the biggest thing with him is concentration drops. He has the athletic ability to be a legit number one receiver in this league. The problem is, can he fix the drop problem that he had at Minnesota, similar to what Kadarius Toney had at Florida? So I think this pick is going to all come down to scheme fit and how Bateman's game will translate into the NFL. But I think you're working with a Ravens offense that has some good weapons now at wide receiver with Hollywood Brown and Sammy Watkins. Annie, I think you guys are in a really good spot too. Mark Andrews, J.K. Dobbins, Lamar Jackson. You just fixed up that O-line at number 31, grab a guy like my guy, Liam Eichenberg or Tevin Jenkins, and you did a really good job in round 1.
I'm a Notre Dame fan, so I would love having Liam Eichenberg on the Baltimore Ravens.
Perfect.
Another Notre Dame fan.
Do we have do we have Irish fans in here?
Tom. Tom's
And
an Irish fan. Our last guest was an Irish fan as well.
How is JOK still on the
You have
board?
great
That's what
taste
I
in
want to
people.
know.
I love it. I love it.
How is Owusu Karamoa still there? That's what I want to know.
Tom, do you?
By the way, I got a fun fact for you guys.
Tom, love it. Hank, love it. Hank.
Did you know this is the second time in 3 years the Ravens have gone with a wide receiver in the first round?
Interesting.
No, I didn't.
Interesting. Very interesting here.
I didn't know that.
Where didn't they go? Who did they go 2 years ago?
I think it was Hollywood Brown. No,
Didn't they get Hollywood Brown? Yeah, that's what
it was Hollywood Brown. It was Hollywood Brown.
That's crazy. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah,
interesting.
Hollywood Brown.
I'm shocked.
Second time in 3 years they got a wide receiver.
I would have definitely. I'm definitely thought that they would have gone with Terrence Marshall if Rashad Bateman was not on the board, though. I still think they would have gotten a receiver here, but I think that they got lucky that Bateman dropped this far.
I think Marshall opting out hurt him a lot, guys. I think it hurt him a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
there's not a lot of tape on him.
No, there isn't. But he's still the best receiver on the board at this point, in my opinion. I think he goes tomorrow.
Well, I'm not saying he's not the best. I'm just saying.
Actually, you know what? He could go to the Saints because LSU. He played at LSU, right? The Saints need a wide receiver. They lost Emmanuel Sanders. They need that complimentary guy to Michael Thomas. They could also use help at linebacker. Defensive tackle position, they lost Trey Hendrickson, who was kind of a 3-tech nose. He was a defensive end and defensive tackle for them. He was a versatile guy that they lost. They lost Sheldon Rankins to the Jets. You have to replace him. I think they go Christian Barmore here, but I would not be shocked if it's Terrace Marshall either. So I'm really intrigued by this. And again, if JOK is not off the board by the end of tonight, I will not be a happy camper, guys.
So I'm going to mention it. Like I said earlier, Christian Barmore is Tom's number 15 overall prospect. He still is on the board at pick number 28. The first round is closing down, guys. We have a couple more guests we are going to get on here in just a minute. Annie, I wanted to ask you, if you want to stick around for the second Ravens pick, you're more than welcome to. But if you got to go, that's up to you. Completely up to you.
I got to bounce for a little bit, but if you want me back for 31, happy to hop back in.
Perfect. Let's do that then.
Okay.
So quickly
perfect.
Plug your podcast or whatever you want to plug, and then we'll get you back in here for 31.
Beauty. My podcast is OD on Sports, and you can listen wherever podcasts are streamed.
Awesome. Love it. Annie OD Raven fan, short and sweet and to the point. She'll be back for 31. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
I'll see you guys in a bit.
Absolutely. So we're going to bring on now a member of the Review and Preview Sports team, the host of the 3&D podcast.
My guy.
It's about basketball, but he's a football fan too. Chiefs fan. They were supposed to be picking here sometime soon. They traded out. That's okay. Our guy, Paul Lombardi, joins the Brew Party. Joins the Big Blue Brew Party. Who Talks Sports? NFL Draft Special. Paul, how we doing?
What's going on, guys? I'm doing good.
God, they just took Peyton Turner.
Wait, what?
Who?
Who's Peyton Turner?
They haven't selected yet.
Turner.
They haven't selected yet. How are you so far ahead?
Wait, yeah, I haven't seen it.
Oh, you're right. How are you so far ahead, Tom?
I think he was looking at Twitter.
Come on.
Twitter spoils it.
That's bad.
It's true.
Who is that? Who is Peyton Turner?
I'm sorry to ruin that intro, but I was just really taken back by that pick.
Paul, how are you and thoughts on the pick?
To be honest with you, well, I'm doing well. First off, secondly, I have no idea who this guy is. Never heard of him. I don't know. Was he projected second round or something? I don't even know. I didn't look too deep into mock drafts, but
I have not heard of this guy. Peyton Turner, defensive end, 6'5", 289, out of Houston, guys. I have not heard of this guy.
No,
I'm sorry. I've not heard of this guy at all.
I have
He's got some nice highlights though. Watching them,
Tom, give me your thoughts.
He was a guy that I just know, like, I was potentially scouting him for the Giants in round 2. He's 6'6". He had 5 sacks last year. He's a really good player for Houston. I just don't think he's a good first round pick. I think this is a guy that should go mid to late round 2. If anything, he's not a first round pick. You still have guys like Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah, Christian Barmore on the board. You took him over Azeez Ojulari as well. My only thing is he the best scheme fit for the Saints? We have to consider that as well. Maybe it's just not about the talent for them. They just want to pick somebody that fits their scheme, I guess. And, you know, hey, if that's what they want to do at the end of the day, I mean, I can't blame them for it, but I'm also going to turn around and say I'm not a fan of this pick for New Orleans.
Okay. I just want to say really quick that on Twitter, everyone's saying "who dat," as in like the Saints.
Yeah,
the Saints cheer as well as "who dat."
I like the Rashad Bateman pick though a lot.
Agreed.
Right before that was I'm a big fan of him. I think he's going to be a great wide receiver. That's exactly what the Ravens needed too.
What other picks do you like in this first round, Paul? Let's get your thoughts on what's gone on so far. I mean, dude, okay, so it's been 3 hours and 41 minutes. It doesn't feel like that. I'm drunk. This is my 11th year. If we're pulling back the curtain, but it doesn't feel like we've been on here for almost 4 hours.
Jeez, Andy, you've done more. You've had more than I have, man.
Well, I'm doing damage, Hank. It's the draft.
You got it.
True that. By the way, Paul, how's it going, my man?
Doing pretty good, Hank. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. It's good to see you here, my friend.
Of course. It's great.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. But so some of the other picks I like, I like the Najee Harris pick with the Steelers. That's exactly what they needed. Everyone kind of expected that, so it wasn't too surprising. But I thought that was kind of good. I thought Leatherwood was kind of good for the Raiders. I mean, he kind of did. A lot of people thought he was a reach, but I think he's a beast. He's huge. He's got good size. He's going to help. He definitely help that offensive line. I hate the Raiders so much too, so it helps. So for me to say that, it's definitely a compliment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't hate on the Raiders because they're the Raiders. So it's just like, what are you gonna say? So the Packers pick is in. It says here at number 29. So Peyton Turner at 28. Brian McCardle joins us again. Brian, do you know anything about Peyton Turner? I know you're a American Athletic Conference guy, so you might know something, right?
Yeah, so I wish I could help a lot here, but
Brian, this guy came out from the stands.
he literally did. I think we're gonna have to get this guy on the show next year because no. What's interesting here is I did recognize the name, albeit not a first round name I thought was gonna come out, but. I think this is a pure athleticism play here. This isn't someone who I think anyone expected to go first round. And I was sitting here while you guys were talking, and I thought I would look up where he was projected. A lot of people have him projected going in the second to the New Orleans Saints. So what are they doing here? If they thought they could pick him up in the second with, I think, the 62nd pick, why are they taking him this early in the first? This is a head scratcher for sure.
I don't know why they just drafted Eric Stokes.
The Packers?
One?
Yeah.
Rodgers is gone. Get out of town.
What is going on with these?
It's a corner.
Oh yeah, they didn't draft a wide receiver. Wow. How did they not draft Elijah Moore?
That's what I was thinking, that it would be a wide receiver.
Elijah Moore seemed like a given right there.
Yeah.
That seemed like a given almost.
They must know Rodgers is gone, I feel like.
They have to. Because Rodgers will be pissed if he still wants to stay with Green Bay that they didn't draft a wide receiver.
Yeah.
That's actually crazy.
So does this mean that Aaron is gone?
Possibly.
I think so.
I mean, he's been complaining about the Packers for so long, no?
Right, but
here's the problem. Where is he going to go though? What is the destination?
Right. Yeah.
That's the big issue. Who can actually obviously a lot of teams would love to take him on, but who can afford that and who's actually going to do that? Because maybe the Patriots, but they just re-signed Cam Newton, they just drafted Mac Jones. The 49ers, you'd think so, but they just drafted Trey Lance. And they still have Jimmy G too, who's getting paid a ton. You're not going to have two $30 million quarterbacks. Say close to that, even though it's not.
And the Broncos might not be able to afford him.
Yeah, Broncos might not either. See, that's the thing. Aaron Rodgers might want out, but I can't even think of a destination that can really take him right now.
Yeah.
The Broncos. But the Broncos, I don't.
Do they have this cap space? Do they have this? Can they pay him?
I heard they have
Bridgewater, maybe not.
I saw that they have $25 million, and if they package some guys, I guess, in the trade to free it up, then maybe, or cut some guys that have non-guaranteed contracts. But I mean, they just trade for Bridgewater. Those getting paid the Panthers are paying most of Bridgewater's contract though. I saw.
Yeah, they're taking on $7 million of the 10, I think.
Yeah, so they're not really paying him or Drew Lock a lot. So that's the only team. That's the only team you could even think of that could possibly do it. And would it even be in their best interest to do it? I have no idea.
Is it Jordan Love time?
Eventually, right?
Is it time for Jordan Love?
Who are the Bills taking now?
I have a text that I have to read from my friend Lucas Wilson, who is my resident Packers fan. This is from yesterday at 9:42 a.m. No matter who the Packers pick, just go. I know my buddy Luke is pissed off somewhere. So I just had to throw that out there. No matter what it was, I guess he is not happy about it. Definitely somebody I did not see going to them. But it probably does confirm that Rodgers is gone. But I don't want to say probably does because I'm usually wrong about things. And I would like him to leave. So Let's talk about the Bills. My Mitchell Trubisky's Buffalo Bills, guys.
Do not say that, Andy.
Where do they go here? What helps them take the next step? We saw them play in the AFC Championship game last year against Paul's Chiefs. I want to ask Paul what he thinks the Bills need to do to get on the Chiefs level. To anyone in Bills Mafia watching this, I'm sorry we brought on a Chiefs fan.
By the way,
instead of a Bills fan, but that's what we got. Okay,
Andy, I got to stop you for a second. I have another fun fact for you if you're down for that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you know in the last 10 drafts in the first round, Jordan Love is the only offensive player the Packers took?
Wow.
9 of the last 10 years, the Packers have gone defense. Jordan Love was the only one.
And again this year.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that includes this year.
We're actually going to keep it with the Packers here because I have our Packers guest in, and I know he doesn't have a lot of time. No, I'm glad you did because it keeps us with our theme. I'm going to bring our Packers guest in real quick because I know he does not have a lot of time. So Ethan Carter, host of Ethan Carter Sports World, also one of the hosts of the Illini Basketball Podcast, ILLII, ladies and gentlemen. Ethan Carter joins us. Ethan, how are we feeling after that Packers pick? What the hell is going on?
You know, to say that I am disappointed would be an understatement. You know, I like Stokes. He's got great speed, but uninspiring pick. I don't want to buy into the media narrative that Rodgers is gone because I don't think he's gone. If he's gone, I would really have to question my Packer fandom. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of sellouts in the media that kind of just are pushing this narrative. Like, why? Please explain this to me. Why would he want to go to the Broncos?
That's what he said. He came out and
I don't know. That'd be a little odd.
His
funny.
rumored list was 49ers, Broncos, and what was the other one that we were just talking about? Patriots.
I agree with you though, Ethan. I don't know why the Broncos is a better situation than Green Bay.
They're not, and it's not even close. I mean, they're atrocious in most position groups overall right now. And
by the way,
it comes down to this. It was Florio's list. Florio put that out there, and anyone who has my Twitter I think Florio's a freaking moron, and it makes no sense. I mean, he's not going to get traded to the Niners. They're not. The Packers, as stupid as people think they are, they're not going to trade him to the Niners. I mean, there's no way unless they give him 7 first-round picks. Do they have that? No, they don't. So I don't see that happening.
2021 start opening day. Aaron Rodgers starting for the Packers.
Yes, no
I
doubt.
agree. I agree with him. He's not going anywhere this season.
It'd be ridiculous stupid to trade him.
What does it
The
take?
Bills-
What does it take to get Rodgers even? Is
I
there
would
is
do
there a
it
number?
for-
Can you put an offer on that?
8 first-round picks. Maybe I would settle at 4 depending on the team. But I know he's 37. He's coming off of one of his best seasons. And let's also not act like Rodgers is innocent here. He's got an all-pro receiver, an all-pro offensive tackle. He had the best offensive line or the second best offensive line in the league last year. He has a star running back. The system that he plays in is a system that he wanted to play in before they fired McCarthy. I mean, I'm kind of 50-50 on this. I want to defend the Packers. I want to defend Rodgers. I think they're both, kind of being idiotic in this situation, but I don't think that we have to act like Rodgers is still not. This is a pretty good situation.
Yeah.
They're 26-6 the last 2 seasons. And I know they choked in the NFC Championship. They got destroyed by the Niners, then lost to the Bucks on that whole questionable thing, which, let's not act like Brady didn't throw a ton of picks in that game and Rodgers' offense didn't come through when it needed to. So
Just want to say the
I
Bills
agree
just
with
drafted Greg Rousseau.
Yeah,
There
I
you
got
go.
that up here. The Bills, Gregory Rousseau out of Miami. So obviously you're not happy with the Packers right now. You don't seem very happy with Aaron Rodgers either, Ethan. Other than the Packers, I know you cover the league as a whole. You're very knowledgeable about everything football. Any other picks you liked or disliked?
Well, I knew the Raiders would have an enjoyable pick in terms of they like to go way off the board or do stuff that people don't want them to do. I like Leatherwood, though. I think he's a stud. And for your Bears, I mean, Fields is good, but did you really have to give up a first-round pick next year? I mean, that seems a lot of weight on the shoulders of a rookie quarterback.
As long as it's not Mac Jones, my guy.
I mean, Mac Jones is pretty good. Beer gut and all, he can play. I mean, he's a good offensive, quarterback. I mean, he's a guy that has to be in a good system, though.
Yeah, is the Bears a good system for him?
No, I think Fields.
There you go. There's the answer, man. So I know you don't have a lot of time. I don't want to take up too much of your time, Ethan, but I do thank you for joining us for a second. So just your general reaction to the pick. So you weren't expecting him, Stokes, to come off the board this early. Was there somebody you had in your mind for the Packers at this spot rather than Stokes?
Well, I figured that the Ravens and Saints would screw the Packers over. The Saints didn't, obviously. I don't know who the hell that guy is that they took.
We didn't either, bro. We had no fucking idea.
Never heard of him. I'm surprised ESPN had highlights for him. So they did, but I would have liked Elijah Moore. I would have liked Bateman if the Ravens didn't take him, but Asante Samuel Jr. is the guy that I wanted. So the fact that they took a corner who was number 61, I think, on one of the boards that I saw, and number 50 on Jeremiah's board, and they took a corner that wasn't Asante Samuel Jr. is very disappointing. And, all I have to say about Eric Stokes is that he's speed and not much else.
By the way, Ethan, I got a little trivia question for you.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Besides Jordan Love, do you know who the only offensive player the Packers have selected within the last decade was? Besides Jordan Love.
In the first round?
Yes.
Oh, man. It's not a skill position player, I wouldn't think.
No, it's an offensive lineman. That's your hint.
Okay. I don't know why my mind is blanking. Balaga wasn't a first-round pick, was he?
No, no, he was the year before. He just misses. He was 2010. There was a guy that took the year after.
Spriggs, year after. I don't know. I don't know how I don't know that. That's embarrassing.
Derek Sherrod in 2011 was
oh,
the answer.
God. That is bad. That's very bad.
The only other offensive guy they've taken since then was Jordan Love in the first.
And we all know Jordan Love is going to be a Hall of Famer, right? So
I mean, you already got the last fucking two quarterbacks for Hall of Famers, so might as well get fucking three in a row.
And did you also know that the three best Packers quarterbacks have all been on the team for 16 years?
Yep. And Rodgers will be on there for his 17th year, and everyone's going to have to suck it up and deal with it. And, everyone in the NFC North may be happy right now, but until they can prove they can win the division again, like the Bears won a few years ago, the Vikings won it, they don't do anything in the playoffs. I mean, the Packers kind of do it, and they choke, but you got to prove it.
Yep. You're right, man. Ethan, I know this is brief, but I know you're super busy tonight. I really thank you for taking the time to join us. Ethan Carter, Sports World. Fucking DeMonte's back. ILL, baby. Yep. I like what top 10 next year, or what are we doing?
I mean, they'll be good, but top 10's a little bit of a stretch for me.
Come on, dude. Whatever.
Top 22. I'll give him that.
Top 22. I'll take it. All right. Ethan Carter, Sports World, the Illini Basketball Podcast, Packers fan, blocked by the Packers on Twitter, actually.
Yeah,
I am. Thanks so much for joining us, man. You have a good rest of your night. Have a good rest of your draft weekend.
Thanks for joining. Thanks for having me on. Wow. Thanks for having me on. I'll catch you guys in the flippity flip.
Yeah, I need to get you back on the brew party sometime soon, my friend. Oh, he's gone, but either way, we're gonna do it. My buddy Ethan Carter, he's a great dude. Obviously, had some words about that pick for the Packers. Brian, do you have any thoughts about that pick for the Packers?
No, I mean, I'm not a big Packers follower, so I can't really say much about it. He kind of covered everything. I will say, he's a true fan based on the sheer fact that he's been blocked by the Packers Twitter team.
Seriously, for like 5 years, bro. Like the first. He told me what happened.
Oh, I got another.
I think they lost in like the NFC Championship game or something. He tweeted something stupid. He just fucking blocked it, dude. Fucking he's a great dude. Follow Ethan Carter at Ethan Carter SW on Twitter. So we got our little round table here. The Ravens are back for the 31st pick of the draft. This pick, then one more, then we're going to close it out. Closing in on 4 hours of this live stream. Holy shit!
By the way,
guys.
Andy, I got another fun fact for you.
Hit me.
Did you know this is the first draft in 6 years where 2 Miami Hurricanes have been selected in the first round?
I did not.
Gregory Rousseau was one. The other one was Jalen Phillips.
Jalen
First time
Phillips,
since
yeah.
2015 that
Wow.
2 Miami Hurricanes first round.
Andy,
Is
can I go on
Miami
a
back?
rant for a hot second about that Greg Rousseau pick?
Tom, go ahead. I would love it. I would love it.
How in the world does he go before Owusu Karamoa?
No, I was going
How
to say
in the
that.
world
I was gonna say
does that happen?
because-
The guy who didn't even play in 2020 goes before. I mean, he's not going to go in the first round because the Ravens would be silly if they didn't take a tackle here. I mean, they're probably taking Tevin Jenkins or Eichenberg, one of those two.
Right.
And then we'll talk about Brian's Bucks in a minute. But, yeah, I don't like that pick for Buff. I mean, I guess it makes sense if you want an edge rusher. I guess he's the best on the board for them because I don't think Ojulari would fit their scheme. But man, this JOK kid should have went so much sooner. I'm a little disappointed.
I was gonna say, Tom, that before he just left, but I was gonna say that JOK or J, what is it? J, whatever his name, the guy that he likes, he literally, I was gonna say he was gonna go here for the Bills, and then when
You're
they just
right.
announced Greg Rousseau, that made me happy because I'm for some reason am like a Greg Rousseau fan, and I've kind of like put him up higher than he is to everyone else, and I really like the Bills, so I think that this could be really good for them. But I think that Tom is just a little salty because he's a Notre Dame guy and he's still not drafted.
So let's look at Tom's top 5 linebackers really quick. We have Micah Parsons off the board, Zaven Collins off the board, Jamin Davis off the board. His 2 and
I took a
3,
linebacker.
Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoa is number 2, still on the board. Nick Bolton at number 3 from Missouri. Tom, are you surprised that these 2 guys are still on the board? I mean, obviously by Karamoa, but
Nick Bolton, no. I mean, I'm not too shocked. I just like him personally more. And wow, the Ravens just took an edge. But yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, but before we get into that, I just want to say one thing. Look, if Owusu Karamoa falls to like 42 tomorrow, you take him. You take it. Him or Ojulari, Sam and Hank. The Giants have so many options heading into tomorrow. This is going to be fun.
No, it is.
I'm just really looking forward to round 2 tomorrow. But look, at the end of the day,
no way.
He's not a fit for everybody, this Owusu Karamoa kid. But I really do like Jason Owe. I mean, I could look past the no sacks last year, guys. He was really good. I mean, Brian could tell you this kid for Penn State was insane what he was able to do in 2019. I believe he had, I want to say like 8.5 sacks. And also, he's from Howell, New Jersey. I don't know if you guys knew that, right down the road from us. So, yeah, I like him a lot. He's very intriguing talent. Best football ahead of him. Reminds me a little bit of Bud Dupree. But I like him.
What are the odds the Bucks take a quarterback right now?
I would say low.
Plus like 10,000.
Although I will say this, since this is only a first round show, whoever picks up Trask tomorrow is getting a very good steal. I mean, I wasn't very up on like the Zach Wilson hype at being number 2 overall. Like I said earlier, people have, these teams are looking for different things. But Trask in the second round, I think he easily could have slid in late first, but no one really does need a quarterback. Maybe the Bucks will take him. Who knows? Maybe Brady wants an underling to teach.
Maybe.
By the way,
Andy
and or Tom, trivia question for you guys. Do you know who the last? Do you know who the last pass rusher the Ravens selected in the first round was?
It's not Judon, right?
It's not Jihad Ward because he was like second or third.
It's not Paul Kruger, is it?
Nope. Are you ready?
Joe Tryon.
Who?
Out of Washington. They were linked to
Andy, do you want me to tell you the answer?
Yeah.
Terrell Suggs.
Really?
2000. Yeah, first round. Terrell Suggs.
Terrell Suggs is the last. Wow.
The last.
I wouldn't have known that.
Selected. Yep.
Joe Tryon.
This is an interesting pick.
Damn.
What the hell is that?
Entertainer loved
I
him.
think it
for the
makes sense
Giants.
for the Bucks to draft an edge, though. But Joe Tryon is interesting.
Well, what does the Bucks fan think?
Yeah, what do you think?
I'm not too sure about this one. We have a really bad situation going on here with our D line and our wide receivers, and I thought for sure we were either going Barmore or Elijah Moore here, mainly because expiring in the next season or season and a half, we have Golston, JPP, Ndamukong Suh, Levante David, Vita Vea. All those contracts are expiring. I think we'll keep Vea, obviously, young, a lot of talent. There's no reason to get rid of him, but everyone else could go after this next season with Brady. Just because of the money alone, we're not going to be able to re-sign anyone. So Barmore, I thought, made sense there. And then on the wide receiver end, Brown's probably not going to be around after next season. We're going to have to pay big money if we want to keep Chris Godwin. So I haven't seen much tape on this guy, so I don't want to dog him or anything. But
right,
I didn't see this pick coming.
There are a few of these. This is like the third or almost fifth pick where I'm in the first round where I'm like, who? Like, what the fuck?
He opted out last year. He didn't play last year. He had 8 sacks in 2019, but he didn't play. He only has 2 years of college under his belt.
That's why. That's why.
That could explain why we haven't seen tape on him.
But I do know he had 2 sacks against Utah back when they had who was their quarterback in 2019? It was a good quarterback too.
Utah in Huntley?
Yeah.
Huntley, yeah. And he's mobile. Huntley's mobile too. And he's actually a guy that got snaps with the Ravens this past year. I think with the Lamar poop game, but I'm not sure.
The Lamar poop game.
I'm almost positive that's what happened.
The best
Lamar poop
Monday
game.
night game.
McSorley got hurt, and then Huntley had to come in. It was either that game or it was another game down the line. But all signs are leading me to poop here, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeez.
So, Tom, let's look at your big board really quick. So that was the last pick of the draft. Not the draft. Last pick of the first round.
Yeah.
Christian Barmore, your number 15 is still available. Number 16, Azeez Ojulari, still available. Number 18, Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah is still available. 21, Trayvon Movig. Therese Marshall at 26. Who's the biggest surprise for you here, Tom, not going in the first round? I think I know the answer.
I know it too.
Well, the biggest thing is, I thought Christian Barmore should have went in the first round too. I thought he should have went in the back end of the first round. I thought Ojulari would have been a first rounder. I thought the Jaguars might have taken Morig with that second overall pick, but it's definitely Owusu-Karamoah. I mean, all of the experts had him ranked, and this isn't even me being a Notre Dame fan, guys. And I know Brian and Andy spent about 2 months with me talking about this guy. When we played Clemson this year, the best team in the nation, he showed up, and he showed up week in and week out. Very good work ethic player who's a high motor type of player. It's rare that you find a guy like him. I mentioned earlier tonight, Notre Dame recruited him to play that rover position, which is not very common in the NFL. He's similar to Micah Parsons in some regards, and I think he's going to translate really well at the next level where, he can play interior linebacker. He can play the slot position. He can play that safety position. His weight is what makes him a very intriguing prospect where whoever gets him in round number 2 has an absolute steal. There's a lot of first-round talents that are dropping into day 2, in particular, JOK and Christian Barmore. So it'll be very interesting to see where those 2 guys go tomorrow night.
Yes.
Andy's muted.
Sorry, I had to open a beer, and I forgot I was muted. Paul Lombardi, who is your biggest surprise didn't go in the first round?
Wusu Karamo, I think. He's pretty high on most draft boards. That's who I expected was going to be. I thought he was going to be a mid first round pick, honestly. Like I thought it was a bit of a stretch like for him to fall this far. We don't really know what the analysts are thinking, I guess, and what the scouts are thinking. There might be something on him that steered them away to get some of these other guys, like the guy from Washington and stuff. But I'm going to go with him too, because I think that's the clear one. There's definitely a few that kind of stand out, but that's the biggest one.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian, what I'm going to ask you the same question. Biggest surprise from the first round?
Yeah, same question, same answer. Because of the man here, Tom, I've watched probably more Notre Dame football than I usually do. And I agree. He's a very disciplined player, and he's got the athleticism. Was ranked the 12th, around the 12th best prospect. So, even if you're not going at 12, you still think he's going to get snapped up by somebody there late in the first round. So, definitely surprising to see him fall there.
Absolutely. Sam, what's your biggest surprise from the first round?
I was just looking through like my lists here, and Elijah Moore not going, the wide receiver, is pretty interesting. Darisaw. Wait, Darisaw left. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm like a little bit tired.
A little bit. Well, it's not like we've been on here for over 4 hours, Sam.
Yeah,
Excuse
but I'll throw in Asante Samuel as well, because I think I'm just rooting for the small guy here. I think that he has potential to be
the small
really
guy
good.
whose dad played in the NFL.
What was a stud?
Did his dad play in the NFL?
Asante Samuel, yeah. You didn't know Asante Samuel was in the NFL? Like, actually?
I don't know why I'm brain farting here.
He played for the Patriots.
And he also was on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah. If you look him up, I guarantee you, if you look him up after this, you'll be like, "Holy shit!" Like you know it. You're just brain farting right now.
It is past my bedtime.
It is definitely past Sam's bedtime. We're gonna close it up just a second. Hank, your biggest surprise from the first round?
Yeah, I would say that Asante Samuel was definitely one of the other players that I thought was going to be better. I mean, if you look at the cornerback class, I was doing a little bit more research before our show. I was surprised at how loaded it was. Like, Asante Samuel Jr., from what I see, might be a literal clone of his father, the more I think about it. Somebody's going to end up getting lucky with a steal of him in the second round. That's for sure. And another guy I was thinking might get picked. This is based on discussions that Tom, Sam, and I have had like within the past few weeks was Azeez Ojulari. Like that sounded like another Gettleman pick, but then again, would you honestly be surprised if Gettleman still somehow snags him anyway in the second round? I know I wouldn't. But personally, I would say Samuel Jr. I think he was one of the better cornerbacks, and I'm really shocked that he didn't get picked.
All right, there's a couple of things that I put together that I really want to do before we go. Tom, do your profile on Liam Eichenberg. He's a guy that didn't get selected, but will probably be picked very, very early tomorrow.
Yeah, so as I'll wait for the graphic to load, Liam Eichenberg is part of the Notre Dame offensive line factory, as I like to call it. This is a guy that kind of falls under the radar a little bit to look forward to into day two. He's actually my fifth tackle prospect who can potentially play guard in the NFL. He started out on the scout team in 2016 with Ian Book. In 2017, appeared in 5 games, redshirt senior, so a 5-year guy who has great length. He was the best offensive lineman in the entire ACC and All-American. Liam's an interesting story. He sat behind Mike McGlinchey for 2 years, and I thought there was I mentioned this to Paul yesterday when I was with him, when we got burnt as hell at the beach. Liam Eichenberg can go anywhere. Liam Eichenberg can go anywhere between pick 20 to pick 50. And he started every game since week 1 of 2018 as he's a 3-year starter, as you know, notorious for his black eye against Florida State. He played through that injury. Has not given up a sack over 30 games. He has sound fundamentals and footwork. He's really good in the run game. I would describe him as a very elite run blocker who's pretty good with his vertical release. He consistently finishes at the second level. All his pass blocking snaps look the same. Brian Kelly brought up an interesting point, though, and Mike McGlinchey did a similar thing, played left tackle at Notre Dame, transitioned to right tackle in the NFL. Liam Eichenberg may have dropped this far into the second round because maybe he is a right tackle in the NFL. I think Brian can maybe tell you a little more about him as he follows college football very closely. But I really like Liam a lot, and the one bullet point towards the middle I didn't bring up, he had 33 bench press reps. That's more than all first-round offensive tackles in the last 5 years, which is insane to think about. Expect him to be taken very early tomorrow.
Brian, do you have any thoughts on Eichenberg?
That was a pretty good rundown there by Tom, but I think I do agree that if he's going to get drafted, depending on who picks him up, he probably will get moved, probably a bit inside. So that might be what kept teams a little bit more timid and kept him out of the first round. But yeah, I completely agree. He's got to go. I would think in the first 10 to 12 picks tomorrow. If he falls even down to 50, like Tom said, is like the lower end, I would be surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was one of those guys. I mean, I know, Tom, you had him as your 5th tackle in this draft, and he was one of those guys who was kind of fringe first round, and we didn't know, like, is he going to sneak in? Is he not going to? He doesn't end up sneaking into the first round, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have talent, and I think he's going to be – I think it's going to translate well. I mean, you look at this, 0 sacks allowed in the last 30 games. Like, that doesn't happen if you're, like, actually know what the fuck you're doing. Like, for lesser way to explain that than, like, he knows what's up. Like, Tom has the best team fits here: Ravens, Steelers, Colts. All teams that utilize the run heavily in their offense could be very useful to them. So I want to do my player profile here really quick. So I'm doing my homer pick here, just like Tom did. Kendrick Green, guard from Illinois. He was my number 2 rated inside offensive lineman for this draft. Very homer pick there, but he's so athletic. He gets off the snap so quick. He moves up into the second level with ease, takes linebackers out of play very easily. Sometimes that does hurt him, though. He's too aggressive, and it can hurt. He is very stiff as well. Guys that are pretty powerful on the rush can overpower him. But he's versatile. He played at center. He also made, I think it was 6 or 7 starts at center for Illinois. Every game he played for the Illini, he started. 33 straight starts for his career. I think that's very impressive. He's durable. He's athletic. He fires off every snap. Like I said, he gets to the second level. 6.21 grade by NFL.com. They project him as a starter within, I think, 3 years or something like that. Solid in the run block. Really, really is going to have to work on his pass block. He struggled with that at Illinois, kind of recognizing certain schemes. I think it's going to take an adjustment period to the NFL pass rush, like it does for a lot of people, though. Teams that I could see him fitting with: the Raiders, the Ravens, the Seahawks, pretty much any team that has that zone blocking scheme. Like, he just has great lateral movement, at least in my opinion. Like, I watched a lot of Kendrick Green in his career, guys. He's undersized at 6'2", 305. He has shorter arms than a lot of maybe NFL GMs, NFL scouts would like on the offensive line, but he's a center that can play guard. He is versatile. He's an athlete. He is going to give you everything he has at the offensive line position. I mean, first team All Big Ten, second team All America. This is a guy out of Peoria, Illinois, came in as a 4-star recruit to Illinois. He could have gone a lot of other places, a lot of bigger name places, wanted to represent his home state. He came out of high school as a defensive tackle, guys. He had to switch positions to offensive line, completely bought in, and now he is one of the top offensive line prospects in the draft, in my opinion. One more thing I wanted to do that we had planned before we get out of here. Sam, you did some awesome superlatives for us that like I cannot just I cannot have us not do. So I need to pull those up really quick.
Wow, I can't believe we completely forgot about those.
I didn't, Sam. Don't tell me I forgot about it.
I forgot. I made them and I forgot.
Guys, I'm going to peace out early, but
Paul, thank you. Hold on. Before you go, plug your shit. 3&D, tell us where we can find it, the Review and Preview Sports Network.
3&D, college basketball and an NBA show, hosted through Review and Preview with the guys Tom and Hank. You can find it on all different podcasting forms, every form that you any type that you listen to. Watch on YouTube, all the highlights. Pretty much it.
Paul Lombardi, Chiefs fan. He joined us. The Chiefs didn't have their first round pick, but they got Orlando Brown instead, which is pretty damn good. So look out for them to be back. They'll be back.
Always a pleasure, my guy.
On their terror tour of the fucking NFL. All right, Paul, thank you so much for joining us, my man. You have a good rest of your night. Great rest of your draft weekend. Sam, let's do the superlatives and let's get the fuck out of here.
All right. Sounds good. All right. So we have obviously best hair goes to Trevor Lawrence. I think that we could have a few people argue that, but that man's hair is conditioned and gorgeous and beautiful, and he takes care of it, and I can tell. So Trevor Lawrence wins best hair. Most likely to cause drama, Micah Parsons. I chose him here mostly because of his past, where he has had some trouble in terms of possible hazing, which he has been accused of. Innocent until proven guilty is always the motto here. But he seems like he has a big personality, and he could be a very interesting person to have on your team. So Micah Parsons is might like to stir the pot a little bit. Most likely to succeed, Najee Harris, and he went exactly where. Thank you, Andy. Most likely to succeed with Najee Harris. He went exactly where I thought he would go with the Steelers, and I think that he is going to be phenomenal in their offense. And I'm really excited to see him play in the black and yellow. Most boring but still effective, Christian Darrisaw. The videos that I've watched with him, he literally is just doing his job, and he's very good at it, but it's not exciting to watch him at all. What do we have here? Most hyped, Kyle Pitts. He'll live up to the hype, but people hyped up Kyle Pitts to no end. I'm really excited to see what he ends up doing for Atlanta. I'm excited. I'm really excited, but he's definitely the most hyped up here. Most likely to be your best friend, Landon Dickerson. He did not go in the first round. However, I have seen several videos of him. One specific that I'm thinking of is when he does cartwheels behind Mac Jones while he's doing an interview. So Landon Dickerson, he just seems like a really cool guy, really laid back, really chill. They let him play in the national championship game, even though he was hurt, to show that he played in it, which was really cool. So I think that he's got a really fun personality, and I want to be his best friend. Landon, if you're watching, just DM me on Twitter. We'll be buds. Class couple that will never get together. The Jets and Justin Fields. I honestly put this here mostly because everyone talked about Justin Fields being the second overall pick for a really long time, and then Zach Wilson came into the mix. So Jets and Justin Fields were never going to happen, but it would have been the choice if Zach Wilson didn't come into the mix. Most likely to make a difference, Jamar Chase. I think that this speaks for himself. Jamar Chase with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati is going to be incredible, and once again, I'm excited to see them. And finally, my favorite superlative that I've put in here, most likely to get ID'd when they're 30, Zach Wilson, and I think this is self-explanatory.
He looks like
the
12.
man's face is literally he looks like he's 12 years old, and that's coming from me. I get ID'd every single time I go to the liquor store or to a bar because people think that I'm 17 years old. So Zach, we're on the same page. I'll probably be in the same boat as you, but that's what I got.
Sam, last one. This one was TBD when you sent it to me. Best dressed. Right. Who's best dressed of the night?
From what I saw on the red carpet before the draft started, I gotta say it was between who was it? Who was wearing the green suit? Oh, it was Kyle Pitts. Kyle
Lawrence
Pitts
wore
was
green,
wearing.
didn't he?
What was that?
Didn't Trevor Lawrence wear a green suit? Green suit?
He had
He
the
was.
the army green.
Yeah, but it was more of an army green. Thank you, Brian. No, so Kyle Pitts had like this dark green, hunter green with like this big black bow tie, which is exactly what I think Lamar Jackson was wearing when he got drafted. So it stood out to me. And I think Patrick Surtain had a pink suit on, and I loved it.
Love it. Best dressed. There we go. There's Sam's superlatives. I think it's time to close this out, guys. It's been fucking
Absolutely.
4.5 hours. Brian, thank you so much for being here. I love you coming on the beginning and on the end for joining us from the Stands College Sports. Check out all of Brian's work there, the creator, man behind all that stuff. Me and Tom will definitely be back on that next year if he'll have us, obviously.
For sure.
For sure. Thank you so much. I guess go Bucks, right?
Yeah, no Barmore, but go Bucks.
No Barmore, but go Bucks. The Giants get Kadarius Toney, and the Chicago Bears get Justin Fields. I'm going to be honest. I didn't see this draft going this way, guys. This was great. What a fucking night. Sam, it's your time. Tell everybody about the Girl Who Talks Sports podcast, where we can find it and where to follow you.
For sure. So I am the Girl Who Talks Sports. You can find my podcast on every single podcasting platform. Please make sure to subscribe to it. And I'm also on YouTube at the Girl Who Talks Sports. You can subscribe to us there, where we put out extra content videos, full length podcast video. It's a real fun time. And you can follow me on social media at TGWTS Podcast on both Twitter and Instagram. And I've officially entered the Gen Z universe of TikTok. I'm on TikTok with the Girl Who Talks Sports. I'm trying my best. Because I'm trying to be hip. But yeah, so that's where you can find me.
You sound really hip.
Thank you.
Hank, you have a great baseball show that's just started called Hitting for the Cycle. You're also part of Big Blue Avenue with our friend Tom over there covering the New York Giants. If anybody wants to follow you, if they want to watch your show, tell us where we can find that, my friend.
Oh, definitely. You can find us at Review and Preview Sports on all our forms of social media. Hitting for the Cycle. We air every Thursday at 7, although in this week it was an exception. We had to do it on Wednesday, basically, because of the NFL draft. But for the most part, and on a normal week, you will see us from 7 to 8, pretty much an hour show where I go over all the big baseball news, obviously, including but not limited to the Yankees and the Mets recaps, because obviously being from New York, I'm going to recap stuff like that. But also like every big thing that goes on, such as the Dodgers and the Padres. Like you saw that whole rivalry that played out, and you saw how Fernando Tatis and Trevor Bauer were like going at each other. Well, actually, no, Trevor Bauer was praising Fernando Tatis, but that's besides the point. Basically, catch me every week from 7 at Review and Preview Sports. You can find me everywhere on social media, Facebook Live, and also on YouTube for sure. It's good. It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely, man. Go check out Hank's good stuff. Sam, do you have the biggest water bottle like known to man, or like how many ounces is that thing? Like that's
40.
Like 40
ounces. This is my pride and joy. My Hydro Flask. It's my baby. I drink 3 of these a day.
Mm-hmm. All right, Tom, close us out. Head honcho, Review and Preview Sports, Big Blue Avenue, the host. Any social media, anything you want to plug, let us know. Your draft show that you're doing tomorrow. Tell us all about that first, actually, because that's going to be incredible coverage for the second round tomorrow. Is it the second and third, or is it just second round tomorrow? What is it?
So we'll be live tomorrow night starting at 6:30 p.m. We'll recap the first and then preview the second as we get into it. We'll have a lot of good guests on. That'll be on our Facebook page, Facebook Live at Review and Preview Sports. Make sure to go follow us there. Follow us on Instagram as well, as we just wrapped up our NFL Draft Video Challenge tonight. Want a quick shout out James Montefusco, Kyle Russo, and Paul Lombardi for helping us get all the IG video reactions up. Make sure to go check that out. Once we sign off, I think all of you guys will really enjoy it. Subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. But yes, our draft show tomorrow night, which Hank, Andy, and Sam will all be a part of. That'll be live at 6:30 p.m. on our Facebook page, Review Preview Sports. Make sure to go like us there. Subscribe to us on YouTube, all that fun stuff. Really appreciate you all tonight, and Andy in particular, you having us on our show, on your show. We really do appreciate you and all the stuff all the hard work that you put in, not just to these graphics, but making sure that everything got done in a clear and concise time. So thank you very much. And
hey, man,
yeah, go Giants.
Before you all go, I could not have done it without you. I thank you all so much, more than you know, for doing this with me and putting up with my shit and like actually wanting to talk with me and put something out like this with me. It means a lot. I thank you guys for just, supporting me and, being friends in this podcasting space, whatever you want to call it.
You're going to make me cry.
No, I truly, truly appreciate
Andy, I cannot wait to come up to Chicago and get you around.
Listen, we're gonna get hammered, Hank, but that's besides the point. I just want to say I truly, truly appreciate the friendship that we've been able to forge. This group message, everything, the collaborations we're able to do. It means a lot to me, and I think you guys are great. I love what you all are doing. You all have very bright futures in this business. Whatever you do decide to do, go Bears, go Giants, go Bucks. Follow the Brew Party. Follow
Andy,
the
can I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
Just really quick. Next year, Vegas, the Big Blue Brew Party who talks sports. Live from Vegas.
All in! You don't have to say anything else. Holy shit. What an end to this. To everybody that joined us, fucking 4.5 hours. We brought you the first round. They said we couldn't do it, and we fucking did it, okay? We didn't bring every guest we wanted on, but it doesn't matter. We had a great show. We brought you all the coverage. If it was late, it was late. It doesn't fucking matter, okay? We had reactions to the Bears. We had great reactions to the Giants. The Packers was awesome. The Niners was awesome. The Bengals was great with A.J. Edder-Williams. Like, I could go on with every guest we had. Was incredible. Brian, I cannot thank you enough for coming on at the beginning and the end of the show, hanging out. This has been the Big Blue Brew Party. Who Talks Sports 2021 NFL Draft Special. You know we have to do it next year for 2022.
Hell's yeah.
In Las Vegas, live. Look out for more stuff from the Brew Party, from the Guru Who Talks Sports, and from Review and Preview, and from the Stands College Sports. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm hammered. I have to pee. Go Bears. Go Giants. Go Bucks, okay?
All right.
Okay.